Next level, leagues above the devil. Flying higher than they said I would, they label me a rebel. Bogota barely as dope as me. Success the only thing that give me dopamine. A legend, the only thing that I'm supposed to be. Everything's the only thing that's owed to me. Yeah, I want it all, my baby. I didn't come to watch, I came to ball, my baby.
Round 6 of the 2025 Drift Masters Championship, and that's right, you're joining us right here at Ferropolis in Germany, the Iron City, Drift Island as we like to call it. My name is Ian Waddington and I'll be talking you through all the action as it happens live here in Germany this week alongside my very good friend Jacob Gettins. This weekend we're going to turn up the heat, figuratively and literally, because it has been a scorcher in Germany this weekend, and the driving, well, Jacob, it's been on another level already.
Yeah, that's been kind of the behind-the-scenes action going on right now, is everyone just keeping their cars together, battling the heat, battling these walls, and every condition that this very unique track throws at you. It really is incredible.
It certainly is. Well, it's a molten pot out there right now for those guys sitting watching around and those guys on track. But this has been the calendar so far. We lost Italy round 1. We moved it along to round 2 in Spain, where Oliver Andalou took the win. Then we went to Finland, where Connor Shanahan stood on top step of the podium. We went to Kildare in Ireland for round 4, where Piotr Vincek took the top step. And then, well, he took it again in Riga, Latvia just a few weeks ago. And that's right, we're right here in Ferropolis, Germany this weekend for round 6. And then all roads lead to the PGA Narodowy in Poland for the final. But this is what happened in the final at Riga just a few weeks ago. Two heavy titans, two legends in the sport went head to head, and the man that come out on top was the one and only Polishman, Piotr Vincek. He took that top step in that incredible A90 Supra, but it wasn't an easy battle against James Dean.
No, it never is, but it was a well-fought one, and what we've seen this year is that it's just a war of attrition. It's getting through the weekend, somehow making it to the finals, and then hoping that you can pull something out of the bag just to take down another juggernaut.
Yeah, well, there we go. Qualifying is kicking off right here at 7 p.m. local time. We've got the qualifying showdown at 10:30 tonight under the lights here in Ferropolis, and then tomorrow, exclusively on Red Bull TV, we kick off top 32 at 2:45 p.m. and top 16 at 8:50 p.m. The action is coming hot and heavy. Well, let's have a word with Piotr Vincek.
Becky Evans here, giving you all the gossip on the track, off the track, and the hot gossip right now is you, Piotr Vincek. I'm sorry to tell you, but you are leading our championship points right now. You had a great win in Riga. I always ask you about this, how you're feeling towards the championship. Are you going to tell me again? It's one step at a time, Becky.
Exactly, yeah, I can repeat it all the time, all day long, but that's what it is. It felt great after Riga. This short period of time between those rounds was excellent. Great to be back on the top. And now we will do everything what's possible to stay there, but I know that the competition, especially on this track, will be very hard. So we just need to stay in our zone and try to stay cool, especially in this hot environment. And yeah, hope for the best.
We're about to go into our qualifying. Now, there's a lot of 90s here last year. I mean, a lot of 90s. But you won here a couple of years ago. Can you tell us whether there is a particular strategy about this track that allows you to do so well?
You know, the strategy is the same as on every track. You need to be in the zones. You need to avoid the walls. You need to be close to your opponents. Nothing changed, you know. No, but honestly, of course, it's going to be intense, especially here, because everybody will be pushing hard, as you said. Everybody will be doing 90 plus to qualify, and that's something that we just need to set our mind on, and that's it. You know, I try to stay cool, not watch the qualification, not know the score, just to focus on my own thing, because knowing what others are doing won't help me. So that's our strategy, let's say, and just stay on the track and provide a good show.
Brilliant, Peter. Well, good luck, guys. Well, there you have it. Avoid the walls, get the car in the zones. I'm going to hand it back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, and we'll be catching up with our queen of the paddock, Becky Evans. She'll be down there all weekend, and we'll be jumping in and out for her to get behind all the scenes action. And Piotr Vincek, right, this weekend, it's always the same. Focus on the task in hand, get through qualifying, get through the top 32, and then just battle after battle. But this is the track these guys have got to face this weekend. They head down straight into that immovable concrete wall for outside zone 1, then they fire on that wide line right to outside zone 2, putting the back bumper towards close as they can, getting it to 3, and then a nice transition across the circuit where they have to do all all the braking before they get to outside zone 4. A long pull, that big outside zone, and then a nice snappy transition to outside zone 5. Back on the wall once again, back on full throttle, a big clutch kick, pick up those rear tyres into outside zone 6, of course, against the wall for 7, and across the line. It's a bit of a tongue twister, so many outside zones, but let's take a look at the qualifying rules. The 2 best runs of qualifying count. Top 32 advance to the finals, up to 8 championship points available for the best 8 qualifiers. And the qualifying showdown, well, it'll be the top 4 qualifiers face off in battles. First versus 4th, second versus 3rd, and then we head on to their final. Last year, Jacob, we had our cut-off point was 86 for top 32. We had 3 drivers on a 98. Today's going to be nothing short of spectacular. Drivers are predicting that the lowest cut-off in top 32 will be a 90-point run.
I completely agree. Now, the only thing that might fight against that, Ian, is the judges have updated a lot of the scoring, especially when it comes to line in qualifying. If you miss that zone, if you are not in that box, you could lose up to 10 points on the line score. So you miss a couple of those, that is basically it for your run. They've told these drivers, they have updated everything. If you miss that box, you are going to be hurting for it for that entire score. So those drivers know that, and we've seen a lot of bumpers in the wall.
You certainly have, and on your screen right now you'll see the names popping up, and that is our starting order for today. We're going to start with our wildcard drivers, 15 of them today, this round of the Iron Drift King versus Drift Masters, the collaboration happening here at Ferropolis, and then we get through the qualifying order and we finish off qualifying with our championship points leader, Piotr Vincek, who is the man at the moment with the target on his back, who overrode everyone in Riga just 3 weekends ago when he took that win. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time for talk is over. The practice is done. The temperature has started to fall. The sun is setting in Ferropolis, but the temperature on track is about to go through the roof as we kick off qualifying here in Germany. Go, Jacob. We're going to kick it off with our first 15 wildcard drivers. The pressure is on for these guys. Can they make it into the show? They know the scores are going to be high, and we expect them to be through the roof this weekend. The first guy off the line will be the Finnish driver Toni Ojauto in this incredible E92 BMW as he comes off the line in the first, second, third gear. And he has to initiate at that line. You see that line across the circuit? They have to be sideways there. It's down to the outside zone as they go full throttle now. Picks up the throttle, looks for that wide line. Now they have to be deep into these zones. Judge is saying in the briefing, kissing the bumper on the wall, no big impacts, no smashing the back bumper in and then driving away. It has to be controlled chaos, if you like.
Yeah, that's what you're going to be seeing here for basically this entire production. Is we want these drivers to be right up on the wall, and even that final outside zone for a lot of runs and for a lot of competitions, that would be a great run right there. But that could be a deduction of 2 to 3 points right off the bat. So just kissing that rear bumper right along the wall the whole way through is what we're looking for. And Tony gives us a good example here of some spots that are really, really good and a few spots that we need some improvement. Right like that. I mean, that's almost exactly where the judges are looking for it. And this is a really, really tough track.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, that entry into outside zone 4 was very good. Handbraked before we got into the zone, back on throttle. You'll see cones dotted about, and as we go through qualifying, we'll point them out where we can. You'll see them at the side of the track. There'll be cones for the zone, and there's 2 cones there on the inside. That is the zone to brake. You have to get the braking done in that short amount of time, whether that be a slight adjustment on the handbrake or the foot brake. That's where you have to get it done. And those cones sticking out the fence or on the wall, that will be the zone itself. So you can see that orange cone on the inside of the circuit. That's what we're talking about when we say these guys have to adjust the car right at the perfect point. There is not a lot of margin here this weekend. The judges have been very, very scrupulous with their scoring.
Yeah, and it's great that they've provided so much instruction, especially with this round, because we do see qualifying scores so incredibly high here that now there is no questions about what you need to do, where you need to do it, and what that end result is going to end up being. So yeah, those orange cones, as you can see just to the left of your screen there, that is where they're allowed to adjust momentum. Yep. It's not necessarily a decel in a lot of ways, but they want to adjust momentum.
Well, there we go, a 66 for Toni Ojauto for his first qualifying run. The Finnish driver gets a score on the board, and we'll see how things progress as we move it along to the next driver. It's going to be Nicola Leak from Serbia. First time here at Drift Masters, looking a little nervous, took that car to the wall there. S14.92 JZ, 750 horsepower. Had a few incidents over the weekend, but starting to settle the nerves. These guys had 2 full days of practice so far, so enough time to adjust, especially for the wildcards. He fires that car in, nice line down to initiation, then you can see it, just that car on the handbrake for quite a long period of time. Now gets himself back into it, full throttle as he pushes it to the wall. Very nice line so far. for this young Serbian as he now gets himself into the outside zone. Oh, big impact though, smashes the wheel. It looks like he's going to carry on and throws some bits of body panel into the sky as he now gets back into it once again, into the wall again, as he fires towards Nicola across the line. Nicely done.
Yeah, great. I mean, that was a really, really good run from the 5-time Serbian drift champion. It's incredible that for a lot of these drivers, they do get a lot of practice, but you got to remember the amount of trust you have to have in your vehicle and everything else to be able to throw it in like this is so difficult. But does a great job. I mean, a few spots here and there where he's making corrections in the zone, which is not really what we're looking for in this. The first outside zone, the drivers are allowed to change that momentum, have that decel through that area, but basically any other spot, you shouldn't be making those corrections. So great in-car shot here. You can see those walls from the inside of these cars. It's got to look and feel like you're going to slam into the wall.
Yeah.
If that's how it feels, you're in the right spot.
Yeah, and you speak to a lot of drivers around the paddock over the course of the weekend, and that's exactly what they say. If you feel like you're going to crash into the wall, you're on the perfect line. I thought that was part of the wheel. We've seen shards of wheel come up before, no, but it was more body panel shredded from the back of that S14.9. You see, dab of the handbrake after the zone, that'll be points deducted. And we're going to walk and talk you through this because, as Jacob's alluded to, this track is so technical and the judges are so pinpoint at being accurate on this circuit. And 77 drops in for the Serbian for the first qualifying run. That we're going to guide you through and try and explain exactly how much and how the judges are looking at things. And maybe we'll have a word with David Kalas, our judge this weekend, who's doing all the talking as always. Vernon Swannenfeld, Mateusz Jedzic, and Chris Witowski, our fourth judge on the EVS replays. We'll go back on the line. We go to a driver from the Netherlands. It's going to be Ron Swannenburg. He fires through in this BMW E46. 2JZ, 650 horsepower, looks for the outside zone, nice line, very tidy as he gets himself right close to the wall. This is very nice from the Dutch driver at the moment, but he's out of the outside zone now, trying to find the back end close to the wall when he gets there in the end. As he gets a transition done now, fires a car across the circuit, goes one wheel over the edge, and it's going to be close, and he has to adjust massively for that final outside zone, and job done.
Yeah, as simple as it may seem, being all outside zones, which in my opinion, I love tracks that are all outside zones. I really like the way that it sets up things for tandem. But even though it's that simple, that also means that everything that you do that's a mistake becomes incredibly apparent. And here, if you have a mistake somewhere on the track, there's not a lot of room to make that correction. So that one little bit of a wheel dipped off there actually meant that the entry into our large outside zone had an issue.
Yeah.
And then coming out of that, getting into, I think it was outside zone 5, there's a bit of an issue there, which then led into a wall tap. So your line has to be perfect. These are massive constant radius corners. So any of those corrections that you make, you're doing it to try and get into one zone, but look at getting offline there, that's where we get into that big correction at the wall. So yeah, even right at the line, I mean, just getting that zone collected right at the very end from the very young Dutch driver. Amazing how the ages are coming down. I mean,
I know, right?
Yeah,
19 years old and 5-time winner, 8-time second place, 7-time third place. Medal collection going on. This young man coming out of the Netherlands looks like he's going to be a contender in European drifting.
Yeah, this is, this track as well, beautiful sights.
Yeah, of course, and there we go, a 71 drops on the board for Ron Swannenburg. We're going to move it along to Enver Hasap from Turkey in a brand new car this weekend. We've seen previously piloting the Nissan Silvia S15 with a 2JZ, now into a carbon Kevlar A90 Supra 2JZ as it comes off the line. Look at the laser focus there from Enver Hasap. He slams through the gears, picks that car to angle, fires down incredibly quick there from Hasap, gets into that zone nice and early on the foot brake, setting the car, pushing the back end as close to the wall as he can. Very tidy line there from Enver Hasap as he now works his way around. Nice entry into this long outside zone 4, but on the foot brake slows it down quite a lot. Judges will be looking at that slow in speed as he now fails to get to the outside zone. You can see one adjustment, one correction, one mistake, how it affects the rest of the circuit. Gets it across the line, but it will be points deducted.
It seems with these Supras in general that they bite back so hard that anytime you make a correction in a spot that you're not supposed to, it takes you to the cleaners every time that you do it. But first outside zone looked really good from Hasap. And even getting into this part, that correction, it's the right correction to make. You're offline. It looks like you're going to be heading towards the wall. It could have gone really, really poorly, but to me, that was the best way to make it. But the corrections that were made in transition are really where things start to fall apart. So actually coming out of outside zone 4 here, you can watch as it comes around, grabs that e-brake, and the car just doesn't want to float out.
No.
It just didn't want to go all the way up to that zone.
Yeah, it didn't want to extend out to the edge of the track where he
Right.
thought it was going to go, and yeah, you could see how he come up short on those outside zones.
Yeah, big left foot brake there. A lot of work in that car, and I mean, Piotr's one of the only drivers to come out of the S15 and then really do well in the Super, although it did take a lot of development, a lot of work. So this is just the beginning of Enver's journey with this car. I really do think we'll see a lot more development with it, and as drivers develop more and the secrets start to leak out from the pits, more and more of these Supers will get even better. So very excited to see how that chassis develops over the years.
Yeah, there we go. 71.5 drops in for Eren Hasap as he gets the score on the board, and we move back to the start line to Adrian Petravich from Croatia. 25 years old, BMW E36 S54 turbo, 820 horsepower, and he's putting his finger up to say number one. Well, can he top qualifying? He's been looking good, but a few impacts with the wall as a Serbian driver sits there. Look at that, bangs the window, very confident. He's feeling himself right now, but he's at Drift Masters. He's on the biggest stage he'll ever be on in his career as he comes off the line. Tyre smoking already from the back of that car. 820 horsepower unleashed, nice initiation down. He comes along the wall. Little dabber there, just touches the back bumper along the wall. It's very nice ball, a bigger impact there, and it upset the front wheels, and you can see the input on the steering as he fires the car through, looks for four and gets there a little late. Now he's deep into the wall. He's had to make another correction. Adrian Petravich now fires that car into outside zone 5. Lovely line, little tickle of the back bumper along the wall. It's exactly what the judges wanted to see. Fires it towards the final outside zone and across the line.
Yeah, a great run, and a driver that I know so many people were looking forward to seeing him run here. You know, making it up to Drift Masters is a massive accomplishment, and really laying down a solid lead run. So let's take a look at this. Let's break this down again from the beginning. Gets on that power really early. That initiation was just a power over.
Yeah.
First outside zone. You're going to see a lot of drivers doing that. Maybe a clutch kick initiation. Already losing body panels on the BMW going through these zones. And just getting through it really, I wouldn't say fighting the car, just being aggressive with the car. It didn't seem at any point that he was struggling to regain control or anything like that. Just being aggressive with this run, which is what you need to do to really get all these zones filled. You want it to be flowy, you want it to be smooth, but ultimately you are going to have to work the vehicle to get it to go to all these zones.
He's Croatian.
Ah, right.
Sorry.
Happens.
Yeah.
A
lot of nations here this weekend. We are covering a lot of ground. We are filling out a lot of countries from across Europe. So yeah, a little mistake from us.
There's going to be a lot of Croatian flags in the comments, that's for sure.
Oh, there certainly will be, no doubt. That was a very good run. Let's see what the score is as it drops in from our judges. 81.5, and he does top qualifying at the moment. And he said number one. Can he hold on to it? Let's see how it goes. We're going to move it back to the start line. And it's going to be Nasar Alhabali from El Salvador in this incredible Nissan Silvia S13 LS supercharged, 1,000 horsepower. And this young man been doing a lot of driving. 31 years of age, and dialing this car in and driving all over in Poland with the local champion and national championship there in Poland. And now here, back in Drift Masters, a wild card once again as he puts that car where it needs to be, flexes the tailgate as Nasar Alhabali now works his way around those first 2-3 outside zones and fires the car across the circuit, gets himself set up, dabs on the handbrake, gets himself into the outside zone 4 nice and early, puts the back end, that full carbon fibre back end along the wall as he flicks it down, looks for 5, perfect line. As he gets it nice and deep under 6, one more outside zone to go as Nasar Alhabali gets the job done and across the line.
Wow, stunning run there. A lot of commitment all the way through. Yeah, I would have the exact same feeling if I laid down a run like that. So we're going to see a pretty solid score here very early on in qualifying with Nasar Alhabali. This just commitment all the way through. Maybe gets on throttle just a touch late. I'm only going to be nitpicky here because so much of this run was really solid. But yeah, able to get that car moved all the way around. A little bit of left foot braking through here. And one thing to note, as the sun starts coming down, these track conditions are going to change very heavily. These drivers have only really had one session in the dark. So a lot of time with a track that's incredibly hot. Now as the temps start to come down, the conditions are going to change, especially for the drivers that are later in qualifying. It's going to be a very different circuit than what they spent all day practicing on. But for Nasar, man, I mean, love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Driver with a couple impacts earlier on this season, and really making it work now. Confidence is back.
Yeah, he certainly is, and yeah, looking strong, and just goes to show you that he's been having plenty of seat time in that car and looking confident. Nasar Alhabali fires that car towards the wall, and yeah, you're right, track temperatures will drop. We see track temperatures today of 36 degrees on circuit.
Yeah.
And temperatures inside the car of 72 degrees. And there we go, an 89 from Nasar Alhabali. And he starts to push the scores up already, and things are going to get hot and heavy as we go back onto the start line to this young man. It's going to be Petro Redev from Bulgaria. Incredible car, pro-charged LS in a Mercedes-Benz R230 Black Series. I mean, this car sounds and looks amazing, and here we go, and look how fast it is as well. Very nimble, very able chassis. He starts to put it where it needs to be now. Looks for that outside zone, slams on the throttle, but he's a little shallow on outside zone 3 now as he flicks the car. He's going to have to wash on the handbrake, and he does, and he barely makes it to outside zone 4 as he lights up the tyres. All of the power from that 850 horsepower LSX being used, as he now works his way around to the final outside zone and across the line.
That transition from 4 to 5 was so snappy.
Yeah.
So with a lot of these long-nosed cars, and especially as the driver sits further back, I've chatted with a couple of drivers that have been in these, whether it's Vipers or any of them, really. You feel like you're going to crash this car all the time because of how far back it is. You talk to drivers who get into the Supras, or it's such a different feeling. So it's this transition, though. I mean, look at this. Loads the car up, and just even in slow motion, it's fast.
Yeah.
So what a great way to get that car transition out. I'm really, really hoping things go well for qualifying for him, because that car, to chase that, will be very, very interesting for a lot of drivers if that's something that we see from Petro more and more. But I love unique chassis, love unique engine packages. So for me, this just gets those extra bonus points.
I think for me, it's seeing something different on the grid that you wouldn't normally see. You know,
Yeah.
we're so accustomed to seeing these BMWs and the S chassis and the new Toyota A90 Supras or the GR86s. It's always really good to see someone, you know, put in the hard work and try and redesign a chassis that really wasn't kind of designed for it. A 67 drops in there for Petro, and we'll see how he gets on his second qualifying run. We're back on the line now, a man that's not accustomed to Drift Masters, Teemu Tuomi from Finland. He came to our finish round of Drift Masters. He slams out the visor. Look at that wide. Eyes wide open as he slams through the gears off the start line in this BMW 46 Coupe M50 B28 Turbo, 870 horsepower. Will tickle along the wall there. There's a Sundman that goes a little bit wide, but now holds onto it. Shallowed up the line outside zone 3. Flicks the car across the circuit, gets himself dialed into outside zone 4, very deep, but he holds onto it. As the Sundman now works his way around, looks for outside zone 5. It's a nice transition. Look at that, absolutely beautiful. Right close to the wall, but not touching it, not affecting the line, and across the line he goes.
And a speedy run.
Very fast, indeed.
Very, very fast run. And you don't expect anything less from a 7-time world or rally champion. This is this type of driving is incredible, and it's fast, it's aggressive, but it's also so committed throughout the entire run. Just right off the initiation into that first outside zone, you can already tell that Teemu is here to throw down, has the confidence in it, and has adapted so well to drifting. I don't know if I'm reading this right, but first season in drifting, first full season. That is incredible. But it does show you that drifting really is a blend of so many different motorsports, and you can come from it. You can come to drifting from so many different disciplines, and it provides maybe a benefit, maybe a drawback. And right now I'm not seeing a lot of drawbacks.
No.
Just a lot of benefits of a driver that knows how to be committed all the way through a turn.
Well, I think the similarities between rally and drifting have been talked about multiple times before. We've seen Kalle Rovanperä here before drifting Drift Masters in that incredible A90 Super, and you know that car control kind of comes hand in hand with both rally and drifting. So these guys are making that switch over maybe a little easier from other forms of motorsport. Wait for the score to drop in there from Petro Redev. Teemu Tuomi. See what he gets. It's the grandstands now start to fill out here in Germany at Ferropolis.
Very, very busy weekend. Even during practice yesterday it was busy.
Very busy. Yeah, from the moment the gates opened, the weekend ticket guys, they came in, they flooded out the circuit, and sat there all through practice, all through the night practice, and then all day today. 85 on the board there for Teemu Tuomi. As we go back to the line to a man from Ireland, from Kildare, Gary Dunn is on the line now in his Toyota IS 302 JZ, 850 horsepower. Funny joke, we'd like to call him the Fresh Prince of Kildare. That's his nickname. I didn't make the rules.
No.
I was just told his nickname. He likes his nickname. So we go off the line. And if you want to know who this guy is, this is the spotter for Connor Falvey. So Connor Falvey spotter now trying to prove what he's got as Gary Dunn fires that IS300 right where it needs to be. Nice line so far. Comes up a little shallow on outside zone 3. Puts the car right to the edge of the circuit. Oh, and he gets on the handbrake and the car grips up and washes him out of outside zone 4. But now works the back end into it as he flicks it across. Looks for 5 and he's come up shallow once again. And now Gary Dunn needs to put the hammer down and get deep onto the wall. And he just about gets there across the line.
Now I wonder if Connor Falvey's in his ear spotting for him on that run. That's the real question here. Why not, right?
Well, I know that it's not.
I know.
Watch the manhole covers. Look at that. Boom.
I mean, you said Fresh Prince. Maybe he's throwing a freestyle. He's getting everything scratched up and ready to go.
DJ, right?
Oh, yeah, DJ Gary Dunn in the house, people. First outside zone looks really good. That I do like the wing on the back of the car. Maybe a little strategy involved. Make it look like the car's closer to the wall than it actually is. Maybe he's a smart guy. He's an incredible spotter, and he's going to pull out every trick that he possibly can. To me, I'd like to see him a little bit deeper in a few of these zones. That wing's not fooling me, not fooling my eyes, but maybe the car's just a little bit gripped up, a little bit tight, because it does seem like he's not able to really fulfill all those and not really get it all the way out to that wall. So we'll see if things improve for him as he goes out. But for that first run in qualifying, shake off the cobwebs, get back out to it. Love seeing it. Also, just love seeing the IS300 as well.
Yeah, so. Exactly that. And Gary Dunn this weekend taking to the driver's seat and. Connor Falvey's probably saying to him, it's not as easy as it looks, right?
Yeah.
You know, you've been shouting at me all year. But there we go, a 72.5 on the board for Gary Dunn. And I feel work to be done as we start to get into the more regular contenders. We go back on the start line to a man that we love to see at Drift Masters. It is the one and only Max Hydrich, ladies and gentlemen, from Germany. In his Nissan 200SX, S13.9.5, who knows? I always get it wrong. 2J's the underneath, 830 horsepower, the only German driver on the grid this weekend. And he's back into Drift Masters as a wild card. And Max Hydrich, a character, a man that we lost from drifting due to family commitments, hits the wall, and it's a big impact. So he's going to try and carry on. He does carry on with it as Max Hydrich makes a big error on outside zone 2. Look at this. Could be damage onto the car, but he's going to try and fulfill the run and put on a show for the fans nevertheless. As Max Hydrich now looks for the final 2 outside zones. He gets it across the line. He's probably just feeling out the track temperature as well. I feel the track has cooled dramatically from what it was earlier in practice. So these guys finished practice at 3 o'clock, and we had quite a big break. They did a autograph session. Yeah, you could just see what happened there. He got wired onto the marbles, and judges saying wheels off track, so that will be a 0.
Yeah, and for Max, he is a driver that comes out and wins practice every single time. We were sitting watching a bunch of practice, and he'd go out and just absolutely dooring every driver, just pushing people around the track in practice. I like it. I mean, practice like you're going to play, and Max Hydrich, unfortunately in this case, kind of did that. But I think for the second run, he'll pull something out of the back.
Yeah, he'll tone it back a little bit. Yeah, maybe. He's
See.
full Max. We always used to call him full Max. So there we go. Back on the line, Juno Warren now from Finland. You see this man make his debut at Drift Masters in Finland just a few rounds ago in the OM648 diesel-powered 198, 800 horsepower. What can he do as he fires down? Looks for the outside zone. You can see the black smoke coming out the back, part of Black Smoke Racing, but it looks like he's down on power and struggling to get to those outside zones. Those rear wheels barely spinning as he now gets himself into outside zone 4. Seems to find the power, seems to get himself back into the motion as he goes deep. Oh, big impact with the wall. Shatters the rear wheel and has to have pulled the run.
Rough. I mean, you and pretty much everybody listening know I've got a soft spot for the diesels.
No way.
Yeah, I know. Secret's out. Just a very difficult engine platform to drive, limited rev range, and really the teams that do develop these do such an amazing job to try and bring them to be able to compete against so many different types of engines. But at the end of the day, it's not an easy thing to do, but just getting it a little wide, mistimes that transmission and puts them just too wide going out to the wall. There's not a lot you can do at that point other than hope the damage isn't going to be too bad. So 0 for that one, not a shocker. And nice thing is those marks are pretty durable.
Yeah, they're pretty stout.
They're
pretty stout.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. It'll be a 0 on the board there for Juno Warren. And we go back on the line. It's going to be Jedaminas Levieas from Lithuania, 40 years old, BMW E46 S54 turbo underneath the bonnet, 850 horsepower. Slams through the gears. The Lithuanian driver, been on the grid before. What can he do this weekend? Been looking good in practice and fast as he now opens up the throttle, puts the back end of that E46 BMW right where it needs to be, kisses the wall, just untucks the bumper from the quarter panel as he now works his way around outside zone 4. Very nice line from the Lithuanian as he stands on the throttle once again and flicks it towards the wall. And doing a sturdy job so far, puts on some big angles, slows the car down on the foot brake, goes wide now for the final outside zone, and job done. beautiful.
Very spicy, very well done. I mean, Lithuania is one of those countries where it doesn't get enough attention for how good the drivers are.
Oh, they have an incredible amount of drivers.
Oh, it's amazing seeing how many incredible drivers are coming out of here. And for Jedaminas now, just highlighting that. Very aggressive, once again committed, and that's the baseline for this track. Aggressive and committed, that is the absolute baseline just to get around here. But able to throw some style in there, tons of wheel speed and smoke. The car was quick all the way through. All the pieces of an amazing runner there. It's now just those small tweaks to make sure that you're filling the zone correctly and not just slamming through them. And I think really, if he's able to do that, if he's able to just tighten it up a little bit, bring it in a little bit, it's there. It's going to be into the 90s pretty soon. But we'll see what the judges think on this one. I know what the drivers think. They're like, yeah, all right, let's go. So. Drivers are often the biggest cheerleaders for other drivers.
Oh yeah.
When you sitting with drivers, watching other drivers, the best.
The best. Yeah, oh, yeah. They're fans.
Yeah.
Like us. They're just drift fans. They like to see cool stuff as well. So here we go, waiting for the score to drop in. As you can see, the Lithuanian flag there being waved, and all countries being represented this weekend. I've seen all manner of flags around Ferropolis as we wait for that score to drop in from our judges. What is it going to be? And it's going to be our first 90 of the day, ladies and gentlemen, as it drops in for the Lithuanian Jedaminas in that BMW E46. We go back on the line to Davan Ley from Ireland, from Waterford. Toyota GT86 LS7, 600 horsepower. And this 16-year-old young man from Waterford this weekend, making his debut here at Drift Masters in an incredible GT86. What can he do as he comes off the line? Had an impact on there. Another guy spinning the wheels of steel underneath the car as he comes off the line and through the gears. Look at this nice initiation as he puts the back bumper where it needs to be. Handbrake tracked through outside zone 1 though. The judges will have a keen eye on that as he now puts that GT86 where it needs to be. Fires through, looks for outside zone 4, times it perfectly, no slowing as he now gets onto the foot brake, working the back end of that 86 towards the wall. Nice transition coming up for outside zone 5. He puts the bumper towards the wall once again. 2 more zones to go for Davan as he puts it onto the line and across the line. Beautiful job there for the young man from Ireland.
Yeah, very precise all the way through, very calculated. You could see the corrections in the run, but what I liked is there was only one correction in between zones. Or if there was a correction in a zone where Davan was adding a bit more angle or something like that, as we see another little spin out. I wonder who's going to get the record for most rotations by the end of the weekend. But these corrections are not super forecasted. You're not seeing at any point him fighting the car or trying to do too much behind the wheel. Be in the zone, realizing, okay, I might be coming out of this zone, and really outside zone 4 really highlights it. In the zone, maybe not as deep, and there it is. Just that little bit more throttle.
Yep.
Maybe a touch of left foot brake just to bring the rear end back around. And then every other zone is similar to that, where the corrections are one correction made, it's small, it puts them back into the correct line, and then keeps going. That is how you adjust a car correctly. Ultimately, if you want to be perfect, you never adjust it once, but that's what everybody's aiming for. But I mean, there's only a handful of people who've ever done it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But yeah, solid run. Just another young Irish driver coming through the ranks, putting themselves on the map.
I was just thinking that, watching that run back, I'm thinking, there's another Irish driver. 16 years old, another one coming through the ranks. We've seen it with the likes of Conor Falvey, Conor Shanahan, and Jack Shanahan, and those names coming through, and they slowly progress, and before you know it, they're household names in drifting.
Yeah.
And I think Davan's going to be one of those guys.
It's with certain countries, I feel like you could completely hide the driver in the car and you'd still be able to tell where they're from.
Exactly.
Just based on the driving.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. We see the beautiful scenes, but the score drops in. It's going to be an 82.5 for Davan, because I think he's got work to do. But who are we to judge that at the moment? We don't even know what's going to go on. We are not judges. We go back to the start line to a young lady from Lithuania, from Vilnius indeed. It's going to be Sandra Yan Katie, as she sits on the line. This incredible BMW F22 this weekend. You see an onboard of Sandra, flicks that car in, now down she comes along, a little shallow on that outside zone though. Now she's going to have to work to find those outside zones, and she's already on the inside. It's going to be very, very hard now for Sandra to work her way into these zones, and you can see she lets the car grip up and the car just doesn't want to wash, finds the outside zone, but very, very late as she flicks the car a little early, goes to big angle, holds on to it, and it's going to come up short on that final outside zone and across the line. It's a scrappy run from Sandra.
Yeah, I mean, Janusz Katie has the opportunity to run two different vehicles here. To me, I would have gone back in the E36.
Yeah.
But you got to get out of the comfort sometimes.
Yeah.
Right?
We had a conversation about this earlier, because she's been driving 2 cars over the weekend, and they said, oh, she's going to use the F22 BMW for the later practice today. She drove the car, she must have felt a little confident in it, but I would say that the E36 BMW she's been driving previously to this, she looked way more comfortable in.
Yeah, and this is the tough part with development and learning anything new is, do you just keep sitting and using the thing that you know well, that comfort blanket, or do you step out of it and try something? Look at how locked in she is. That is so much focus in her eyes on that run. So not really collecting all those zones probably the way that she knows she can, but it'll be back to the drawing board, see what else, watch these runs, probably mute the commentary and just see what can be done to try and get a higher score on this run. So all the pieces are there, a little bit more commitment, and the hard part with a new car is you just don't want to scratch it. You don't want to wreck it. But you have to. You have to risk it. Especially here.
There's a risk or reward circuit here in Germany, and you have to risk everything to get that reward.
Yeah, you do. It's riding that fine line of perfection and complete
disaster.
Exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth, sir.
Sorry, I had to do it.
Please,
the door was open.
You did great.
Well, there we go, some more Lithuanian fans in the house waving those flags. As we wait for the score to drop in from our judges. And as we say, getting packed out here in Germany, it's going to be a full house by the time the lights go down and the lights come on the cranes and illuminate that track as we get into our final qualifiers and our qualifying showdown.
Yeah, such a unique facility that we get to be in, and I mean the campground is packed.
Yeah,
the amount of people, even just rolling in this morning, I couldn't believe how many caravans and everything else were packed out. Is wild.
And there we go, a 41, and missed nearly all of those outside zones, and judges not too impressed with that one as we go back to the start line. Some funky wheels on this GT86. It's Arveno from Ukraine, from Kiev, 2JZ 1000 horsepower GT86. There's some funky wheels. I can see you having funky wheels like that.
Yeah, I like weird wheels. That's why you and I are friends.
Wow, there we go, off the line. It's Arthur Arveno as he fires in, been looking really good in practice so far. Nice fast line as he comes down into this outside zone. 35-year-old Ukrainian now looks to put that car where it needs to be, but a little shallow on outside zone 3. Nice line into 4 though. Can he keep that commitment as he stands on the foot brake, puts the back end towards the wall, shallows up the angle. Nice job from Arveno as he flicks that car, but it's a little bit too early or too late maybe, as he didn't get that outside zone. He stands on the front, he's going to come shy on that outside zone as well.
Yeah, right out of the gate, everything looked super solid, but coming through outside zone 4, it's where it started to kind of come apart for Utter. So first outside zone looks pretty good there, back on throttle, lots of wheel speed, good tire smoke, showing that drive all the way through into outside zone 2. Things are really looking good, even outside zone 3, maybe a touch deeper, but once it makes that transition into 4, you can already see the way the car is rotating out, maybe understeering just a touch through that transition. And then right here, once he exits outside zone 4, this transition just not timed correctly and the car bites. It just immediately starts to shoot past the zone. Tough. I mean, a couple things you could do, try and grab the e-brake to slide that car over, but ultimately just not on the correct line. So any adjustment at that point might actually really wreck things for outside zone 6. So
sacrificing one outside zone to gain another, but then kind of didn't really get to outside zone 6 or 7.
Yeah.
It's a difficult one. And don't forget, the judges have put those cones out to deem where you can handbrake and where you can't slow and where you have to be on throttle. So, you know you're going to sacrifice points either way. What's worse?
Yeah.
I think that's what it's going to come down to, is what is going to be the worst mistake? Missing the zone or handbraking out of where you're allowed to handbrake, or adjusting. There we go. 70 drops in for Arveno. And we start to move it along to the usual contenders in the championship. We're going to kick it off with Teemu Pelola from Finland, the 39-year-old driver in this incredible Mercedes-Benz wagon, 830 horsepower. Not found the fortune this year, not found the luck in Drift Masters, and here a bit of redemption here at Drift Masters round 6, as you see the anti-lag popping and banging from the front of that diesel Mercedes. Stands on the throttle now, starts to find the back end, dials on the angle. Teemu Pelola looks for the outside line and seems to have had it worked out, as Pelola now gets himself into outside zone 4 full throttle. No messing around for the Finnish driver as he fires that car towards outside zone 5, and he comes up a little shallow, but a lot of overhang on the back of that wagon as he now starts to risk it. Oh, as he rubs the back end along the wall.
Yeah, it just shows you in the final outside zone that Teemu knows how to place this car.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit hesitant in a few of these zones, but that wagon has so much flex in the rear end that you could really crank things back there. So first outside zone, look at this. Gets back on throttle at the right time. You can see the moment he's on throttle.
Yeah.
There's no guessing.
There's no hiding it.
Yeah, if there's black smoke, he is definitely on throttle. And what's amazing, too, is that they have developed a system for anti-lag in diesel, which is incredible. I don't have to get into all the details.
Yeah.
It is wild that they've just developed that to make this car even more competitive and keep up with the much higher revving vehicles in this class. But look at another driver locked in. And then where are we on track? Right there, end of that. Yeah, that was the last outside zone. So he was staring that wall down whole way through. Even outside zone 4 looks really good. Maybe comes out just a bit early. And outside zone 5 not as deep. And that's the problem. You come out of 4 a bit early, you're not going to be as deep in 5. 6 looks good. And then 7, just there you go. No room to put the soccer bags in the back, or football bags in the back. Because
I was going to say, what are you talking about?
I know.
Soccer?
I forget where I am sometimes.
Well, there we go, a 78 on the board for Teemu Pelola. Whatever happens, you'll still look cool.
Always.
Always look cool.
Always. He'll be in the sauna in between runs.
He certainly will be. A lot of Finnish fans in the house this weekend. We go back on the line to the one and only Steve Baggsy Biagioni, hometown hero for me, as representing the UK this weekend. Baggsy back on the grid for the final 2 rounds of Drift Masters in this Toyota GT86 2JZ. Unfortunately, played the full season and had other commitments as he comes off the line. Incredible car, and he said, not going to risk it in practice, but he's willing to risk it all in qualifying. What can he do as he now puts the back end at GT86 where it needs to be, on the throttle, locks up the foot brake, finds the outside zone. Look at this from Baggsy, very clinical line from Steve Baggsy Biagioni as he goes for outside zone 4, and it's a nice early entry into it. Little tag on the wall there from Baggsy as he smooshes the back end of that GT86 into the wall, and another nice line into that outside zone. One more zone to come up as Baggsy risks it all across the line.
I was a little worried about him on that first outside zone. Looked a little bit hesitant from 1 to 2. I mean, off the line, just so much. He's lighting the tires up the moment he left the line. Martin, got a smoke show off the go. And that's the part that freaked me out.
Yeah.
So much speed coming out of 1. Wasn't sure if he was going to collect it for 2, but does a really good job. And then picks up the speed for the rest of this run. Transitions all look good. Outside zones all look good. Steve, this is what he was hoping for. This is what he was putting it all together. And just a very, very busy gentleman with a lot of commitments on the go. And that means he does not have a lot of time in this car. So makes it that much tougher when this is not your full-time rig that you're driving every day.
No, it certainly doesn't. And Steve been doing a lot of development work in this car and a lot of driving, and even had Jack Shanahan pilot this car on practice day in the UK. And Jack, a man that's piloted a GT86 now for a number of years, and a man that a lot of people go to for suspension setup ideas from around the paddock. And then we go, an 84 drops in for Baggsy as he gets a score on the board. And Baggsy looking more and more confident as things move on. Going to keep the action rolling as we go back to the start line. It's going to be Dave Egan. And yes, he is back in the Toyota GR Supra. Unfortunately, drove the PS13, that no-brain carbon fibre PS13 the last 2 days, and last night decided that it really wasn't cutting the mustard. He said, I need to get back into the Supra. It has everything I need. I've drove that car here before, and here he goes. It's Dave Egan now looking for a little redemption in 2025 as he puts the back end towards the wall, flicks the car into this outside zone. That's to shallow up the angle, stands on the foot brake and makes it work as Egan now works the back end of that carbon Kevlar around the wall and then looks for outside zone 5. A little shimmy there, a little shuffle as he gets on the handbrake. Now stands on the throttle and he looks for the final outside zone, and Egan gets it across the line.
This is the ultimate putting your money where your mouth is.
Yeah.
He is the ultimate representation of that. Somebody who has talked about driving, critiqued drivers for years. And now Dave has the opportunity to really show what he can do, and he does do it. This is great. It's not very often that I would say I'm super happy that Dave's back in the Supra, but it seems like the right choice. Outside zone 1 looks good. Outside zone 2 looks good. Look how flat that car is too. This track, it's pretty consistent all the way through.
We were saying this yesterday, me and you, we had a conversation. I said it's like a mill pond. It's pretty much dead flat the whole way through.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, I haven't driven it, but from observing it at ground level, it looks dead flat.
It's very flat. The track is very consistent. There are a few asphalt changes here and there, but really not a lot. So because of how complex the Supra is for all the variables that are in it, once you get it locked in, it can be very stable. In tracks that have a lot of dynamicism, a lot of different changes in surface, whether that be elevation or actual track compound, it's an incredibly difficult car to set up. But knocking on wood here, I think he's getting it. I really think he's getting it.
Do you think this is the confidence booster Dave needs to get back in the Supra once again?
He 100% needs something. This is, I can't imagine.
Well, there we go. An 86.5 drops on the board for Dave Egan. Drops himself into third place in qualifying at the moment. There'll be a sigh of relief for Dave after, like I say, a challenging year so far. A Driftmaster stepping out of the commentary booth into a car. We go back on the line to George Christoforou from Cyprus and his BMW E82 1 Series S50 Turbo, 1100 horsepower. I think the gearbox out of his car at lunchtime. Wherever I said, "Is everything good?" And he said, "Yeah, we're just having a look."
Oh, okay.
Just casually, gearbox out, just having a look. So there we go. Back in and working right now, though, as Christoforou fires that car down towards the wall. Dabs a handbrake after that zone. It's deep, and it does affect him as he tags the wheel off the wall. Now Christoforou going to have to try and work to get himself back into this one. As track temperatures have said it, I think they're dropping now. I think the grip on the circuit is starting to loosen up. I think things aren't as grippy as what they were at midday. And you can see that playing into the hands as he's washing wide once again, but makes it work.
Yeah, if you see a driver coming through outside zone 1 and it feels like they might have a bit too much speed, it's a pretty good chance they have too much speed. And then when those rear wheels cross over that boundary line, it's going to be wall time. That's just how this lays out.
Well, I think the thing to take into consideration here is there is zero runoff. You can see it there, that small triangle on all of the corners. There's a lot of marbles in there as well. Yeah. Our road sweeper has been out between the break between practice and qualifying and swept the track, but there's only so far he can get. And now cars are going back out on circuit. Then marbles are starting to appear again. I think he went wide, got on those marbles, and I think that was it. He lost traction.
Well, and depending on when you get back on throttle, George was a bit late getting on throttle. Comes through outside zone 1 and just doesn't get the grip back in the car by getting the wheels spinning again. And that, to me, is why it ends up floating out. And it's a shame, too, because there's a lot of good parts to this run where you can tell he knows what he's doing, you can tell he's getting more in it, and that, you know, that situation, you got to give your head a bit of a shake and get back on it. So
exactly that. Well, there we go, a 68.5, and that'll be that contact with the wall outside zone 2 that would have knocked his score down. And don't forget, this is George Christoforou's first year at Driftmasters, so a lot to be learned. We go back on the line to Yves Meyer from Switzerland, his Toyota GR Supra, 1,080 horsepower, sorry, and a B58 on the standard engine.
So many numbers.
So many numbers, so many things to consider. All I know is this is a beautiful A90 Supra, and Yves Meyer is a very nice young man. What can he do, though, behind the wheel of the car? Because he's a demon when he gets into it. And now Yves Meyer finding that form, starting to look strong in 2025. A good qualifying driver now, but what can he do as he puts it back into that Supra towards wall? Full carbon Kevlar underneath that beautiful blue wrap as he flicks it to outside zone 5, and Yves Meyer is on an absolute ripper right now. Look at this on outside zone 6, lovely line as Yves Meyer fires the back end towards the wall and across the line.
The throttle was so consistent in that
It
run.
was like he didn't lift.
I know, and we can hear it through our window, and we can feel it in this booth. We are right next to where the track is, and yeah, Yves Meyer, once he gets on it, once he lights off, that throttle is basically glued to the floor. Riga was a huge event for him. We really started to see things come together. Yeah. The driver that you and I have both seen drive for a number of years started to show up again. And that's Yves Meyer that can be so dangerous to so many other drivers because he can be incredibly precise throughout an entire run. But this looked like fun. This looked enjoyable. Just absolutely cranking the throttle. Had it planted and then just used his left foot on the brake to just adjust the car all the way through. I don't know if there was any really big handbrake pulls through that whole thing, but look at this. On throttle, is that a full, maybe a touch V-brake there?
I wonder if he just slightly lifted.
Maybe. It was it's tough to say. Maybe we'll catch the in-car later.
Well, there we go, an 89 for Yves Meyer. And a good score. He drops him into second position at the moment. So we keep the action going. We go back on the start line to a man who won the event here last year under the Iron Drift King umbrella, and it's Clint Van Arsdale from the Netherlands. This is an S14 2JZ, 900 horsepower. This man struggling in qualifying all year, saying that can't just get things out of his head, and he said he feels better this weekend. Looks like he's more in the zone. Likes the track, likes the zone, likes to be on the walls. And here comes Clint Van Arsdale as he puts the back end of that yellow S14 where it needs to be. Nice line into the outside zone. Look at that. Tickles the wall the whole way around so far as Clint Van Arsdale just rubs the bumper along the wall. Once again, Clint Van Arsdale feeling strong, feeling confident. Dials on the angle, foot flat to the floor, across the line from the Dutch driver.
This is absolutely breakout for Clint Van Arsdale. You can see the smile in the helmet already. This is the driver who's had maybe the most amount of laps here. I mean, he has put down a serious amount of time here, especially last year. It was a very, very long event. But Clint Van Arsdale, look at just locked in, committed, and his timing is really what gets me through this. Yeah. It's driving under instinct. That's not a driver that's thinking a lot. They're just driving the car. They've turned off their brain, and they're just putting it down. Clint overthinks so much when he is driving. That has been the struggle. Whether it's fear or concern or something going on in between the ears, it's always like there's something else on his mind other than driving.
Yeah, 100%.
This looks like he's just driving.
Well, I spoke to him after qualifying in Riga, and he was so down and dejected, and he said, I just don't know what's going on. I just can't get out of my head, what I'm thinking about. And I went over and see him earlier before qualifying, before we kicked off the show. He said to me, look, I'm feeling good today. And he said, but, tomorrow, 91 for Clint Van Arsdale as he tops qualifying at the moment. And he started talking about tomorrow, and I said, Clint, you haven't even done qualifying yet. Let's just take it one run at a time. And his spotter, Olaf, said, you're right, one run at a time. And there we go. Well, if we go back on the line, we go Diogo Correa from Portugal, BMW E92. Mercedes-Benz M104 and lifted on 1,000 horsepower. Heartbreak again for Diogo Correa this season. Touch wood so far this weekend. All been going well in the car, but what can he do right now as the Portuguese driver puts the back end of E92 BMW towards the wall? And we know Correa's good, but how good is he? He holds on to it as Correa flirting with danger and flirting with the immovable concrete walls here in Germany as Correa now finds the back end squished into the wall, flicks it to outside zone 5. It's a nice line for Correa towards outside zone 6. One run, one last outside zone to go, and across the line and a very fast run.
Very, very fast run there. That was great. Oh man, somebody who's been just battling some crazy things going on with the car all season. Just everything is now coming together. Looked really, really solid in practice. Look at this. Kind of locks up all 4 brakes to get that car to float out, and is able to save it. Able to save it all the way on the left foot brake. That car leaning over, using that weight transfer. So if you see that front wheel lock up, especially if there's not a ton of smoke, you can kind of tell how much the car is rolling over. The suspension's going to be a little bit softer. Some drivers really like that. They love to feel the car transition from one side to the other. They want to know when the car is loading up and when it's going to transfer back over. And some drivers, it works really well. Some it doesn't. For Correa, worked great. He knew when the car was going to let go. He knew when that rebound was going to kick in. And look at these transitions. They're not overly snappy, but they're precise. Puts him right to where he needs to be. And there's not a big correction afterwards, like the car's doing something it shouldn't have.
And there we go, 77.5. Judges not liking it. I'll tell you what, that will be the wander of that outside zone 2 into 3 as Diogo Correa getting the job done. And we go back on the line to Fion Roach. From Ireland, from Mallow, Toyota GTA 6.2 JZ 975 horsepower. This young man had problems with the car last night in night practice, but the team got it fixed and back out ready to rock and roll. As Fion Roach comes off the line, fires through the gears, looks down towards the wall and gets it dialed in on the handbrake for quite a long time. Though slows that car down now, picks up the throttle on the foot brake as he pushes the back end, that GT86 in towards those zones. Looks for 4, you can see him slowing that car down, but gets it done before he gets into outside zone 4. Now works that throttle, works the steering as he flicks it towards outside zone 5, comes up a little shallow. It'll be forgiven a little bit by the judges for the shortness of a GT86 towards the wall and across the line.
Yeah, not crazy fast.
No.
Which I'm okay with. Fion Roach, he's not that it hasn't been the year he's wanted or the year he's deserved in a lot of ways, like just not able to get these moments together to really bring everything in. Same thing in Riga, a big breakthrough moment for him. Came out, drove really well, and for me, pulling a bit of that speed back, slowing things down, being able to breathe in that run, and really just be able to place the car worked a lot better in this case. Fion Roach of earlier this year would just drive it at full speed all the way through, try and get through that run, and you could see it. This was much smoother than a lot of his runs previous in this season.
It certainly was, yeah, and I think Fion is just getting himself dialed in. I think he's getting used to being a Drift Masters, being in the moment, and Fion Roach there, an 85.5 on his first qualifying run.
Yeah, I think he's going to be happy with that. I know he's going to want to push to 90.
He'll want 99.
Yeah.
We go back on the line. It's going to be Espen Road. Espen Road from Norway. BMW E46, 50 turbo, 1,000 horsepower. I haven't seen a lot of this guy so far this weekend in practice, so I'm intrigued to see how he gets on. Nice initiation as Espen Road now fires down that first outside zone, picks up the throttle nice and early, stands on it, now works his way on the foot brake, see him front wheel locked up, pushing the back end of that BMW into those outside zones, stalled up on transition, but makes it work now. Espen Road works his way around outside zone 4, looks for 5 and a nice flick on the throttle. You see the clutch kick there as he picks up the throttle, lights out the tyres, and he looks for a final outside zone across the line.
That was a jarring clutch kick.
That was a big clutch kick.
Big one. I think he lifted his knee to his chin to slam that clutch kick in. That was big. The whole car shuttered on that one. Yeah, for Espen Road, I did get a chance to chat with him a little early on. I said, how things going? He kind of gave me that, I said, it's getting better though, right? He's like, every run. I'm like, that's all I want to hear, man. So, and this is showing that, and especially if he continues to get better, it's all going to come together. Just some of that hesitation, some of that worry as he goes into these zones with the left foot brake to try and get that car settled out. Outside zone 4 looked good. You can see that back brake light turn on. Great indication that they're on the foot brake, trying to slow that car, get at least the back end to come back around. But yeah, a big old clutch kick in there. The whole car shuddered. Hopefully the drive line is all good in the M50, but that's yeah, the whole drive shaft, the diff, everything's going to feel that one.
Oh, you can see it here on the transition. Watch this, ready as the car stalls up ready.
I think it's just before there.
Yeah. Car. He was aggressive with that.
Hey, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Norwegians are normally very quiet until they start driving, and then they can be quite loud and aggressive.
Then they come alive.
Yes, yeah.
And there we go, some Norwegian fans in the house here this weekend. A 92.5 for Espen Road. And the big scores already starting to creep in to our first round of qualifying scores. We go back on the line to Dwayne McKver and these incredible carbon Kevlar Nissan 200 or 180 SX, sorry, RB28 underneath the 1,000 horsepower. McKver having misfortune in Riga with a snap dry sub belt, put himself out of the show. They worked out what the issue was. They worked overnight tirelessly to get that car back out of grid. Got some practice runs today. Now feeling confident is Dwayne McKver as he stands on the floor, unleashes 1,000 horsepower, tickles the back bumper along the wall, unhinges it as he now flexes it along the wall as McKver, a man aggressive. Oh, and it shuts down.
Oh, man.
Wow. And look at the... And you can see the dejection in the face of Dwayne McKver.
This is somebody who drove, I mean, into other countries, met a team halfway from Poland to get parts, to get back out here, only had a couple of runs. Let's see if we can tell what's going on here. Everything looks so solid for Dwayne, though. That's the gut-wrenching part, and are we gonna see the moment? There it is, he stares at the dash, big red indicator comes on, and he knows that's it.
Yeah, and no, we're going to try and get some confirmation, and you can see Dwayne stopped on circuit.
Yeah.
Not sure what it was, and it was an absolute flyer up until that point.
Sometimes you can see a belt come out from underneath the car, something along those lines. This is, for a driver that's gone through this much, it's pretty common.
I mean, you know, my fear is, I wonder how much Dwayne McKver can go through as a driver. Like, how much heartbreak can someone go through?
Yeah, for somebody who's missed out on a championship very narrowly on a number of occasions. Yeah, he's, as we say, always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah.
It's rough, but...
and this year, you know, coming back to Drift Masters this year, you know, there was always concerns that Dwayne wouldn't be able to fulfill another full season of Drift Masters, and comes back this year and he says, look, I've got a new plan, a new project, a new package, and a whole new deal. As you can see him down there on the dry sun belt, and I wonder if that's... I wonder if he's lost another dry sun belt again.
Yeah, I really hope that's not the case.
Well, those digital dashes, when they flash up red, normally that's a warning indicator of, you know, oil pressure, oil temperature, water temps, boost cut, you know. Yeah. I wonder if that was another oil issue and that shut the car down.
Yeah, man, there's some, it's just tough. I remember an interesting fact that came up a while ago that he hadn't lost a battle heads up in 4 years. It was all mechanical losses.
Yep.
So just a rough go here for Dwayne, who's he's very composed. Look, he even wants to help tow. He's just like, let's just get this off track. I want to get it back to the pits, and we'll figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I wonder if Dwayne knows it's an easy fix potentially, and he could get back out for the second run if he gets enough time to get back. He's halfway through qualifying, so he has enough time, you know, to try and get that car repaired and get back out for the second qualifying run, and no doubt there'll be a whole host of Irish mechanics over in that paddock trying to help Dwayne out, trying to get him back out for that second qualifying run.
Yeah, really interested to find out what all went down with Dwayne. It's just heartbreaking. We know how incredible of a driver he is, and what he's been able to do in his career, and just comes down to usually these very, very small parts that, you know, just go out.
I think the heartbreaking thing is that it's been a whole season like that for Dwayne.
Yeah, but you've got it. I mean, I wouldn't say every driver's gone through it, but a lot of drivers, a lot of champions have had years like that, where mechanical or strange mistakes or weird events are just getting paired up against the biggest names in the game on top 32. There's so many drivers that just, for whatever reason, you know, get paired up against absolute sluggers. And that's all that, you know, that's their season.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, imagine facing James or Piotr or Connor or Jack every single round.
top 32.
Exactly. And you're like, I could beat so many other people, but I lose to the guy who wins the event. Which is, if you're gonna lose to the guy that won the event. But for Dwayne right now, he's just not winning on the mechanical front.
No, he certainly isn't. So there we go. We're going to get Dwayne McKver recovered off circuit of what could have been an absolute stormer of a first qualifying run, and we get that car recovered. And fingers crossed, we get to see Dwayne back out for a second qualifying run. We go back on the line to Jakub Kroll from Poland. The 200X S14.9 full carbon Kevlar 2JZ car, 920 horsepower. As he slams that car into gear, the Polishman's been looking strong. He's got the neon lights on as the light now starts to fade in Germany. Won't be long, we'll be turning the lights on the track as he fires down, and Jakub Kroll looking good this weekend, feeling confident. Look at that on the throttle, nice and early, opens up the throttle, kicks the clutch, finds the wall. Now Jakub Kroll starts to get himself into that comfort zone, slows the car down, but now works his way in and onto the wall on outside zone 4. A little dab with the left foot brake as he flicks the car into outside zone 5. Oh, tickles the wall, beautiful stuff from the Polishman as he picks up outside zone 6 and 7 on the wall across the line.
He is getting it dialed. This is going to be a very scary Jakub Kroll. That is nuts. If that's your first qualifying run, I'm already excited for the second one. Right out of the gate, right off the launch. I mean, using the e-brake through that zone, judges are allowing that decel even through outside zone 1. They understand how fast these cars are getting. They're getting the fastest one right now, 113 kilometers an hour at entry. Highway speeds is what they're getting to before they throw this car sideways.
Towards a wall that doesn't move.
Exactly. I don't even like driving at that speed next to a wall that doesn't move, let alone doing it completely sideways in a drift car. But yeah, Jakub Kroll though, man, this is locked in all the way through. Sun setting, now they got to start dealing with the sun glaring in their eyes. That's a whole other problem that they're having to deal with. Coming through outside zone 4, catch a little bit of that glare, but Jakub Kroll completely dialed all the way through. That transition and getting the car out to the wall that way, there is a correction in there, but he does it so quickly and so smoothly that it just looks like the car was always meant to be in that spot. So Jakub Kroll, I mean, great job, and yeah, I'm very excited to see what he's able to put out for the rest of this weekend.
There we go, a 92.5, another 92.5 drops in to the scoreboard, puts him in second position at the moment. We move it along back to the start line to Kevin Pascoli from Hungary, BMW E92 LSX supercharged 1,020 horsepower. Not looking that good this weekend, if I may say myself, from my opinion. Yeah, I'm not feeling Kevin Pascoli's in the zone. We'll see right now as he comes off the line through the gears. BMW E92 screams down as he puts the car right up against the wall on the throttle nice and early. Kevin Pascoli going to prove me wrong right now and slam out a 98-point run as he puts the car onto the wall. Both of those outside zones. Pascoli into that zone nice and early. Flexes the carbon Kevlar on the back of this BMW as he now looks for outside zone 5, looks for the transition, gets it done perfectly as Pascoli absolutely proving me wrong. He's listening to every word I say across the line.
Turns out the announcer's curse can work both ways.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to start doing that. When they're on the line?
Opening the run, be like, yeah, they're going to drive terrible, and then they bust out something like that. That was a solid run there from Piscotti. Just right off the bat, everything looks good. Does have the one correction through outside zone 4 where it just looked like he might have pulled himself into the wall just a little bit and has to get that car pushed a little bit right. I think it's right around here. There it is. Just looked like he would have kind of pushed into the wall just a bit, but Piscotti, great correction. Left foot braking through that. Looks really good. Maybe a touch more angle. I'm just being picky at this point because it's such a solid run. But yeah, I mean, Piscotti made you eat your words on that one.
Hey, listen, if it works for everyone, I'll do it for every driver. You know, I'll take a side hustle. An 87.5. Judge is not liking it as much as me and you, Jacob, that's for sure. And there we go, scores in. And our queen of the paddock is down in the paddock. It's Becky Evans with Mika Keski-Korpi.
Yes, guys, I'm just having a little bit of a catch-up with some of our drivers before they head into their qualifying run. And Mika, I'm just looking at your car here, and I see you've made a bit of a modification. Your windows have been taken out. Can you tell us why that is?
Yeah, actually, yesterday when we was driving, I can see my intake, like the temperature inside the car, and it was 60.4 yesterday. And I think that's quite too hot, even if I'm kind of used to the sauna in Finland, but still it's too hot. So. Yeah. That's why I decided to take the front windows away, and now it's a little bit better.
60.4, that's a brain cooker, absolutely. But let's talk about right now. I mean, the track temperatures are starting to lower, which means you're going to have a bit more grip out there. So how do you adjust your driving style to work with the conditions?
Yeah, actually, yesterday's night practice was very good for us. We didn't know that the grip level actually goes so much more during the evening, because normally it's that if the track is warmer, then it's more grippier. But here it's opposite, and it's very different for us. And now I'm a little bit not that grip setup, so hopefully it will work for us.
Brilliant, Mika. Well, good luck in your qualifying run. There you have it, guys. It's cooking out here.
Thank you very much, Becky, and doing a good job as always. And yeah, again, proven wrong. When it gets cooler in Germany, it gets grippier. Does it make sense? No,
I mean,
but hey, there we go. David Spossop sits on the line from Poland. Nissan Silvia S15 2JZ 950 horsepower. Fan favourite car. Looks like a Japanese street car, but drives like a pro car. Look at this big initiation from Spossop as he fires that car down into that first outside zone. Little stall up there, little check up now onto the foot brake as he opens up the throttle, stands on it as he puts the back end towards the wall, doesn't want to scratch that glorious purple paint on the side or the back bumper of that S15 as he now works his way around outside zone 4. Spossop slows that car down, now lets it go, uncoils it as he fires it into outside zone 5, looks for 6 and a nice line. Final outside zone coming up. Oh, and a little check-up. Avoids the wall and across the line.
So much wheel speed through that run.
Yeah.
Just a ton of smoke being fired out. And, yeah, for Spossop, just solid. It's going to be a long night of us talking real big about these drivers because of how high the bar is all the way through. There is going to be so many incredible runs throughout this entire thing, and what it's going to come down to are the drivers that are as close to perfection, and those are the ones that are going to end up topping qualifying. When it's just all these outside zones, when it's all these, basically small sections other than outside zone 4, the drivers really can start to dial things in and get that line figured out. The track is designed incredibly well to allow for this. Spossop just demonstrating that. Look at just kissing the wall. That's what the judges. I think that was the exact word. Was kissing the wall.
Kissing the wall. Yeah.
Yeah. All the way through these zones for Spossop. I mean, for a good chunk of them, that's exactly what he was doing. So it's going to be the difference though between a good chunk of them kissing the wall and kissing the wall the entire way around the track. That is the difference between somebody who's going to be maybe high 80s, maybe 90, and somebody who's 98, 99. Maybe 100? Do you think we'll see 100?
I don't know.
I know. The judges are not fans of handing out 100s.
They're not, no.
I know. I get it.
There we go, an 86.5 drops in, and David Kalash has come over the radio and said to me, too much left foot braking, so that's something to take into consideration. We've been talking about the left foot braking, now that's another factor. Too much left foot braking is deducting the guys on points. Right, here we go, back on the line. It's going to be the one and only Japanese legend, Nakamura sits on the line. It's incredible. Toyota GR86 2JZ, 900 horsepower, comes off the line, flicks it left to right. Nice initiation for Nakamura. Flames are up from the back of the GR86 as he stands on the throttle. Left foot brake once again. That's something to be considered right now that me and Jacob were thinking was maybe a good thing to do for these guys, but obviously not. Nice little dab of the handbrake, sets himself up for outside zone 4 as he stands on the accelerator. You can see the tail lights shining off the wall now as the sun sets in Germany. Back on the throttle once again in outside zone 6 and 7 coming up as he puts it right to the edge of the circuit and across the line.
Well, really, I left foot brake is a correction.
It is really.
That is showing you're not in the correct spot, but we'll keep that in mind as we continue to push through this broadcast. But for Nakamura, to me, this is a track that he's very well suited for. If anything, he'd probably want to just throw even more angle through a lot of it. But you can see there, I mean, those are the corrections. That left foot brake, you can see how that car is adjusting and how it's slowing down. So the judge is talking about, hey, left foot braking, it's going to slow the car. It's not going to throw as much angle at the car, or it's showing that you are correcting for that angle. For Nakamura, I think he is holding things back here. I'd like to see him just go full fling all the way at it, big snappy transitions. So maybe it's that little bit of strategy of throwing something decent on the board, hoping it gets you in the show or close to the show, and then be able to throw something bigger on your second run. Not sure, though.
No.
My Japanese is a little bit rusty, so I don't know
Yours
if I can ask him. Yeah, and by rusty, I mean non-existent.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
The last time I asked you to get some sushi from him, you said I can't say a word.
No.
Here we go, an 83 drops in for Nakamura, and judges not liking it. And Now we're starting to learn what the judges are looking at, what their eyes are cast on, and let's say most of this is left foot braking, position in the car. There's a lot to go in. We said this at the beginning of the broadcast. This is going to be very, very tight on scoring. The judges are looking for finer details. The Lithuanian Benediktas Čerba from Vilnius, BMW U92 2JZ, 850 horsepower, big, fast initiation, flicks the tailgate up as Čerba stands on the foot brake, looks out the side window for the wall, tries to find those outside zones. Another little tag off the wall for Benediktas Čerba as he now gets into outside zone 4. Dabs the foot brake, look at him working the foot brake, pushing the back end in towards the wall, but not on it consistently. As Čerba goes for that outside zone 5, picks up 6, looks for the final outside zone. Čerba right to the edge of the circuit and across the line.
Yeah, aggressive, just another aggressive driver. I mean, the Lithuanian really setting everything on the map, showing what the country can do. Just another driver coming out of there who's just pushing the pace, and my fans loving it. A packed house here. It's going to be even busier tomorrow. I have no idea where people are going to sit, but look at this. As we come through, you can see some of those adjustments with the wheel, what he's doing. So comes off a little bit and has to make a correction with that left foot brake once again. And in that shot actually really shows how much it does slow the car down and how that affects the pace of the vehicle. But for Čerba, what he wants to do and what he's trying to do through this entire run is completely destroy the back end of the car. That seems to be what he's aiming for. Grind off that wrap, grind off any paint, any filler, anything that's left back there, and hopefully it's just a bit of bar scraped down at the very end of it. And for Čerba, gets it through a lot of those zones, maybe not through all of them, but as we now know after chatting with the judges, they are very much scrutinizing that left foot brake, and that's something that you can all watch for at home.
And there we go, an 85.5 drops in for Benediktas Čerba. The Lithuanian will be happy with his first qualifying run, that's for sure. We go back on the line to Mika Keskikorpi from Finland. BMW F22 Eurofire S58 underneath the bonnet, 900 horsepower. Opts in for the red-orange tint on the visor this weekend. Yeah, interesting flex. As he comes off the line, the young man doing good things in Drift Masters in the 2025 season. New car, same chassis as 2024, but redefined and fine-tuned what he did before, and now looking very, very good. As Mika Keskikorpi, look at that, one line into outside zone 4 as he now opens up the throttle, puts the back end where it needs to be, flicks the car across the circuit, just touches the wall as Mika Keskikorpi goes for those outside zones, and this Finnish driver is on an absolute flyer.
Yeah, and we keep talking about left foot braking, but using it very sparingly through that run. Just small adjustments here and there, and at no point really was holding on to it for a long period of time. So driver with, I would vote for the best hair in competition right now. I don't know. That's open too.
I wouldn't get into that.
I will let you think about that a little bit
more.
There's
a lot of Finnish guys with some strong mullets.
It's just okay. But for classic hairstyles, Mika Keskikorpi, I definitely think takes it home. Outside zone 4 looks really good. A little bit of wobbling there on that front wheel. That's interesting. Definitely be checking that out with his team. But any of those left foot brakes, they're very short. You can see it. Just quick little dab at the left foot brake. They're not holding on. He's not holding on to it at any point. And that, if you're going to have to use it, that is a much better way to use it. Great run, great driver, amazing personality.
And a really nice young guy.
If you come to these events, he is a driver that will continue to talk to you until you decide to leave the pits. Great guy.
Well, there we go, and it proves it. 93.5 for Mika Keskikorpi. Gets himself right up there in the order and takes first place at the moment. And that young Finnish driver getting stronger and stronger at Drift Masters, and I can see a future champion in there with that glorious hair. We go back onto the line to Jason Benet, the man from France, from Lyon, and Subaru BRZ 2JZ underneath the bonnet, 950 horsepower. A pick, a favourite pick of mine for 2025. Hasn't really made a move in the championship, but is his rookie year here at Drift Masters. What can he do here, though, in Germany as he fires down that 950 horsepower 2JZ, starts to sing, but he's a little shallow on those outside zones as Benet now using the foot brake to work his way into the zones, keeping it off the wall, maybe not flirting with too much danger on the first qualifying run as Jason Benet flicks the car for outside zone 5 and once again sacrificing the little line, keeping the back end safe but away from the walls and gets the job done across the line.
This is going to be the struggle for a lot of these 8.6s, the Supra, all of the cars that don't have a lot of overhang in the rear, is you really have to commit to all these. When we get in, there's a few other cars here with a big old back end where they're going to have a slight advantage with that. But for Jason Benet, I mean, if this car had another, half a meter off the back of it, this would be an absolutely phenomenal run. But the judges have to judge it in this way. And for me, I mean, Jason Benet does a really good job throughout the whole thing, just, you know, not deep enough through those zones to really, really do it. And for the actual judging side, fun fact, they actually have the judging books now up on the Driftmasters website. You can take a look at it to really understand, especially when it comes to line, how the judges are putting it in. The way that the point system works now for line is you actually have to be on the back half of that zone. You have to be closer to the wall from the midpoint, and anything further than that, you start to get deducted line points, and that goes all the way up to -10 if you completely miss the zone.
Well, there we go, 78.5 dropping in, and yeah, as Jacob said, if you're sitting at home and you want to be an armchair judge for the weekend, go online to Driftmasters website, check out the full rule book and the judging criteria, and you can agree or disagree with the judges. And there we go, Juha points a Laxo on the line, slaps that car into gear, and a refreshment zip tied to the handbrake, because if you can't have enough refreshments this weekend, off the line he comes over, the Finnish driver in this incredible BMW E92. 900 horsepower, 2JZ, 3.5 stroke, nice line so far. The boy Talaxo, as he now puts that car in, needs to be a little slow down, but works his way in. You see not much of the tail light left after this weekend's proceedings so far, as he now puts it into outside turn 5, comes up a little shallow, but nevertheless doesn't want to risk too much, doesn't want to flirt with the zero, as he puts it on the wall across the line.
We saw something similar to this in Riga, where a little bit cautious from that first run.
I think that taking 5% away kind of gets you in the zone, but you get a score, but you're not risking anything.
Yeah, but at this event and how high these scores end up going, I don't know if it's really the best way to do it. It's also, you want to make sure you don't completely bin that car. I mean, I will say, Juha Putelexo has a great team. They could rebuild this whole thing over the break and still have enough time to hit up the sauna. They're an incredible group of people, but I would just love to see Juha go just a bit harder. Just push a little bit more. Try, you know, snappier transition, a bit more angle, every little bit. That 5%, as you said, I want to see Juha go that little bit further, because he can do it. The run is smooth, the run is precise. It's just not aggressive enough, right? There's no real big corrections through this.
No.
There's no point where it looks like he's trying to work the car back to what it is. It's just, let's pick up another 20 centimeters everywhere on this run, and that's a high 90s. So that's how I'm seeing this at this point. Yeah, I think yeah.
86.5, there we go.
I mean, look at maybe style a little bit more.
Style, I think it was a style more than anything.
Okay.
I think the style was a little bit lacking from it. Talking of style, we go to a line to a man that's got tons of it. Eren Nilsen now from Norway sits on the line. This incredible Toyota Sora 2JZ, 950 horsepower. And the Norwegian has bagged loads of style. We know these Nordic drivers have it in a fortune. Here we go, he's already on a big early initiation. And look at this, anti-lag popping. As Eren Nilsen now opens up the throttle, puts the back end towards the wall, dabs the foot brake, but not consistently on it. As he now flicks it across the circuit. Look at that little, not even a little slow down, just lift off the throttle as he works his way around outside zone 4, slows the car down. Flicks, but he's gone too early and he's pushed him away from the wall. As Eren Nilsen now tries to recover some of that by pushing the car right to the edge of the circuit across the line.
Ulan was the driver I was hoping. Yeah, you can see the head shake there.
Yeah.
Because of the overhang on the Sora, you've got to use that to your advantage here.
Yeah.
You can get so much further into the wall. You can really, you know, play with your distance to the wall a lot more without being bitten. And for me, Ulan just never does that. Outside zone 2, maybe, but look at, like, you can even tell from that in-car, it doesn't look close to, like, you gotta be on it. You've gotta be able to reach out and almost touch it. And that car, you can do that with because of that overhang. And for Uran, I get the head shake there because it's just not the run he wanted to put together. Snappy in those transitions, you know, I do like the small left foot brake adjustments here and there, but really, it's just, you gotta go hard. You gotta go harder into the wall. That's it. That's it. You can. That car, you can do it. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, if I get the time, I'll run out there and grab a hammer, bang the fender out for you. But just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I looked around that car yesterday and it was already in a bad way.
I mean,
it's been
he's
used.
found a few walls.
It's been used.
Yeah,
this
him
year.
and Clint Van Arsdale.
Yeah, there we go. An 87 drops in for Eren Nilsen, and yeah, work to be done. The head shake, as you said, Jacob, kind of says to you that he wasn't really feeling that run, and maybe a chance to go back to the pits, reset, and come again. We go back on the line to Jakub Puszkowski from Poland, from Warsaw. We'll be heading in just a few weeks' time for the final. Again, Narodoway, Toyota GR86, B58, 900 horsepower, slams through the gears. Red Bull driver now puts that car where it needs to be. Look at that nice fast initiation. Little wobble though after the handbrake. Has to dab the foot brake and adjust. And that's a little scrappy for Brzezinski now as he works his way into these zones. Into the transition. He's very wide and he keeps it clean. Brzezinski now on the brake. The man has done it all. Dakar, bikes, everything, you name it. He's got trophies for every single form of motorsport. As Brzezinski now looks to that final outside zone, but he's welded on the foot brake and the judges won't like that, and you see what it done to that final outside zone.
Yeah, it feels very, very safe.
Yeah.
And too safe in a lot of ways for Jakob. Like, just even coming into that initiation, you can already tell a little bit worried about getting into the wall, a little bit hesitation. Everything in the world coming through the first part. Just absolutely launches it. Bits of tire flying everywhere. Doesn't quite get to the initiation point the way the driver or judges were looking for, but even as we get into the second outside zone, can see some of his footwork here. Look at that left foot. Just, I mean, hovering it in a lot of cases, but then back on it to try and keep that car adjusted and really slows things down. There are the taillights. You see him kind of on and off with it all the way through. It was smooth in angle, but not smooth in speed. I mean, I could pull up the Wally system here and really see what those adjustments end up looking like. But yeah, for Kuba, this is just it's not as aggressive as we've come to know with his driving. His
usual driving style, he's aggressive, fast, but very, very smooth and consistent, and didn't look the usual Kuba Brzezinski, so not sure what was going on there, but nevertheless, it'll be the first run done for Jakob Brzezinski as he crosses the line. And we wait that score to drop in for our judges.
Fans agree.
And there we go, an 88 dead on the board for Brzezinski, and work to be done for the second qualifying runs. And we've hyped up the qualifying scores. They've not come to fruition yet.
We got some big swingers coming up. Juha Rintanen being one of them.
He certainly is. The Finnish driver now in this Toyota GR86 punches a steering wheel. Tradition for him, 2JZ, 1,002 horsepower. And that too makes a big difference as he fires off the line through the gears. Tail lights flashing as he comes down for initiation. Gets it done nicely as Rintanen now owns up the throttle, likes to put that GR86 right where it needs to be. Nice transition back, looks for outside zone 4 on the throttle, nice and early, very nice and tidy from Rintanen as he's in deep on outside zone 4. Nice transition back, very close to the wall from Rintanen, right to the edge of the circuit for 6. Looks for that final outside zone, collects it and across the line. Yeah, that was a solid run there from Juha Rintanen. The initiation I can't wait to go back and look for, because it almost seemed like a two-stage at one point. Now, maybe that was just the way that I had caught it, but it's like he tried to get the car initiated, so right here, and then another one right before the zone. So lit off nice and early, but then has to grab the e-brake to really get the car out. Bit of hesitation through the second outside zone, and then after that, it's just all finish aggression through the rest of it. Just out to the wall. The transition from 4 to 5 was so calculated. Coming through there, dialing in more angle, lines it up so well. Very smooth out to 5, and then a great line from 6 into 7. So beginning of the zone, or beginning of this run, a little more hesitation than we're used to out of Juha. Rest of this run though, gets the flow down, gets locked in, completely dialed. So maybe the initiation didn't go the way he wanted it to, and then he was fighting it after that. Yeah, I think I'm going to go back to what Mika Keski-Korpi said about it getting cooler and the track getting grippier, which I thought would have been the complete opposite. Look at that. Big red sign. Well, here we go, a 93 on the board, and another Finnish driver up there in the scores as Juha Rintanen joins his Finnish fellow countryman up into the top 2. We go back on the line to another Finnish driver, Joko Jula, Toyota Chaser, JZX 100, 2JZ 900 horsepower, to give him the nod. Rookie season in Drift Masters for 2025, looking good so far. Chaser Drift team come off the lines, he fires through the gears, a beautiful Chaser X100, puts it down, big angle, big speed, and a very big car, plenty of room to get onto the wall. Joko Jula now fails to get there, and he's going to lose outside zone 3, and this is very uncharacteristic, and he shut it down. Something's wrong, yeah. As soon as he came off the line, something felt wrong. Man, that's a tough. That was another, I mean, this is the driver with probably the most overhand from the rear. Yeah. So the most to be able to use in this run, but even at the run-up, it didn't quite seem right. Let's see. As we go through here, yeah, just right there. Yeah, if something kind of wobbled, it shut down, maybe a broken drive shaft, or I was thinking even like a boost pipe or something like that. Something like that. Pipe. Well, the judges just come over the headset to me, Jacob, and said they were looking forward to his runs because he was the best in practice. Wow. Maybe not the best in qualifying, that's for sure. No, not yet. Anyway, hey. Ooh, I know. I'm getting ahead of myself. Well, we made it official. It is going to be a 0 for Jarkko Euler, unfortunately, work to be done for that team. They'll be back up there trying to work it out. We'll go back on the line to this young man from the Czech Republic, Marko Zakaril, in BMW F22 M2, but now with a Volkswagen 2-litre turbo. I'm a massive fan of this. Huge. If you hadn't worked it out, massive fan.
We got to poke around a little bit too, so
yep.
we got to get very nerdy about how that engine's built, and it is incredible what they've done.
Yeah, detuned it this weekend to 650 horsepower, 700 newton meters of torque, and says it's absolutely perfect, and he's been ripping all weekend. What can he do right now as the Czech driver fires down, goes for that nice wide initiation, tries to put the car where it needs to be. Judge is not looking too impressed so far, yeah, and you can see why. It's come up short on outside zone 3, fires now into outside zone 4, puts a back bumper where it needs to be. This young man was in the final 4 many moons ago here in Germany and unable to replicate that so far. Once he gets it across the line, we'll see what the judges think.
Beautiful sound though.
Beautiful sound,
just
yeah.
Such
very
a great,
unique.
Yeah, it's not quite as like Bumblebee-ish as a rotary, but it is very close.
Very close, yeah.
Very close. So, yeah, anything unique, anything different, immediately big fan of.
I think there's some Czech fans.
At least 2. I think I saw at least 2.
Wow.
But yeah, right off the bat, Marko Zakaril, just maybe not the way he was hoping to get through this track. And what I mean by that is, as Ian alluded to, has done very well here in the past, so you kind of expect the qualifying to go quite well. Is that worried? That seems worried. Maybe that's how he looks when he's driving, but some drivers completely locked in. He's got that hover hand over the e-brake, not sure if he needs to pull it, as makes his way through outside zone 4, and there's that left foot brake. You can really tell how much it ends up holding the car back. Interesting hand placement. I mean, some drivers, it's lower, or they'll keep it on the handbrake. It's man, that's just, I don't know if I've ever seen that before. One-handed and just ready for anything with the other one.
Cherba drives in a very similar style.
Okay.
Cherba drives in a very, very similar style.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, some drivers, they're 2 hands on the wheel, whether it's high or low. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can utilize that thing. But yeah, just that, you know, it's almost like someone's ready to throw him a drink through the window and he's going to catch it.
Oh, I know now what the little flower necklace, what's it called? I don't know.
Oh, the LA.
LA?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. A 93
wow,
on the ball.
Okay.
Wow, and the judges didn't seem too impressed with the initiation, but they must have been impressed with the rest of the run, as Marko Zakaril drops himself into 3rd place at the moment in qualifying. We keep the action moving along. It's going to be Ite Seda up next in this 3.4 litre, stroke of 2JZ BMW E46 with an M2 body kit. We like to just call it an M2 because it makes it a little easier. 850 horsepower. Car been flying so far, ripped the diff out of the car in practice. They've got a brand new diff in the back of it. Will it hold on? They were struggling to find some hardware to hold it in there. Looks like they've got it working so far as he stands on that throttle nice and early, puts the back end where it needs to be. As you can hear, Ite Seda now on the throttle, opens that thing up, wakes up that 1,000 horsepower. As he puts it on the edge of the circuit, right to the wall goes Ite Seda, fires through, looks down for outside zone 5. Look at that, the reflection of the tail light on the wall for me will never get boring here in Germany as he goes for that final outside zone and across the line.
Yeah, driver who started off this season incredibly strong, and then through the mid part fell back just a little bit, not terribly, but maybe not continuing the momentum that happened really, really early on in Spain. But Ite Seda, right off the bat, lighting those tires up, keeping them lit through so much of it, gets that transfer over, maybe a bit of a clutch kick there to get that car sideways, first outside zone, dragging that tail light. Things look like it was going to get a little bit spicy coming outside zone 2 as he flirts with the edge of that line, lines it up so well. Man, this, I mean, 19-year-old driver, just punching so far above his years. It really is incredible to see what he's been able to accomplish. Look at that, gets it into the wall, that left foot brake. I mean, the judges like looking over their shoulder a bit, maybe talking a couple of points there, but the rest of this run looking very, very tidy from Ite. So just his driving is just always impressive to me.
Yeah, certainly is. Such a good talent. 3rd year in the series of Drift Masters Grand Prix, and Ite Seda looking stronger and stronger every year, and kicked off the season, as you said, Jacob, with a really, nice way to start anyone's season. A 91.5 on the ball for Ite Seda, as the heavy hitters now start to pull those scores back in and start to prove what they've got. We go back on the start line to Connor Falvey, the young man from Corkin Island, Nissan Silvia S15 full carbon Kevlar, 2JZ 950 horsepower. The Drift Games driver steps up to the plate, the 2024 Rookie of the Year. What can he do this season? progressing more and more. He said a podium is the next step. Can he make it here this weekend onto the podium as he fires in, but stalls up quite a lot and then has to clutch kick, gets that car back up on throttle, works it into that first outside zone. Interesting fact, the spotter for Conor Falvey this weekend is the ex-Driftmasters judge of Kevin O'Connell, as he sits down there screaming on the radio to him where to go and where to put that car. Big, heavy amounts of left foot braking though. You can see it slow the car down. Now unleashes it as he gets it across the line.
Yeah, if I was worried. On initiation, I was worried. But man, Conor Falvey just never shook at any point. Comes back on it with all the confidence in the world, even though the initiation just didn't really settle the way that he hoped it would. Look, it came in with a ton of speed, 103 kilometers an hour coming into that zone, so a ton of it. And then you can see that front wheel working. Using the throttle with a ton of wheel speed, gets that car kind of floating out and then just steers it all the way through. Maybe not as much left foot brake as we see out of a lot of other drivers, but does such a good job of using every tool to be able to get through the run and make the adjustments maybe a little bit less noticeable. So a lot of these drivers, they will sit and listen to the broadcast. There is a bit of a benefit to qualifying a little bit later on too. You can see what everybody else is doing. You can see the mistakes they make, maybe listening for some notes. And to me, I mean, if we know an ex-Driftmasters judge, Kevin's going to be using everything he possibly can.
Well, I'm going to say that Kevin O'Connell knows what the judges want.
Yeah, I believe he had a hand in the rule book too. So I mean, he knows a few things.
He knows a few tricks,
things.
And I mean, what better man to have on your side? Was didn't do him any favours in the first qualifying run, an 89.5, and the fan in me said that was a higher qualifying run. But hey, we're not judges, we're just drift fans like everyone else, like you guys watching at home. Paweł Korpolinski from Poland, from Warsaw, sits on the line. The 30-year-old driver, 2JZ 900 horsepower, says Sylvia, S14, comes off the line, very reserved, very consistent, been on the podium 2 times here in Germany before. Can he do it once again? A super consistent driver, always a pleasure to watch drift here in Germany and everywhere else around Europe. But look at this, flexes the back end, pops the tail light out of the car, as now Paweł Korpolinski gets himself into outside zone 4. Very fast so far as Korpolinski, absolutely beautiful on the outside zone, looks for 5, gets nice and close but not too close for danger as he flicks the back end towards the wall. One last outside zone to go, and Korpolinski, job done.
If you have never watched him drive, I'll tell you right now, he is one of the most impressive line drivers that we have here.
Ever, yeah.
He is so technical and so precise, and the only thing that holds him back from being the best qualifier is that little bit of style, that little bit of angle. That's always where he ends up losing at a few points, but as the season has gone on, Korpolinski, a bit more style, a little bit more freedom, you know, get a little crazy in there, get a little wild, throwing some extra angle. It's really good to see. He still needs a bit more, because look at just absolutely solid, completely clinical run when it comes to the line score, and but flirting with a little bit more style, a little bit more angle here and there, which is what you need to do. This is not, you know, line carries a lot of weight, but it is not everything. You talk to drivers about chasing him, though, they're all very happy to chase Korpolinski because you know it's going to be absolutely solid. And there it is.
94 on the board. Korpolinski tops qualifying at the moment. And Korpolinski came out swinging this weekend, but the heavy hitters start to arrive now as we're well into the top 10 of the championship. It's going to be Laurie Heinen, the 2024 defending champion. He's not really in the fight at the moment. Mathematically, he could still win the championship, but we would need some serious upsets. And here he goes, Heinen back in his own car for round 6 as he flicks that 180 SX2 angle. That Dodge NASCAR Pro-charged engine screams as Heinen puts the back end towards the wall, flexes the carbon fibre as he now gets into it once again into outside zone 4, and then he knows slowing down as he screams through this steel arena, puts it to the wall once again, flexes the back end, and Heinen's on an absolute ripper as he goes for the wall and across the line.
Oh, what a juxtaposition from our previous run, because this is a driver that is just all style, all angle, all aggressive, for being such a calm, cool, collected man. When he is behind the wheel, he is just scary, just a complete beast of a driver. And for Lowry, this is solid. He's back to form. As long as everything is operating for him, as long as he's not having to jump into somebody else's car, he is so dangerous. I love how far forward he keeps his seat. It just is this very tight driver position, and those eyes, man, it just every
Focused.
time. Oh, they're scary. They're aggressive. It looks like he's like trying to hunt you down every time he is driving. That could just be a t-shirt right there. Just the eyes.
You know what his nickname is, right?
What's his nickname?
The Undertaker.
Oh, I believe it. Oh man, I believe it. Oh, for Lowry, this is right back to form. This is what won him a championship. This is it. Look at that.
Oh, takes the cones off the wall as well. That's textbook. That's textbook
great.
Laurie Heinen. Good to see him back in that car as well. And, you know, hats off to the team.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, hey, here's the thing, though. What is great for us may not always be great for the judges, though.
I was just thinking the same thing. Well, here we go. 93 on the board, dead for Laurie Heinen. And, yeah, good score, but loses out. Look at that. Where is it? Oh, it's a little bit on line.
Yeah, a little too deep.
A little too deep. A little too deep, the judge is saying. Well, here we go. Back on the line we go. It's going to be Oliver Randalou, the Estonian driver, on the podium, the winner of round two, in Spain. M50 turbo underneath the bonnet, BMW E46, 900 horsepower. Had a little incident with the wall yesterday, but says he's feeling confident today. He's cool, calm and collected, greeting his fans earlier in the paddock as he now fires through outside zone 2, looks for outside zone 3 as Randalou opens up the throttle, looks to flick that car across the track, and it's almost full dark outside right now as the sun completely sets in Germany. Randalou stares out the side window, flicks that car towards the wall, and it's very clinical for Oliver Randalou at the moment as he opens up the throttle on the foot brake. He goes final outside zone and across the line.
This is where we get to be very, very critical when it comes to the commentary, and especially with the judges. We've seen a whole bunch of runs already go through. We know where the scoring is kind of sitting, and really, these judges are just demanding perfection in all of these zones. You've got to be as close to the wall as you possibly can if you're going to be up there into the 90s. You've got to have that car at a solid amount of angle, especially through outside zone 4, if you want to be up in the 90s. And all of these transitions have to be fast, snappy, and whip over if you want to be up into the 90s. I don't know if Oliver Randalou was able to do that. It is a really good run. It's there, but just little pieces.
I'm going to stop you right now.
All right.
Do you know what I think? I think a really good run isn't going to get you far this weekend.
Nope. No, I agree. It's
I think
got
you
to
have to be exceptional.
Exactly. It's got to be for some of these drivers once in a lifetime. That's what's
It's going to be. You pulled it all out of the bag.
Yeah, you left it all on track. But
Exactly.
Let's see how close we were.
Well, there we go. The Estonian flags waving, and I said we got it all bases covered this weekend.
Yeah.
We've got fans from around the whole globe here this weekend cheering on these drivers. We've got Canadians as well. Can you believe it?
I know.
You've got friends.
I do have friends. That's so great.
Well, here we go. The Estonian fans ready to get the score, and it drops in. It's going to be an 88.5, and yeah, you're right, Jacob. It was good, but it wasn't exceptional.
I would, if that was my run, I'd be calling everybody I know, be like, watch me drive. But here at Ferropolis, may not be enough.
May not be enough. Here we go. The man that topped qualifying in 2023, the last time that Drift Masters was here in Ferropolis, Torane Kavir, comes off the line. He said he's feeling good, confident. He said it's battle by battle, run by run. What can he do right now as he puts that 180SX, that V8 flexes to back end on the throttle nice and early. Look at Kavir go. The Norwegian not messing around, back on form. Some serious work put in from the team in Riga, and now they're back on form, back into the zone, and Kavir looks back, absolutely glued to the wall once again. Kavir putting on a masterclass right here in Germany. He said he loves this track, and he goes to prove it as he puts it across the line.
Just one of the best drivers to watch, because you don't know what's going to happen with Kavir. He's either going to lay something down that you're going to be like, it's going to make the highlight reel every time, or he's going to absolutely bin the car, or the engine's going to blow out of the hood. You have no idea what's going to happen with the Torane Kavir. But what you do know is that it's going to be awesome. It's going to be exciting in some way. And yeah, Kavir, very aggressive, right off the line, over 100 kilometers an hour. Everybody's launching this in over 100 kilometers an hour, and just absolutely crushing through a lot of these zones. Would like to see him dial off the left foot brake just a little bit, but I really think when we get into these second runs, the drivers are going to pull a bit of grip out of the car. Maybe we'll see a bit of speed come out of them a little bit, but they're going to have so much better proximity and angle.
I've got something to say.
Yeah.
I don't think Kavir's left foot braking was as heavy as some of the other drivers.
I agree.
He's on the left foot brake, but the front wheels, they weren't always fully locked.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big consideration because he's not slowing the car that much. He's still moving throughout the circuit, and it's a 93 for Torane Kavir on the first qualifying run. And I've lost of how many 93s we've got. 6 drivers already, 4 drivers now of a 93 at least. Kevin Passeur now sits on the line, another Estonian driver from Tallinn, 26 years old, BMW M2 M50 turbo, 1,000 horsepower. He has been the fastest man around this track so far this weekend. What can he do right now in qualifying where it all counts? He was on the podium at round 2. What can he do here as he flamer ups from the back end of that BMW? and he looks like a little shallow there on that second outside zone, but we'll see from another camera angle on the replay as he now gets himself into outside zone 4. Very calculated so far from the Estonian driver as Preservers are back in towards the wall, flicks down for 5, and again comes up a little shallow, maybe a little bit reserved here for Kevin Preserver as he goes for that final zone and across the line.
Yeah, a little reserved. I mean, that's a weird thing to say about Kevin Preserver at any point in time, but yeah, just hold him back just a little bit. A lot of small corrections all the way through. None that were absolutely massive and glaring that you're going to just point to. And maybe I'm going to eat those words in a second with a slow-mo shot. But
I think he missed 2.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Okay. Just not in that zone at all.
We have a camera down there. I'd like to see if he missed outside zone 2.
The judges will be able to pull it. The judges have the ability to check any camera angle at any time throughout the run, and they can really, really highlight the whole thing. So, yeah, for Kevin Passer, though, not the run we were expecting. Another fast run, 110 kilometers an hour. One of the fastest average speeds at 62 kilometers an hour. So these runs are still fairly quick, but overall, I'm actually starting to see some of the speeds come down, which tells me the drivers have seen what was going on, heard that the track is tacking up a bit, starting to pull a bit of grip out of these cars.
Yeah, 100%.
So, yeah, overall, the speeds are starting to come down a little bit. Hasap actually has our fastest initiation at 113 kilometers an hour.
Ever Hasap?
Yeah, and that was pretty early on in qualifying, so the track, she is a change.
Just adapting, evolving.
Yeah.
And there we go, waiting for the score to drop in. The Estonian flag once again flies around Ferropolis. Score drops in at 86.5, and judges not liking it. And line, a little bit on line, a little bit on style there. So a little reserved there from Haskell. So a man that's not going to be reserved on style will be this young man. It'll be Jack Shanahan from Kilovolony Corp. Toyota GT862 JZ 950 horsepower. Wipes the sweat from the brow and gets ready to throw down here in Germany as he comes off the line. This incredible Toyota GT86 will pop a flame. The anti-lag banging as Jack Shanahan fires down. Look at the angle on initiation. Slams on the foot brake, keeps that car under control as he now works his way around that long outside zone into the wall. Shanahan flicks it back. Outside zone 4 coming up. Nice line so far from Shanahan as a light reflects off the wall. Flicks it, big angle. Uses the angle to slow the car down. Now gets into 6. Runs a whole back bumper along the wall. And once again on that final outside zone.
Another driver that's got that gearing dialed. Just on the limiter the whole way through. Completely cranking. I mean, it's just Jack Shanahan's style is so unmatched in so many ways. Just a lot of the Irish drivers know how to transition cars, incredibly snappy. They love using angle to slow it down. They really drive these cars like they're much smaller than they are. Yeah. Right? A lot of time in low-powered cars, a lot of time in the rain where you can kind of slow things down and practice the way that you're going to be able to do things. And what that has done is it has developed into the style that you see at both Connor and Jack. James, I mean, a lot of the Irish drivers have this very similar thing. Look at this transition coming out of floor. Loads the car up, comes off the left foot brake, slams a touch of a left foot brake in that transition, pivots that car around that wheel, brings it back around, and then right back on throttle, and then just bangs it off rev limiter pretty much the rest of this run. So very calculated. I mean, Jack Shanahan, just an absolute legend of the sport. One of the best chase drivers we've got, one of the most aggressive drivers, and one of the biggest personalities we have here.
He's certainly a personality.
Oh, if you have an opinion, present it to Jack Shanahan and see what he says. It could be about anything.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you'll be in a heated debate. Yeah. After a while, anyway, that's for sure. Here we go. Waiting for the score to drop in as his family member Patrick down there waiting for the score to drop in. He's got the flag and hat on. And a 96.5. Shanahan tops qualifying. And the judges like that one. Very impressed. And even David Klass has a smile on his face this evening.
I think his cheeks might crack.
Yeah, he's doing something right. But hold your horses because we're not done yet. And horses, literally, it is the one and only James Dean, the machine. He sits on the line. Sits third in the championship at the moment. And he's on the line. This brand new Mustang RTR Spec 5 DM comes off the line and through the skids. He flicks it already to angle. Dean fires down a big car to fire around here in Germany, but already on the throttle nice and early. Smokes up the tyres now, puts it towards the wall. Dean keeping it clean at the moment. Looks for the transition, gets it timed perfectly. Dean works his way into outside zone 4, flexing the back end, that carbon Kevlar against the wall as he now scrubs speed. He gets himself in to the final 2 outside zones. Final zone coming up and across the line.
Anything that's not perfect for James Dean seems out of sorts. Yeah. I will say, incredible run. Outside zone 4, though, it looked like he struggled a bit.
A very shallow angle.
Yeah, and that's...
I don't like to criticise anyone.
I very much don't like to criticise him.
Not James. Not any driver.
Not any driver, but just anybody who's as decorated as he is, it's tough. Initiation looks great, very stable through 1, very stable through 2. The way that they set this car up, you do see that left foot brake dragging throughout, but the car loves to weight transfer around. And then I think this is 4, so let's watch a bit of this in-car and see. Yeah, you can see the left foot brake working. You can see him coming in and out of throttle, just really trying to get that car settled through 4. There's 5, there's 6, and you can see just how much he is working back and forth throughout this car. So maybe we'll see a little bit of a setup change once he gets back out to it. But on the outside, you blind yourself to what's going on and just see how the car flows through the zones. He does collect a lot of these zones. The line was really, really solid, but yeah, maybe a few spots where he can clean up some things.
Yeah, just watching it back there, just seeing maybe where James dropped some points and where the score to drop in. There we go, a 93 on the board. Still a very, very good score for James Dean, but not top of the qualifying at the moment. And judges saying that it's a mistake coming into outside zone 4 and not fulfilling some of the other zones completely. So yeah, there we go. And we go back on the start line to this young man, Connor Shanahan, the 2023 Driftmasters champion. Slams the door closed with his Toyota GTA 62 JZ, 950 horsepower, spins the wheels off the line straight away, slams through the gears, very focused. Connor Shanahan this weekend, haven't really had a chance to speak to him. He's been in the zone and on the track as he now gets himself into it, puts the back end of that Red Bull GTA 6 right where it needs to be. And it's a very nice line so far from Shanahan. Little dab of the handbrake now into outside zone 4, beautiful, but a little tag up sets the car a little bit, has to work to get himself back into it as he comes down for outside zone 5. Beautiful line from Shanahan in 6, goes for 7, and look at this, is textbook from Shanahan across the line.
Oh man, other than that, listen, the wall tap was great. For a fan, for you and I, for everybody in the stands, everyone at home, that is
golden buzzer.
Awesome, yeah, love those moments. Judges, maybe not so much, but how much will that be a detriment to Connor Shanahan, who has just a completely solid run? A driver I did get to chat to. I mean, I think we split the whole grid, and he's just, I'm taking it one run at a time, one lap, one event. We're just gonna throw down. Practice looks solid, all of it looks so good, very locked in, very minimal hand movement all the way through these zones. Bit of a left foot brake there through 4, gets that wall tap in, but man, just grinds out the back of that GT 86 all the way through these zones. He's so precise and calm. It is incredible. He's a champion for a reason. And now, being only 20 points off our current points leader, he's in a really, really good spot. There are drivers that love to be out front, and then you kind of get that other drivers, Valentino Rossi, want to fight up to the front, but 95.5, not taking the lead spot so far.
No, 95.5 drops in for Connor Shanahan, and the judges saying, yeah, look, as much as the wall hit for us was a golden buzzer moment, it did upset the front wheels of the car and he had to adjust. We go back on the line to our current points leader, and the man who's won the 2 previous rounds of Driftmasters this year, he is the one and only Petro Redev as he sits on the line. This incredible Toyota Supra A90 2JZ, 1000 horsepower through the gears, flicks it. Viensek fires that car towards the wall, flames are up from the back end, he shallows up the angle, now gets into it as Viensek looks for that wide line, looks for those outside zones, fires it across. Good angle, good speed from Viensek as he dials it into the wall. That was absolutely beautiful from Petro Redev as he puts it to the wall, puts it absolutely on that line. Viensek goes for the final 2 outside zones, looks for him, looks for the final one across the line, and job done.
Oh, he's getting this timing down so well. It seems like autopilot all the way through. You wonder how many laps he's put in, how much time in the sim, how much time in practice track. Like, just the timing of everything looks so great. Very smooth out to that first outside zone. Holds on to it. I mean, it's like he saw that cone and completely let off the brake the moment he was going by that momentum zone change. Transitioning out to 4, sets it up so long before too. There's that some drivers are transitioning almost out the wall.
Yeah.
Piotr waits and then just kind of floats out to it, and just it's like a dance all the way around for him. Checks his corners as he's coming in, really tries to stare down where he needs to be, looking so far ahead. Some drivers are trying to stare almost at the wall. Piotr taking the kind of that traditional racing style of looking almost past where he is, out to maybe 1, maybe 2 zones already ahead to see where he needs to set things up. So just like playing chess out there for Piotr. Love this run. A couple little left foot breaks here and there. We'll see how the judges weigh some of those spots as they continue to go through and take a look at every single zone and sector as we take a look at one of these incredible machines that we've got here. I believe Whoa!
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Vinc gets it done. First place at the moment after all those qualifying runs. A 97 dead on the board. And Petro Vinc not messing around this weekend. He's coming for it. He's coming for 3 wins. Becky is down there with him. Becky, I bet he's smiling, that's for sure.
Guys, I actually just said to Peter, do you want me to tell you your score? And he said, no, I'm good. So I haven't actually told him the point score that you've got, but let me tell you, it's very good. Can you tell us exactly what was going through your mind on that run? Because you seem to be pinpoint perfect everywhere.
Thank you very much for good kind words. Yeah, I heard to the radio that the feeling that we have from yesterday, the night practice actually confirms that it's a bit grippier actually when it's colder. So I warm up my tires a bit more and yeah, try my best. You know, it's our first qualification run, so I just try not to push too hard, not to get to any wall. And yeah, now we need to prepare for a second run just to complete the qualification.
Excellent, Peter. Well, good luck in your second run. Guys, he didn't want to know his score, but can anyone tell him that he's in first position?
Well, someone's going to have to, Becky, that's for sure, because an absolutely blinded score, and he's 1 point off of what he qualified in the last time he was here with a 98. So there we go. Peter looking strong this weekend. Let's take a look how things lay at the moment. The lay of the land, Jacob. What have we got? We've already got 7 above a 90, so things are going to start getting hot and heavy on our second qualifying runs. Look at that though, for a mixed grid. Keski, Korpi, Korpolinski, Rittinen, Shanahan, Dean. The contenders are in there, but some wild names mixing it up as we get down. 14 drivers already on a 90 plus. Clint Van Arsdale finally shook the web and got it out of it. Jedaminas getting himself in there. The Lithuanian with a 90 rounds out the 90 points at the moment. 15 drivers we start to get down though. Randaloo in the show, Pascolti in the show so far as we work our way down. Egan, good qualifying run. Is it enough to hold on? We're going to have to find out. Kevin Passer, though, way down in the order with an 86.5. Cherba down there with an 85.5. Work to be done. And there we go. There's the cut-off. Davan Ley from Ireland, an 82.5. Bagsy in the show, Naoki Nakamura. But the guys we're losing at the moment as things stand on our first qualifying scores. Gary Dunn, Correa out of the show. Enver Hasap, George Christoforou. And then we have a whole host of zeros as well. The guys broke down or didn't put down a run.
Yeah,
we see them now.
These scores are only going to go up. It's just going to get, that cutoff is going to climb higher and higher as these drivers are able to get back through. But yeah, it's we're only halfway through.
We certainly are. Fires that car towards the wall. Flames are up for this. Is the run that got it done for Petro Redev. It's a first qualifying place at the moment, a 97-point run. Clinical, very clean, very textbook, and like you say, that entry into that outside zone 4 was beautiful.
He's really setting things up early. The transitions happen early, but he's still holding the momentum out to the zones. And what that does for Piotr is it allows him to make the adjustments very minutely. It gives lots of time to know where he is on track. So it's not like he's transitioning into that zone and then having to immediately get back on throttle. He's given himself time and space to think as a driver, and that allows him to make some small adjustments that are very, very quick and almost missed by what's going on with the judges as we get some fresh zones out here on the track.
Well, yeah, it's kind of become a normal practice now at Drift Masters. After the first round of qualifying, we get our track staff back out there and they repaint all of the zones. Just as a reference, you know, a lot of these guys, they have to see that reference point to know where they need to put the car. So we have to make it consistent for most of our drivers, and obviously we're going to kick off the second round of qualifying in a few moments' time. And massive shout out to all of our track staff that not only do an incredible job throughout the whole year, but for these guys that do it in this incredible heat today. Yesterday, we spoke about it a lot, 35 degrees yesterday and 34 degrees today, track temperatures, and it's still incredibly hot here right now in Germany. Tomorrow, a much cooler day, 29 degrees. I say that like it's dropped 20 degrees, but it hasn't. It's still going to be an incredibly warm day today, tomorrow, but maybe more bearable for the drivers.
Yeah, and we'll see how that affects the driving as well and the track layout. And yeah, as Ian said, I mean, thank you so much to the track workers. Thank you so much to the media as well. They're putting a lot of time and effort and bear these temperatures just to bring you some incredible shots. So that's for both the production team, the independent teams, and everybody else. Yeah, if you're enjoying this at home, that is because someone has been working their butt off in these temperatures to bring it to you.
I certainly have. Well, here we go. Starting to get the first cars warmed up, ready for the second round of qualifying here at Drift Masters. We're going to find out who is going to be our top qualifier after all of these second runs are done, and we go back to where we started with our wildcard drivers. It's going to be Tony Ojalto, sits on the line, that BMW E92 M3. S50 Turbo, 900 horsepower. The Finnish driver, a 66 on the first qualifying run, down in 44th place at the moment. So work to be done for this man as he comes off the line and through the gears. What can he do? Can he get the job done as he flicks the car across the circuit in almost completely different conditions now? Grippier track as we've learned, and now the sun is completely set in Germany as he fires on the foot brake, fires on the throttle, tries to work the back of that BMW into these zones. And these guys would have been watching the broadcast trying to find out where they need to be, what they need to do to improve as he fulfills all of the outside zone, fires into outside zone 5. Into the throttle once again now, looks for these two last outside zones, and across the line it's job done for the Finnish driver.
It did seem at first glance like Tony made some improvements throughout this run, very consistent through these zones, not struggling as much and fighting the car nearly as much. A couple of spots there where I'd love to see a bit more pace out of it, but big smiles, big wave across the line, getting those tires lit up really early. It really is incredible these drivers can break 100 kilometers an hour in such a short period of time. Big e-brake pull there coming to that first outside zone. Second, you can see him just playing with the car a bit, but getting that angle, getting out to the third outside zone, ton of wheel speed there, holding the car back with that left foot brake, and that you can see slowing the car down, not locking up the wheel, so maybe not as much bias in the front is what he'd be looking for. And what we mean by that is you can set how much brake pressure goes to the front versus the back. A lot of the drivers will weigh it very, very heavy to the front, sometimes not even having any brakes to the back. I mean, I think it's plumbed, but you know, there's not a lot going on back there.
Not a lot going back on there.
Yeah, but this seemed to be kind of holding the car back through that zone. But for Tony, love just seeing any increase in ability and score. So we'll see if that lines up, sitting on a 66 to kick things off, and will he be able to improve that and be able to break into, what is it, 82?
82, yeah, so there we go, and it's a 78.5, so unfortunately will be the end of the weekend for Tony Ajalto from Finland. And yeah, I mean, we're saying it's an 82.5, that's at the moment. We'll move it along to Nicola Leak from Serbia. 2JZ, 750 horsepower, S14.9, gives his thumbs up, as you say, some impact to the wall, but nevertheless trying to get the job done this weekend. Off the line he comes, through the gears, unleashing 750 horsepower, big anti-lag backfire as he now drags the back end of that S14.9 along the wall, now picks up the outside zone, stands on the foot brake, trying to work himself into the zones, navigates way around the track. He's thrown on a serious amount of angle, and unfortunately didn't work out for him. And that will be cast basically as an over-rotation, Jacob, because that's not where we need to be.
Yeah, some good aggression coming out, even on the initiation. Looked a little bit panicky, just with all the corrections that were being made, but listen, you're flying at 100 kilometers an hour towards the wall. I get it. I'd be doing the exact same thing.
And the pressure's on now.
Yeah.
The pressure's on now. The bar has been set.
Yeah,
you know?
I was trying to see where it went wrong through that transition, because coming out of 3 looked pretty good, and then just not able to keep things pointing in the right direction.
No, and there we go, we make it official, it will be a 0, so it will be the end of the weekend there for the Serbian driver. Unfortunately, see him watching from the sidelines from the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, promoted to spectator, as they say.
Yeah. That's a horrible thing to say. There we go. Rowan Swannenburg on the line now from the Netherlands. A BMW 46 2JZ, 650 horsepower. He's 71 on his first qualifying run. What can he do right now? As we say, that car at the moment as it stands on 82.5, so it needs to be better than that. Big clutch kick for initiation. Fires that car down into this outside zone on the handbrake, slows it down. He's going to struggle till he doesn't. He doesn't get out to outside zone 2, and that's going to upset the line. You can see him now dial on the angle, trying to find where he needs to be. Manages to work the back wheels into outside zone 4, stands on the throttle, but it's scrappy from the Dutch driver, and nerves setting in now. They know what they need to do as he fires into outside zone 6. It looks for 7 and across the line. I don't think it's going to be enough though, Jacob.
Got a little bit better as the run went on. I want to bring a bit of a highlight to that top-down roof light. I like that style.
You like that?
Yeah, I like it.
Very Norwegian.
Is it?
It's very like Nordic.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's getting over Finland. We see him on the bumper, on the roof.
It's to get over all the snow, you know, from the ice drifting. But I mean, yeah, adopting it, bringing it to the Netherlands here. But yeah, tough go. As the run went on, it did get better, but it's so tough right now. We see where the cutoff is. We see what those runs start to look like, and you've got to be at least in every zone just to even have a think about being through this. But for a lot of these drivers, this is just trying to see where you're at. You're stacking up against, some of the best in the world here, and you really just want to know, okay, how do I compare? You know, it's tough. You might be the greatest from where you come from, but everybody that's here is the best from their hometown.
Well, they're all champions of their own country.
Yeah, almost
and
everybody.
Some are European champions, American champions.
Yeah,
They've won it all.
Yeah.
So you're coming to work and play on the biggest stage ever. Well, there we go, a 69 on the board for the second qualifying run, and again another driver out of qualifying. The Dutch driver will sit on the sidelines for the rest of the weekend. We go back to the line, Eren Hasap from Turkey, 2JZ, 1,000 horsepower, carbon Kevlar S, A90 Super, brand new car for him this weekend, and my notes still say silver, so you know, it's okay. Forgive me for my mistakes. There we go, off the line comes Eren Hasap. What can he do as he flicks that car in, gets it to angle, drags the back end down towards the wall, stands on the throttle nice and early, but it's an odd line, and he has to work to get to outside zone 2. As Hasap shallows up the angle, see him working that foot brake, dabbing it. Oh, and it's a scrappy transition. And on the foot brake once again, as Eren Hasap slows that car down massively to almost a rolling burnout through outside zone 4, flicks it to 5, it's scrappy, he's going to go wheel right to the edge of the circuit. Oh, rubs the back end along the wall as Hasap gets it done, but it's a very scrappy run.
Yeah, just a bit more teething pains in this vehicle, and maybe not as familiar with it coming out of the S15. So off the bat, gets off the line, gets the tires lit up pretty early, getting the car out to angle. So all the makings of what should be a good run. Even that first outside zone, look how floaty out he is. And I don't know if that is just a bad resistor in those lights, but it seems like every time he touches left foot brake, he's just barely pulsing it, or it's just the lights flickering, one of the two. But never really got comfortable throughout the entire run there from Enver, but the progression is there. Once again, just the teething pains of a new chassis for any driver, and these things handle so differently than an S15.
Yeah,
it's night and day. So
we know historically they're a difficult chassis to drive, and turning up to Drift Masters to Ferropolis, where we expect the guys to be on form, back end of the championship, the penultimate round. It's hard to bring a new car and learn it here. Here we go, a 74 drops in. It'll be the end of the weekend as well for Eren Hasap. And he bows out of competition. We go back on the line to Adrian Petravich from Croatia. We have a huge amount of Croatian fans, not only in the building, but I believe online on YouTube, on this broadcast on our Drift Masters YouTube channel. And this young man bringing a lot of fans and a lot of eyes to Drift Masters this weekend. So if you're watching along on our Drift Masters YouTube channel this weekend, watching qualifying, and you're from Croatia, we appreciate the flags in the chat, because apparently it's going absolutely ballistic. Oh, when he pulls off the line and stops instantly.
Ooh, did we get a restart on that? Or it looked like something, I don't know if it was something that was already on the track. It looked like something that was up front there for a moment. But I'm really hoping that is a restart, because if not, that could be absolutely brutal from a driver with 15 podiums out of his last 16 races. So
the 25-year-old guy from Split in Croatia, BMW 36 Coupe, S54 Turbo. Looks like Marcin, our Starline Marshal, is going to back him up. Shout out to Marcin, the Drift Masters crew as well, down there bearing the heat all weekend so far, making the show run as cleanly as possible.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's the laser system with the lights is maybe what caught him a bit off guard, waiting for them to come out, because there's a set amount of time now. It plays a much bigger role when we get into tandem.
Yeah, but, not so much in qualifying.
Yeah, but big thing now.
There we go, Adrian Petravich off the line from Croatia. Works it out this time through the gears, fires that car across the circuit, down he comes towards the wall. Nice line so far. What can he do? Stands on the throttle nice and early. Oh, and he looks like he barely got a wheel into outside zone 2, but we'll see that on the replay as he now fires it into outside zone 4. Lets that car slow on, lets it get dialed in as he opens up the throttle right now, squeezes it across the circuit, looks for outside zone 5. It's a nice line, but has to slow the car down. The foot brake, flicks it to angle, looks for the final outside zone, and job done for the Croatian driver.
Yeah, once again, car looks comfy, looks very, very solid throughout the whole thing. Just maybe that bit more commitment out to the walls is all that he was kind of lacking throughout this run, and it's going to be really, really tight here to find out if Hydrich is able to make it out of qualifying and into our top 32 tomorrow. I love that, even after what was a bit of a strange start there, completely locked back in.
Yeah.
Look at staring out towards those corners, and maybe not quite as deep to the second outside zone. Third looks pretty solid. Sets himself up quite well for the fourth. Maybe it looked like he was riding the left foot brake all the way through transition, which is kind of interesting. And then a little bit of back and forth, comes through outside zone 5. back on throttle and maybe not quite as deep. So bit more commitment throughout this whole thing. It is tough though. It is so daunting being out there. You've got all the fans just glaring you down all the way through. Now we've got the lights, we've got the show lights going on. You can see just some of the, flashing that's going on. It is a very, very tough environment that Adrian's got to be able to contend with all the way through his second run of qualifying. So we'll see here as the scores come in. So
okay, so it's a 0. So we're here in David Kalas. Can we speak to you? This is going to be a 0 for Adrian Petravich. We're going to bring you in quickly just to clarify what's happened here, David Kalas.
So in case that it would be our mistake, problem with the start light, problem on the starting position, then we can give to the driver restart. However, if the problem is on the driver's side, that he missed shifts and he's not able to go, then it is not a problem on our side and we cannot provide a restart. So the second run was not scored, and unfortunately the second run was scored 0.
Thank you very much, David. Yeah, so had to bring in David Kalas there to clarify that decision. And we see it right here. We're going to look at the replay. So he comes off the line, missed shifts, doesn't manage to get that car into gear, and you can kind of see him as well looking down in the car at the Becky Evans, our lady in the pits, our lady on the ground, our queen, is down there. Becky's with Adrian. He must be a little dejected, Becky.
Guys, me and Adri were just looking at each other and we were like, do you reckon that's going to get in? And then the 0 came up and we both went, oh no. Adri, so much support coming over for you. But, the 81.5 on the board was great, but not quite enough to get you into our top 32. But can you tell us how you're feeling about your weekend? I'm sorry that this has just happened.
First of all, I want to thank Drift Masters for giving me this opportunity and say hello to all my fans back home that were cheering for me. I'm sorry I couldn't deliver this weekend. We had a lot of car issues. My first one, I was happy with it, my first run, but I was sure I could improve in the second one, but it seems that the fault on the start was enough to give me a 0. Bad luck this time. In this type of competition, you just have to be perfect, you and the car, to make a result. I'm happy with our first performance here. I know we can do better, and I'm excited for the future. I think maybe Drift Masters would like me to come again. What do you think?
Well, I mean, do you know what? I've never had someone take the interview from me. That I quite liked it. I think absolutely. It would be great to have you back here, Adri. Hopefully we'll see you at another round soon. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, misfortune there from Adrian Petravich from Croatia. Unfortunately, the missed shift, as you heard from the judges, not their fault, not anything we can do about it. But look, we move on, and we would love him back, eh, Jacob?
yes,
right?
100%.
And all his fans. Here we go. On the line from El Salvador, now residing in Dubai, is Nasar Alhabali. This crazy carbon fibre Nissan Silvia rest team with that Boss front end, LS supercharged, 1,000 horsepower. Detuned from 1300 as he fires into the outside zone. Oh, and a mistake already from Harwali as he now tries to work the back end of that car into the groove, into that second outside zone he goes, and third picked up as he looks for 4, now works his way through. On the foot brake goes Harwali, trying to rescue this run after he knows that mistake after the initiation. What can he do right now? Looks clean on those second to last outside zone, looks for the final one on the foot brake, on the wall and across the line.
Yeah, another driver that didn't quite seem comfortable going into the first part of this run and then cleans it up after. It's tough. You have to have that confidence from the word go, from the lights going out. You've got to be completely locked in. The run-up looked really good. First outside zone, though, I mean, you're just staring down concrete. You're hoping the back end is where it's supposed to be placed, and you're literally just staring at a concrete wall. You're heading directly for it, and then trying to add angle to scoop back around and away from it. So, yeah, for Nasar, man, I don't know if the first part of that run, that might come back to haunt him. Then through 4, things look pretty good. Maybe a bit of a slowdown with the left foot brake. 5, 6, 7, all look great. You can see a bit of flashing going on there too. Just another thing these drivers have to compete with getting through this run. But if the last 3 zones look like the first 3 zones, he'd be for sure locked in with this. But I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see what the judges think.
Yeah, we're currently sitting 18th position with an 89, and our drivers saying earlier on that we could see 90-plus runs, top 32, but I'm unsure if we're going to see them just of yet, and we're not sure how this is going to play out this evening here in Germany. The scores will be dropping in for the second qualifying run, and Nasar Alhabali, as we say, 90 and 89 on his first qualifying run. What can he do on a second? It's going to be an 82, so not an improvement. Stays where he is at the moment, and we'll see how things play out for Nasar Alhabali as we move through qualifying. We go back onto the line to Petro Redev from Bulgaria, from Sofia, LSX Mercedes-Benz R230 Black Series.
So nice.
Yeah, 850 horsepower, pro-charged LS underneath the bonnet of this. Absolutely beautiful machine, a work of art indeed, as he fires through. And I love it, a completely unique new machine as he now works his way through. A little bit of understeer coming into play now. His track conditions changing and evolving every single turn of the wheel. He looks for outside zone 4, fires the back end towards the wall, stands on the foot brake, heavy amount of foot braking, slowed that car down incredibly as he now lets it unwind, and that's going to affect his line into 5, but it makes it work, that's for sure, as he now looks for the final outside zone, comes up a little short and across the line.
Great job on correcting that understeer, though.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't, well, I mean, that car would not be nearly as beautiful as it is currently. That's a tough spot to be catching understeer. Comes to initiation, tons of speed, gets that brake on, and then, yeah, just right there, look at it scrub out. Able to get back on the throttle, though. That's the thing. Your instinct is let off the gas.
Yeah.
What you need to do is stay on it and throw more throttle at, or grab the e-brake, something to get the back end to swing around and hopefully break that understeer. But it also tells me, too, he's got a ton of grip dialed into this car. When the front starts scrubbing out like that, that means that the rears are, I mean, they're biting into that track real hard. But, man, oh, look at it. A little bit of, you see some sparks popping off there?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what that was from, if maybe those front brakes grabbing that hard, or not entirely sure, but I mean,
oh man, look at that. Pops the
go.
front wheel off the tarmac when he squeezes the throttle.
Yeah.
So much grip dialed in. It is an improvement. It will be a 74.5 for Radyachev. We'll see how he sits at the end of qualifying, but he's out, of qualifying.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting the cutoff is so high already.
I know.
My mind went blank. We go back on the line. It's going to be Teemu Tuomi from Finland, BMW 46 Coupe M50 Turbo, 807 horsepower. Yeah, here we go. Now we're back into it. Yeah, 82.5. Forget the cutoff is already so high.
I'm going to write it on your head. I'm going to cross it out and write it on your head.
Just keep right. You'll be all the way up my arm before the end of the night, that's for sure. Here we go. Off the line though. Tuomi, what can he do as he flicks this BMW in 46? Looks to go on the throttle nice and early. He's coming up shallow though. Yeah, it looked like he was avoiding outside zone 2, and now he's scrappy. You can see how it's affected him late into outside zone 4. Stands on the throttle, stands on the foot brake, trying to find that perfect qualifying line. Works his way down to 5 and picks it up nicely as he flicks it to the wall. Final outside zone coming up, and he's got it dialed in now, but mistakes at the beginning of the run.
Yeah, just another driver. It's I can't imagine. I cannot imagine what it is like to deal with that type of initiation, but. Man, it's just if you can get it sorted right away and then keep that flow going all the way through, you've got this locked. You're going to make it into the show. But for a lot of drivers, this initiation is really what is getting them. It's actually, it's not even the initiation. It's outside zone 1 to outside zone 2, and keeping that part smooth, because you do have that decel after or through 1 really, and a little bit after, but then getting on the throttle and making that transition look really smooth into 2. So that's the tough part. But for Teemu, really showing why deserves to be here. The rest of this run looks solid, and maybe if this track was laid out different, maybe if the entry wasn't, completely straight onto a concrete wall, who knows? But everybody is dealing with the same track conditions, and for Teemu, it's just gotta get rid of a bit of those jitters, just a little bit of panic.
I wonder if the condition of outside zone 1 to 2 has changed that much it's throwing everyone off.
Could be.
Especially for our wildcard drivers that aren't, as dialed in. He replicates his first qualifying score of an 85 and drops it back in again. He sits in 29th position at the moment, so we'll see how he plays out as we move through qualifying. We go back on the line. It's going to be Gary Dunn, the Fresh Prince of Kildare, sits on the line, ready to rock and roll. Toyota IS 300 2JZ underneath on it, 850 horsepower. Took the car to the wall last night, ripped the rear wheel clean up of it. The team worked tirelessly overnight to get it done and get it fixed and back out for practice today. What's Gary Dunn got? He's out of the show at the moment in 41st place. Gary Dunn goes for the initiation now. Looks for outside zone 2, finds it, goes a little deeper on 3 this time. Now he's starting to clean it up. It's Gary Dunn. Nice entry into outside zone 4. needs to push the back end towards the wall, does in the end. It's a little bit too late as now Gary Dunn looks for Fion, collects it. He needs to be tied onto the wall. He just about drops a wheel on to 6 and 7 across the line, and it's not perfect, but he gets it around.
Yeah, got through the track, got through the run, but fairly similar to what we saw in the first one. We just need that bit more aggression there from Mr. Dunn and really get that car out to the zones. You know, got to be touching the wall, got to be snapping into angles. So for Gary, I mean, one, incredible to see him out here on track. I mean, if you're out here, if you're following the series, he's always a friendly face. He's worth a high five and a conversation. Just a guy you want at your table is probably the best way to put it. Always good conversations, but it's awesome that we're able to see him now on this stage. But for Gary, it's just, look, man, it's a beautiful car. I love it too, but we need you to start wrecking it a little bit. That's it. You gotta throw it into the wall just a little bit more, and maybe that's what he'll be thinking about. It's tough, but it is what it is.
Yeah, look, for these guys, it's a good chance, it's a good fun opportunity, and it's going to be a 76 for Gary Dunn. Unfortunately, it won't be enough to get him into the show for the rest of the weekend. But look, we'll see him at round 6 at Poland, because he'll be spotting once again for Connor Falvey. And it's good to see the spotters jump into the driver's seat, backwards and forwards. It's really good. Yeah. We go back on the line to Max Hydrich from Germany. Nissan 206, 2JZ underneath the bonnet, 830 horsepower. Contact with the wall in the first qualifying run. Saw him score a 0. So work to be done here for Max Hydrich as we go underneath the lights and into the darkness. Hydrich firing that car in. But on that white line, now starts to get the car dialed in. A little dab of the handbrake, works his way towards that second outside zone. Now shallows up, dials on the angle as he flicks through outside zone 3. Picks up the throttle once again, nice and early. He's into 4. We see the pyro now starting to come into effect here at Drift Masters perfectly on the outside zone 4. Nice line into outside zone 5 as Hydrich now puts it where it needs to be. One last outside zone to go. A job done for the German driver.
Yeah, very, very solid. There's one spot though, right at initiation.
I see it.
And I felt the tension of the judges.
Yeah, I heard that.
I know. Listen, the judges are very expressive.
They're vocal, very vocal. Yeah.
There's a reason why we're in here with them, is that we can try and read their feelings. So watch where his initiation is. Look how far over that line he is.
So we didn't talk about it before. That white line that goes dead across the circuit, that is the start of scoring zone. Yep. So they have to be at angle through that line. But then there's also a white line that comes off of that line at 90 degrees. You have to be to the right-hand side, closer to the wall. That is to stop the lead car from initiating way far over to put off the chase car when we get into top 32 battles tomorrow. As soon as he crossed that line, the judges went, oh.
Yeah, so...
And they're not happy anyway. No. So they're hot and bothered, they're sweaty and tired. You got to impress them this weekend.
Yeah. And
I've been feeding them sweets to try and cheer them up.
It's
hasn't
true.
Worked. Hasn't worked.
It's tough. It's tough to keep them happy. We'll see. 87.
Well, it's going to be an 87 for Max Hydrich. It may be enough. It may be enough. We will see. The cut-off last year, remember, I keep referring to, last time we was here, 2023, 86 was the cut-off. Will that be the same game as 2023? We go back on the line, and it's going to be the Finnish driver, Juno Warren, from Team Black Smoke Racing. Mercedes-Benz 198 OM 648 underneath the bonnet, if you're wondering, an 800 horsepower diesel compound turbo with anti-lag. Jacob's speechless, he loves it. Yep. Here we go, power loss on the first qualifying run. Doesn't look like he's got that issue now as Warren fires it down towards the wall. Gets on the throttle nice and early, but he's welded on that foot brake, and judges will be looking at that as he fires from outside zone 3, looks for the transition back into outside zone 4. Beautiful line from the Finnish driver. Can he hold on to it? He certainly can. Puts the back end of that Mercedes-Benz towards the wall, flicks it once again. He comes up a little shy, on the outside zone 5 and 6. Can he risk it? Oh, as he goes towards the wall across the line.
Well, I can say one thing, and this might sound a little Dave Egan of me.
Okay.
It's definitely better than a 0.
Do you know what? You're right.
Yeah. Harnessing my inner Dave on that one. Off the line, love it. That car is definitely gripped up. That thing absolutely launches off the line. First outside zone looks pretty solid. Little bit of left foot brake. You can see him making that correction. Really, really clamping down on that left foot brake through a lot of it. Now the upside is all that diesel power, all that OM 648. Lots of torque to fight through it. So outside zone 4, back on it, looking a lot more stable, but still holding down that left foot brake. You can tell when he comes off it, that car launches. So ton of grip in that car, but all the torque in the world to be able to fight through it. Still doesn't make for an incredible run, but when you're sitting on a 0, you got a beautiful car like that. It's just let's get it down. Let's throw this. Let's try and get my confidence back. But it'll come down to is it too little, too late? Are the zones filled enough? Is there enough angle, enough style? I mean, there's lots of style. It's a Mercedes. There's style inherently there.
And he's a Finnish driver.
Yeah.
Of course he's got style.
He's also, I mean, an incredible sim drifter.
Ooh, oh, wow. It's going to be an 82 on the board, and as you can see, an 82 isn't enough. And we've moved things along. It's going to be an 83 now for Karp, and it will be the end of the weekend for Juno Warren, and we lose the Finnish driver. We go back on the line to Jedaminas from Lithuania, from Vilnius, 40 years old, BMW E46, sitting way up there in 15th place at the moment with a 90 dead on the board, and slams through the gears in this incredible E46 BMW S54 turbo. 850 horsepower, a little shy on that outside zone. Seems to wander and wait to get on the throttle. Now starts to work himself into it. Starting to get a little comfortable. He's out of outside zone 4 and he's bleeding points already now. Drops a wheel into outside zone 4 and it's scrappy from the Lithuanian driver as he fires through outside zone 5. Nice and close to the wall once again for 6. Looks like a final outside zone and across the line.
Yeah, I mean, sitting on the 90, which is a pretty good spot. Is it completely safe? I'm not entirely sure yet, but sitting on a good spot, so maybe try something a little bit different. Seemed like a bit more of a trial run. Trying maybe a different initiation. Off they go, gets on that power, and then really on that brake early. So another driver maybe finding that the track is tacking up that little bit more. So having to get on the brake a bit more, and then maybe hesitant through the first couple of zones.
That's so interesting to hear that.
Just the track tacking up?
Cooling and getting grippier.
Well, so I think when the track temp is as hot as it was today, which arguably maybe the hottest temps we've seen, now it's come down into a window where it's maybe more manageable and what the drivers are used to, right? Now, I think maybe at some point it gets cold enough where it starts to get slippery again, because there is an operating window in which tires work with it, in drifting as well. But yeah.
Well, it's not going to be an improvement. It's going to be a 76.5, and yeah, scrappy run. I mean, look,
I'm just saying there are drivers that monitor tire temperature as well to know how long to burn them out for to get the perfect operating window. We may get to a point where it gets slick again.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. Davan Ley from Ireland, from Warford, sits outside of top 32 at the moment in 33rd place. Needs an improvement. Little wobble there, tries to initiate. The car doesn't initiate and shuts it down.
Oh, man, that is gutted. Absolutely gutted for him on that. Bit of a wobble there in the start. You saw that, huh?
Yeah, it looked like he went to... I think he's got transmission problems, yeah. It looks like he went to go for a clutch kick and then the car just didn't react whatsoever. Watch this, comes off the line, through the gears. 16 years old driver. Yeah, look, clutch kicks it. I think he broke something on the big clutch kick.
Oh, yeah. Is there anything dropped down? Anything weird? Sometimes you can see if a CV
has popped
drive
out
shaft.
Yeah.
Do you call it CV or are they all drive shafts?
Drive shaft.
Drive shaft's the one in the middle.
No, that's the one that goes from the diff to the wheels.
I thought those were axles.
Nah.
No?
Different parts of the world, different terminology.
I'm a collector of words, so I'm trying to get all of them down.
Prop shaft goes from the gearbox to the differential.
Got it. Okay. I don't agree, but okay.
Okay. We'll agree to disagree.
There we go.
Sandra Yan sits on the line right now from Vilnius, Lithuania, 34 years of age, BMW E30. No, BMW F22. She needs to stop swapping cars. It's confusing me. Here we go. Smokes a tyre straight away off the start line. Oh, big handbrake drag, fires the car in, doesn't initiate, and makes a massive mistake. Looked very promising there on initiation. Now trying to reclaim something, goes deep into the wall and gets a little scared, has to fall out of the outside zone, and Sandra going to try her best to get herself into it. Well, she's wide, she's triangulating the track though at this point now as she clips outside zone 7. I'm going to say this is bordering on unchaseable.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. So, yeah, for Sandra, maybe the thoughts now go back to running that BMW, that E36. I mean, this one is a BMW, but going that E36, just not able to really get that car to angle going into that zone.
Yeah, strange, because she came down there, lighting the tyres off straight away from initiation, kind of couldn't get the car to angle, goes onto the handbrake, and the car just didn't react again. And then every time she squeezed the throttle, the car, it kind of gripped up, but it was still not really in control, and you can see there in the middle of the circuit.
Yeah.
And we're going to see what the score drops in. from the judges and how they see it, and it's a 0 and all. We're being told over our headset there was an opposite drift on initiation, so it will be deemed as a 0.
Yeah,
it's an unfortunate weekend there for Sandra, and we lose her. We go back to the start line to Arthur Harvilenko from Ukraine. Toyota GT86 2JZ, 1,000 horsepower. Sits in the car, thumbs up, is happy. He's got the hearts on the wheels and hearts on the drivers.
Love it.
You like it?
I love it.
Good. Here we go, off the line through the gears. Harvilenko, what can he do? Scored a 41 in his first qualifying run. Needs a major improvement. On and off a throttle though, trying to work the back end. That GTA6 to where it needs to be. Connects outside zone 3. Into the transition, a little scrappy, but nevertheless makes it work. And falls out of the outside zone, back in again. Another driver struggling maybe with a change in track conditions or just a change in light conditions here. It's very dark out on circuit. Even though we have those outside zones illuminated, the pyro can be off-putting. So can the crowd in the fans in the crowd. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a tough go. It's everything against you. It's a massive sensory overload.
Yeah.
Just being here, being a fan here. I mean, even in the booth with the sounds and the lights flashing through our windows, it's a lot. And for these drivers, it's even more because, I mean, we're in a nicely air-conditioned booth and they're piloting an incredibly difficult car. Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly hot here. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, just for us to just not able to really pull it all together, whether it's the distractions on track or the tackiness of the tires, it just never really came together for him. So
yeah, there we go. Scott drops in, a 73 dead, and another driver we lose out of qualifying here around 6 of Drift Masters. We keep the action moving as we're going to move on to our next driver. It's going to be Teemu Tuomi.
It's got to lay it down. Got to lay it down. 78 on that first run. I mean, he's got to do it.
He's got to do it. He's got to find some fortune this year. It's been a real tough ride for Teemu Tuomi as the lights illuminate underneath that Mercedes-Benz wagon and stands on the accelerator. Look at that. He's going to miss outside zone 2 though completely, and 3, and it's already starting to bleed loads of points. The track has evolved massively. Things have changed incredibly outside and inside the car for Teemu Tuomi. He's going for the do-or-die run right now as he fires it towards the wall. It's a very fast run, goes for that last outside zone across the line, but loads of mistakes, lots of outside zones missed.
Look at the turbo glowing. Not shocking considering there's a cutting torch coming through his hood, but yeah, absolutely wild. I mean, what this car does, but unfortunately not able to really put it all down here for Teemu Tuomi. Gets off the line. First outside zone looks pretty good, floats it out to it, gets back on throttle, and then we start to see the corrections, but the car so grippy, so much torque putting down. He's slowing the rotation of the earth, but it doesn't mean he's able to fill all the zones, and having to almost squint through a lot of these zones here for Teemu, who's basically just staring down the gates of hell coming out of his hood. Oh man, just a rough go there for the Finnish driver. I really want to see him in the top 32. I want to see him get this car completely dialed in and make it to the head-to-head.
Yeah, and there we go. A 68 drops in. It won't be the weekend for Teemu Tuomi once again. A rough ride in 2025, and nevertheless, looks cool. The car looks good, and I think you want to say a massive thank you to Jack Shanahan for lending him his crash helmet. Unfortunately, he had an issue, didn't have a crash helmet this weekend, and Jack Shanahan said, "Here, take mine," and away you go. We go back on the start line to Steve Baggsy, Biagioni from Essex, from the UK, slams that GT86 into gear, and a clap of the hands. Baggsy knows he needs to get it done, sits on an 84 at the moment. He's almost on the drop zone, 31st position. Big clutch kick to initiation for Baggsy as he fires through, looks down as he jumps onto the handbrake, and I can already hear the judges sighing and moaning and groaning in the background as Baggsy sticks it to outside zone 3. Now starts to collect the dots, now starts to find the zones as he puts it towards the wall. Baggsy full throttle, no messing around as he fires through outside zone 4, looks for 5 and gets it done clinically as Baggsy looks for 6, gets it nice. Can he get the wall? Can he get that final outside zone? He can across the line.
I think he made up for that small mistake in the beginning because the rest of these zones look absolutely incredible. Maybe it's something in the green lighting in the back that's giving him those superpowers, because Baggsy now on it, as you said, right close to the bubble. Bubble now at an 83, Baggsy sitting on an 84. So this is basically your do or die run for him right here. First outside zone, a bit hesitant. Second outside zone though, once he gets that lid off, once he gets that left foot brake a bit dialed, we can see the sparks grinding from the brake pads up front. And now he unleashes all that power through outside zone 4, and this is where he's locked in. Gets it out there, maybe not a ton of angle, but fills that zone very, very well. Transition to 5 looks solid, very, very precise. So Baggsy, with maybe Not the best run in the beginning, but to me, really, really makes up for it in so many other parts of this track. Look at flirting with disaster there in outside zone 5, 6, solid. Looking for the reflection on the wall from the brake lights. There he is across the line.
Oh, and there we go. Not an improvement for Bagsy. An 83 on the second qualifying score, and judges not impressed with the run from Bagsy. We go back to the start line to Dave Egan, currently sitting at the moment in 25th position with an 86. Dave Egan trying to pilot in the Drift Games Toyota Supra 2JZ 925 horsepower, swapping out from the PS13 this weekend as he now jumps back into the Supra. Fires down, nice line from Egan so far on the handbrake, now back on the throttle, nice and early, trying to wash that car to outside zone 2, on the throttle, on the foot brake, working the back end, that carbon Kevlar towards the walls here in Ferropolis as he gets into outside zone 4, stands on the accelerator, stands on the foot brake, trying to work his way around. We almost lose him for the darkness there. As he gets it in, he goes a little wide and he holds onto it, but he stalls the car up massively. And you hear the judges moan and groan once again as he gets it across the line.
It looked like it could have been all over for that Supra going into 5.
And he's shaking his head, he knows already inside the car.
Yeah, you know. I mean, when you have to plant your foot that hard on the brake, you are fully aware that you've made a decision, an incorrect decision somewhere on track. So Dave off the line, looks really good. First outside zone, able to get through that, back on throttle for our second outside zone, as you can see here. Bit of a left foot brake, bit of a correction, and then through 3, building that confidence. We see the smoke wisp up next to the window of Dave Egan. Handbrake through transition into 4, now getting it locked in, getting a bit more dialed. Very, very small corrections with the wheel as he comes through 4. Maybe a bit more angle than I originally thought for Dave through outside zone 4. And then through 5, this is where it goes almost a bit wrong. Overshoots it, gets into those marbles, as you said, and not able to increase his score for his second qualifying run.
No, a 73.5, and you know, for us, we sit alongside the judges, as you said, Jacob. We can hear the moans and groans, and we can kind of see as well. You know, we know what the judges are looking for to get those big scores in. So we kind of, you expect it straight away. You know where drivers are going to go wrong. You miss one of those zones, I think it's game over this weekend. Here we go. George Christopher, who sits on the line now, with a 68.5. He needs to work really hard. Contact with a wall, upset the line in the last qualifying run. What can he do? Fires in. He's over that white line. Fires down though. Good line into that first outside zone, but he's going to miss the second outside zone, and I think this track's evolving massively. And there we go, outside zone 3 missed as well. 4 now coming up, and he gets himself into it. The BMW 1 Series singing and swinging as he works his way into outside zone 5, and George Christopher, who stands on the throttle, the Cypriot driver, works his way across the line, and it's job done.
Yeah, I mean, it's a job done, but not the job he was hoping for. Yeah, really, really tough here, and with the massive deduction you get now for missing a zone. As I said, it's -8 points, in some cases up to -10. This is going to be a really, really tough one for him here. Oh man, yeah, just the track is still very tacky. It's still very grippy, and for George, just can't get the car to move in the way that he's hoping for. Outside zone 4 looked pretty solid, but even still, you can see him coming out of that zone and fighting to not have that car come out. The amount of speed he drops in the end of outside zone 4 is pretty bad.
It's for me, 1, 2, and 3 are the killer.
Yeah,
because you're seeing drivers get to 1 kind of easily because you're on the handbrake, you're slow, and you can position the car where you need to be. They're coming back on the throttle and they're just completely losing outside zone 2.
Yeah.
And then they struggle then to get the line to 3 because they're out of position. They're instantly losing 20 points.
Yeah. I mean, you get 1, easily 15, 16, up to 20 for sure for those 2 zones. So that's tough.
And you know, if a 60-point score drops in, you can see where where they could have been.
Yeah, really, really rough. So 68.5 on the first run, and I think 83 still is where our bubble is, and that is the number that George's going to be looking for. See what the judges think.
Yeah, an 83 dead at the moment is our drop zone, and Naoki Nakamura sits on it with an 83 dead. And then we start to drive up, and you can see Baxi sitting there on 84, Teemu Tuomi with an 85, Cherb with an 85, and Fion Roach with an 85 as well. So nervous wait for some of those guys. Some more qualifying runs coming up. Waiting for the score to drop in for the second run of George Christopher, though, and it's going to be a 61 dead, and unfortunately another driver out of the show this weekend and sitting from the sidelines and watching on as Top 32 kicks off tomorrow, exclusively on Red Bull TV. Yves Meyer up next in this incredible Toyota GR Supra. B58, 1,008 horsepower, super focused as the lights turn amber. We wait for him to turn green and the front wheels lift up almost off the tarmac. The sheer amount of grip dialed into these cars, and he flicks it early to initiation. Down he comes in to that first outside zone, and the car shuts down instantly.
Oh man. Curious again what ends up happening here. There's so many things that can go wrong in these cars. Saw the nitrous purge, so we know that part's working. At least it's purging. But gets the car lit up. Yeah, tough to say. Could be so many different things, Reeves.
Yeah, I wonder if the car, you can see the digital dash inside the car still illuminated, so the car didn't cut out, maybe just didn't come back on power. Went to the throttle, nothing happened, didn't react, game over. And it's going to be a nervous wait for Reeves Meyer. Sits at 18th position at the moment. Will it be enough? This man pulled it all out of the bag for his first qualifying run. Clint Van Arsdale currently sits with a 91 in 14th position, looking strong, feeling good. He said it's run by run. What can we do as he comes off the line? The driver from the Netherlands to JZ powered Nissan 206 S14 as the anti-lag pops and bangs from under the car, stands on the throttle nice and early. Now that is what we're talking about as Clint Van Arsdale puts it right where it needs to be. Nice line through 2 and 3. Slows that car down but struggles to get to 4. Now finds the back end of that S14 into the outside zone. Goes for the transition, looks to try and clean this one up as Clint Van Arsdale goes for the last 2 outside zones towards the wall across the line.
So outside zone 4 is interesting because it's actually broken up into 4 separate zones. So it is one giant one, but the judges kind of allow you to, it's scored, especially with line, in 4 different sections. So if you miss one part of it, it's not like it's going to completely ruin all of outside zone 4, but it is still going to be a hit. It's still going to be, you know, a big chunk taken off that line score. So we'll have to see exactly how that weighs out. So for me, 1, 2, half? Would you go with half? Maybe?
Maybe.
A third?
A third?
Okay. See, I'm teaching you the Imperial system now.
Hey, whoa, rein it back in. 7 meters.
Okay, got it. That part was missed, and I mean that's going to be really tough there. Look at how much he works to get that car back into the zone, though.
Yeah.
Full angle, full left foot brake, tons of wheel speed, doing what he should be doing to try and get back out there. Alternatively, you could just try and grab the e-brake to sink that car back in. That's not going to go super well either because the chances of you then having an issue and running into the wall is pretty tough. As now we can see all those lights. Makes this facility just absolutely one of a kind.
It certainly does, yeah. And
the fans just packed in there.
Yeah, we're packed out.
We still have more coming tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yep. And there we go. An 81 drops 10 points for that mistake in that outside zone 4. Stays where he is in 14th position at the moment. Clint Van Arsdale looks strong for a spot in top 32 tomorrow. Diogo Correa, though, 77.5 on his first qualifying run, currently out in 39th place. And this young man looking for some redemption after a tough year at Drift Masters as the flag flies. The Portuguese flag flies on the back of this BMW through the gears. Comes this young man as he fires in, looks down as the anti-lag bangs from the back of the car on the throttle nice and early, and Correa now goes for it. Looks for these outside zones, starts to collect the dots as he fires through, looks for outside zone 4, look down with the handbrake, now back on throttle nice and early into the zone. Goes Diogo Correa, the Portuguese driver, here for business this weekend, no messing around. There's a beautiful line from Correa as he stands on the accelerator, looks for the final outside zone and across the line.
Love how Correa was able to just progressively add angle throughout a lot of the zones throughout the run. Makes it look very, very smooth. Some drivers will just snap the car to angle, hold it at that angle all the way around, and hopefully it looks really good. But look at kind of a slower hesitation through outside zone 1, and then through 2 he's adding more angle, and then through 3 he's adding more angle. You can see him kind of working that a little bit with the steering wheel. Makes for a very, very smooth run, a very chaseable run as well. Even through outside zone 4, comes in maybe just a touch shallow, and then starts to add more angle in all the way through 4. It's such a great way to get through it where maybe you're not as comfortable on the entry to the zones, but you want to make sure that you're filling it, you're getting those angle scores. It's not going to work as well for style, but style doesn't make up a massive, massive portion of the scoring, so it's a little bit strategic in the driving and the way that you're able to get through it. Be comfortable, make sure you're hitting the line, and then let's work on everything else after. And for Correa, sitting on that 77.5, that is what you need to do to try and get up there.
And there we go, an 87 dead on the board for Diogo Correa. Does improve his score, gets himself into 22nd position at the moment, and he should be happy with that. But will he be happy after all the runs are in? We go back to the line to Fion Roach from Ireland. Toyota GTA 62 JZ, 975 horsepower, looking laser focused. And the young man of 85.5 in the top 32 at the moment, but a nervous stage where he is in 29th position. Off the start line through the gears comes the young Irishman, flicks that car to angle, nice initiation, down he comes towards the wall. Will he get on the throttle nice and early? He does. Lets that car wash a little bit, stands on the foot brake, gets the accelerator fully open though. He now works his way around, goes for this outside zone. You see him double tap of the handbrake there, trying to make sure he definitely gets into four, perfectly timed. And there he goes, tail lights reflected off the wall as Fion Roach gets in to the second to last outside zone nicely as he follows that white line right to the edge of the circuit and across the line.
That headlight was having a party.
It certainly was, yeah.
I think it was dancing to the beat of the music. I think it was wild because I was trying to focus on his run. I just was trying to figure out what song it was dancing to. But Fion Roach, a really good job. I love to see the development he's had as a driver with this chassis, just getting more and more comfortable, making less mistakes, not panicking as much, just kind of growing up in front of us as a competitor. And this is a Shanahan-built car, so that's going to give you such a great platform to work with. You're pitted with them, so you're getting all the notes, you're getting all that. But at the end of the day, it's still up to you as a driver to be able to put that all down there. We can give you all the best tools and all the knowledge in the world, but if you don't know what to do with it, you're not going to be able to lay it down. But Fion, man, it's just a solid run from him. He's sitting in a pretty good spot right now, 85.5, so 29th, not an amazing spot. May not hold. I mean, I have to take a look and see if anybody can knock him out at this point. Yeah, Dwayne's still got a 0, so it could start to knock down, but we'll see. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Score drops in, an 86 dead. Stays where he is, can't improve. Kevin Passer sits above him with an 86.5. There we go, back to the start line, and
should be in a car
now. Should have been Espen Road on the line from Norway, hearing that Espen Road DB'd a tyre in a burnout box, so disqualified from his second run. So Espen Road stays where he is with a 92.5, and we move the action along to Dwayne McKver, who currently sits with a 0 out of the show and sits in 48th position. Back on the line, wonder what that issue was, wonder if they got it fixed right. Can they rely on the car? He's on the radio to the spotters already after the warming the tyres in the burnout box. And cross ball, warming the tyres in the burnout box, DB the tyre, out of competition.
It's the first I've heard of that. That's wild.
Well, there we go.
Pretty low pressure stuff.
It certainly is. All off the line comes Dwayne McKver. What can he do? It's do or die right now for the Irishman. Can he get a rub of the green? Can he get some luck as he fires down to that first outside zone on the throttle nice and early? McKver goes for that second outside zone. Perfect line so far to outside zone 3. Looks for a good transition back on full throttle. Dabs the foot brake. Look at this from McKver. He's not messing around. The Northern Irishman wants it. The smoke machine goes for it as McKver tickles the wall with the back end. It looks like it's flawless at the moment. McKver goes for the final outside zone and across the line.
Oh, that's the run that we've all been hoping for. That was incredible from Dwayne McKver. Oh, just right off the bat, I mean, everything to lose here. I was going to say nothing to lose, but everything to lose there. Sitting on that 0, completely launches in. This driver missed almost an entire day of practice just to go and get parts to get back on the track here. Threw in a couple of runs and just said, you know what, that's fine, let's go. Man, what a solid run here from Dwayne.
Look, he needed that luck. He needed, and I think 90% of this year has been down to luck. Look at the line.
Oh, one of the best outside zone 4s we've seen.
Hey, we've never doubted Dwayne McKever's ability as a driver. It is
not once.
You cannot doubt how good he is. The machinery this year and the luck he's had has just been. The machinery's been good, but the luck that comes with it has been bad.
He's due. He's so due for some good luck, and maybe it'll start to come together here.
Maybe this is the weekend.
I hope so. What a story that would be. What an absolute legendary down in history story. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves because we still got some judges weighing in on what that run looked like. That was incredible to us because of the stakes that built up. But are the judges going to be able to find some mistakes in that run as we look over
there we go,
that line?
Score drops in. It's going to be a 91.5, and it drops McKver right into the show. And I'm going to say he's going to be safe for top 32 action tomorrow. We're going to go down to a live onboard of what happened with Espen Road. Look at this, the reaction as Espen Road finds out that he's out of qualifying. Wow, and that is an angry young man, 18 years of age, and the rage comes out of him after he DB'd the tyre. And you can see what it means to Espen Road. Bails out of the car and back into the lorry, and he'll need a few minutes to cool down, that's for sure. Not easy here in Germany this weekend. Right, let's keep the action rolling. Jakob Kroll on the line from Poland, from Lodz. This 206 S14.92 JZ, 920 horsepower. Comes off the line, a super impressive driver, 92.5 in his first qualifying run. What can he do right now as he flicks it in? He's shallow on outside zone 1 though, and he's going to come up a cropper on 2, and he does. Can he get to 3? He does. He works the back end right where it needs to be. Jakob Kroll now looks for outside zone 4, puts the back end of that carbon Kevlar S14.9 where it needs to be, looks for 5, fires down, no handbrake drag for him, full throttle, no messing around from the Polishman as he goes for the final outside zone and across the line.
Got a little sketchy there off the bat. Now, that spooked me. That was full clench mode for me, where I'm watching him fire in there. What is happening to those first couple outside zones? Look at the speed coming through here. Completely launched, gets it out to angle, but just doesn't time it. And what I was worried about is there'd be no traction on that part of the track, and he'd just slide off into no man's land, and you know, some fans in the front row would be picking up the pieces of that car. But able to get things sorted. Jakob Kroll back on throttle, collects his thoughts, and starts collecting zones. All the way through outside zone 4, things look completely dialed. Very smooth, very consistent through the rest of these zones. So that mistake at initiation is the big part as I look over and see the judges really trying to define how bad that mistake was and what that's going to mean to his score. So already sitting not too bad at the 92.5. A mistake like that, I mean, that could be -8 points right there. So that's probably going to knock him down, if not more. So yeah, judges are telling me right off the bat that is a full...
Don't look at the judges.
I got to sometimes.
Just don't look at them. Look, there we go. Look, 76 drops in. It's bad. It was 2 zones missed. I clocked it straight away. As soon as he missed 1, he was going to triangulate to 3, and that was the problem. You miss 1, you triangulate to 3. I sound like I know what I'm talking about. I'm just a drift fan.
Sometimes you do.
Just sometimes I know.
You watch it.
I've been sitting in this seat a long time now, so you know. Right, Kevin Pascoe. I took dirty of him. I said he was terrible in qualifying practice earlier. He came out and absolutely smashed it with an 87.5. He needs to do better than that, Kevin Pascoe, and he goes for it as he fires down. The Hungarian driver unleashes 1,000 horsepower from the back end of this LSX supercharged BMW E92. Looks for a clean line, but messes it up, and he fails to get to 4. He's in it very, very late as Kevin Pascoe now flicks that car to angle, goes for outside zone 5, looks for the wall once again, and Pascoe's driving angry now as he goes for the final zone and across the line.
The setup looks so good in that car too.
Did, yeah.
It looks so smooth, and like they pulled out as like the perfect amount of grip. So I really want to go back and take a look at what happened at the beginning of outside zone 4, because I mean, up until that point I was like, this is it, man. This is absolutely incredible what we're seeing. So let's break it down. Kevin Pascoe, good initiation, gets out to 1, really solid, really planted. That car wanting to float out, gets on throttle. Look at it bite. A little bit of a left foot brake to hold on to it. And as he comes through 3, things look good. Lots of angle coming out of 3. Really pushed the outside of that track. And to me, it just seemed like he didn't have enough lock on the car to kind of push and keep floating out to that side, and maybe got on throttle just a touch too early. Because really, the car is nice and floaty, but when he is on throttle, it wants to bite. So not a lot of side bite in that car.
Yeah.
A good amount of forward drive, and just missed times at that little bit. And sometimes changing setup will have issues like that.
Yeah, there we go. A big deduction off his score of 77.5, and he stays where he is in 22nd position for Kevin Pascoe. We go back on the line to David Spossop, Polish driver. Nissan Silvia S15, 2JZ, 950 horsepower. Looks for that line to go green as Spossop puts on the neons, puts on a show for the fans here in Germany this weekend. Some Polish fans out and about. Nice opposite flick, fires that car in now on the foot brake, on the handbrake. Gets it into outside zone 1, but slows the car down dramatically. Now work to be done. Can he get to outside zone 2? Looks like he will. He's in the car a little shallow on outside zone 3. Now work to be done for Spossop, for the Polishman. He's going to get another driver struggling to get to outside zone 4. He's on the foot brake and he slows the car down to almost crawling pace through the outside zone as he flicks it towards the wall. Spossop back on throttle once again. 2 zones to go as David Spossop moves to the back end of that S15 to the wall, and he just can't get there.
Does this fall into that category of unchaseable too?
This is the problem, I think. We spoke about how the judges are judging this event and how critical they are of where the positions are, where the transitions are, how... I mean, we refer to left foot braking. We know a lot of these drivers use it, but judges saying to us earlier, hey, listen, the left foot braking that you're talking about, it's all good, but they're using it way too much.
Yeah, I think once it slows the vehicle down, is really what it is. Yeah, you can use it in a touch here and there because it does allow you to hold the car back into a zone, or it can help pivot the car around a center point. But when it's just slowing, because that was kind of a crawl through a lot of that run, to me, that starts to fall very close to that unchaseable side of things. And if there's a tandem battle, how would that look?
Yeah, and there we go. Look at that. A 0 drops in from David Spossop. And yeah, I think you're right. And I think that amount of slowing in outside zone 4, where it's a full throttle momentum zone, it's not what the judges wanted to see. We go back on the line to Naoki Nakamura, sits on the start line with an 83, currently out of competition now. 85 is our cut-off. We're getting close to what we did last time in 2023 as Nakamura comes through, looking to improve on that score as he flicks that GR86 to angle to Jay-Z singing on the handbrake for a long period of time though, and has to re-handbrake again as he comes up to outside zone 2. Now starts to find the groove, starts to get himself into the moment as Naoki Nakamura finds outside zone 4 nice and early, stands on the foot brake, wanders a little bit but still keeps the back end where it needs to be. Naoki Nakamura goes for the wall, goes for that white line, stands on the throttle, looks for that final outside zone, and the wall across the line.
Yeah, started to clean it up a lot. I mean, it'll be up to the judges really if he's able to make it in on that run, but still the car just very, very bitey all the way through, and not as much float and flow as we really come to know from the Japanese driver. Known for being very stylish with these great and very fun transitions, but to me, I didn't see that. I really didn't see that in this run. I saw a driver that was all in on fast and then all in on slow and then all in on right foot and then all in on left foot.
It was very bitey.
Yeah,
It was very... It wasn't a smooth run through the track that we expect to see.
Yeah, when Nakamura's got the car in the spot that he wants it in, it's like an all throttle. He's swinging the car around. It's a very, very smooth and floaty type of run, and that just wasn't the case here. We got signs of it later on the run. Through 5, 6, and 7, it started to come together, but in the beginning, just wasn't there for him. So we'll see if he's able to improve his score.
Yeah, currently sitting out with an 83 dead. What can Naoki Nakamura do? This place is heaving. There's so many people here this weekend.
Yeah.
So many people in Ferropolis. This is crazy. I'm just looking around, and this place will be full tomorrow night. And there we go, an 88.5. He does improve. He jumps up the order. Just deeming it better than his first qualifying run. And Naoki Nakamura will see himself in the show. At the moment, we go back on the start line to Benediktas Čerba from Lithuania. BMW E92 2JZ 850 horsepower. Look at this. Take the visor down. So much speed in Benediktas Čerba, they taped his visor closed. Can't let the beast out. Here we go. Through the gears comes Benediktas Čerba as he flicks that car to angle. Down on the handbrake goes Čerba. Looks out the side window. Handbrakes again for outside zone 2. As Čerba now opens up the throttle, starts to connect the dots as he looks for outside zone 4. A nice line, a nice transition into that long outside zone 4 full throttle as he works his way through. Flicks the car, very snappy transition. Goes for that white line. Looks for that second to last outside zone. Collects it. Final zone coming up. And Čerba across the line.
I'm almost wondering if this is... Let me throw this one out here.
Something's up with that outside zone 1 to 2.
So
I know what you're going to say.
Well, I don't know. This is a bit of a weird one. I'm wondering if they're not getting their tires warm enough at the launch, because a lot of these cars are looking really, really smooth once they get into 4. Once those tires are absolutely cooking, the cars look really good. But maybe they're not just spending enough time in the burnout box. They're really not getting them up to temp, and for some reason it's causing those cars to be incredibly grippy through 1, 2, and 3. It seems really strange to me, especially when you see 4, 5, 6, 7 look incredible.
Yeah.
But 1, 2, and 3, the cars are just like, they let off the gas and they just stop.
Čerba's a second driver like Naoki Nakamura to handbrake again after outside zone 1 to extend it to 2. So yeah, there's
something.
There's some theory there.
Yeah, I don't know.
I hear what you're saying.
It's just weird.
I'd like to hear from a driver.
We are purely speculating.
Speculating because all we are is drift fans with zero knowledge.
Yep, that's it.
That's all it is.
We just get to ask a lot of questions.
These guys are having fun though down there, waving the Lithuanian flags, ready to see the score drop in. At the moment, Čerba needs to do a little bit of improving because he's currently sat at an 85.5. He's on the drop zone of top 32. Can he secure a place in top 32? Still a lot of drivers to go, still some zeros, still a lot of scores out of an 85. So what can we do right now? Cherba drops a score in of an 85 dead. He stays where he is, and it's going to be a nervous wait for the Lithuanian. Can he hold on to a spot in top 32 as we go to the next driver on the line? It's going to be Mika Keski-Korpi, man that set the scoreboard alight earlier on with a 93.5. He's feeling confident. Visor slams shut. Look at this, a rock at the head, a thumbs up to Marcin, our start line marshal. Car slams into gear. The Finnish driver comes off the line, flies through the gear. Anti-lag popping and banging on this BMW F22. Nice line, little handbrake drag those. Look at that, straight onto the foot brake, pushes the back end of that BMW towards outside zone 2. Now starts to pick it up, fires through to outside zone 4. Look at that, the line he's got there is absolutely beautiful. From Mika Keski-Korpi, dials on the angle, smokes out the centre section of the circuit as he flicks the bumper towards the wall, looks for that second to last outside zone. It's beautiful from Keski-Korpi as he puts it to the wall across the line. He's on form this weekend.
Yeah, and his full throttle transitions look so solid. The way he's sinking the car into 4. Just everything about this run, everything about his driving and the car setup is finally coming together for Mika Keski-Korpi. So one looks good, big left foot brake to try and get the car around. Look at, adds that angle in at the right moment.
Wow.
Any sooner, it would have been a problem. Any later, it would have been a huge problem. And then Keski-Korpi, but like, he's just on throttle through almost this entire run. And all he's doing is using a little bit of left foot brake to kind of correct the car throughout the whole thing.
But not a lot, though. You can see it there.
No.
And there was a little dab in the middle of 4, and that was it.
A little dab will do you. That's all you need. It's like putting on good cologne. You can't cover yourself in it. You just a little dab here and there.
Is that where I'm going wrong?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. But for Mika Keski-Korpi, oh man,
I'm loving his driving.
I know.
I'm loving it.
I feel like you can hear the smile on my face because I'm so happy with his driving.
Oh, well, the judges hated it. It's an
All
85 dead, and I wonder if we'll hear a little word from David Kalas over my ears in a moment to tell me why that wasn't so impressive. Oh, so the line was really bad, is what we're hearing. So the line wasn't that good.
The first 2 zones.
Okay, here we go. Back on the line though, Jason Benet from France, from Lyon in France. Subaru BRZ 2JZ, 950 horsepower, comes off the line, 39th place at the moment for the Frenchman. Look at the aggression as he flicks that car to angle. Benet now on the handbrake, on the foot brake, trying to dial that car into those outside zones. Now starting to drive aggressive as Benet puts foot to floor, flicks that car across the circuit. Look at the aggression he's driving with. That was a dangerous transition from Jason Benet, but he's on the foot brake, slowing that car down, and we know how much that bleeds points, but he rubs the bumper along the wall as Jason Benet finds the zone, finds where he needs to be, and gets the job done.
Fighting back with style.
Oh, he's fighting.
He's fighting with style. Yeah, angle and style, you can make up for a lot with that. So if the line's not coming together for you, try something a little bit different, and that's really what we saw here.
Look at this.
He's got the nose strip on. He is everything. He probably went for a cold plunge before this. He is reading everything. He's trying to do everything just to be as much of an animal as he possibly can be. And Jason Benet, man, gets back on throttle. Look at this. The same thing, first, second zone, very grippy. But through the third, the transitions, man, on throttle, swings that back around, left foot, plants it. Gets that car nice and settled, using the left foot brake, but not really like shutting the car down through it. We can see the throttle on his dash there as he's banging it off the rev limit. The car just absolutely begging for some reprieve as Jason Benet gets through the rest of this run, but very snappy, tons of angle. Another driver's trying to step up here, not sitting in a good spot with 39th. So he's gonna need something pretty epic here to be able to bring him back up, but man, Benet.
I'm telling you, don't sleep on Jason Benet.
No,
he once he finds his form in Drift Masters, he's going to be dangerous.
Yeah.
Because his aggression, style, he's got it all. He's got the package, the team, the car. He's got everything around him. He just needs to find that Drift Masters form, which takes a few drivers a few years to get, you know.
It's the consistency of all of that.
Yeah.
That's where he's been struggling. He's got it all, and when it comes together, it's there. But you need to do it every weekend.
And there we go, an 83.5 drops him into 35th position. It will be the end of the weekend for Jason Benet. I'm telling you, he may not have qualified this weekend, but don't sleep on Jason Benet. We go back on the start line. Juha Poitalak. So, from Finland, BMW E92 M3 2JZ 3.5 litre stroke. just a sheer 900 horsepower.
That's it.
That's all he's got, but he's going to unleash it right now onto the tarmac of Ferropolis as he fires in, as Juha puts that car where it needs to be. Big handbrake drag. Look at that, the front of the car pops up with aggression as he lifts his foot off the clutch. Now looks for the outside zone, collects it nicely. What's the line going to be like into outside zone 4? It's absolutely beautiful for the Finnish driver as he now opens up the throttle perfectly. Looks down the circuit for the outside zone 5. Towards the wall he goes as Finland's finest puts the car where it needs to be. Looks for the final outside zone and across the line goes Poitalakso.
We asked him for 20 more centimeters.
And he said, okay.
He said, all right, let's do it. So yeah, Juha, I mean, this is what we were looking for. Puts down that first run, which, I mean, barely has him sitting in the show right now, but not cemented, and then decides to come out on the second one and throws down even harder. So yeah, for Juha Poitalakso, this is what he needed to do. You've got to be pushing harder on your second run, especially when you're getting that close to the bubble. 29th overall as of this moment before the judge's decision comes in. So is this going to increase that score? Definitely more angle, definitely more style, at least from what I'm seeing. And to me, the line was that little bit better. So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but at least for me, I like the way things are looking right now for Juha.
Yeah, well, he's already in the show, and we'll see what the score is. If it's an improvement, where does he place himself in top 32 after the score drops in from our judges?
You want that bigger score, you want to move up. That way, you know, hopefully you're then battling a driver who's not quite on form in the top 32 gives you a bit better of a chance. So
yeah, certainly so, and it's this score reward track. You're going to risk it to get the reward. Here we go. Score drops in at 92.5 from Juha Poitalakso, puts him right up there in 11th place, and the guys behind the scenes are telling me that the top 32 is almost set. Only one driver can knock Benedictus Gerber, who is on the drop zone, out of competition. We'll get to that in a minute. We go back to the start line to Eren Nilsen from Norway. Wasn't happy, shook his head after the first qualifying run. What will he do this time as he flicks that car aggressively to angle, fires down, puts a back end of that Toyota Sora where it needs to be. A big stall up, gets back into it, now finds the very edge of the circuit, rear wheel on the white line as he flicks it through, looks for outside zone 4. No slowing down for Eren Nilsen. He doesn't know what slowing down is as he puts the foot to floor, flicks that car across the circuit, puts the back bumper towards the wall. Second to last outside zone coming up, and he looks for the final one, puts the bumper on the wall and across the line.
Yeah, sitting in 27th, that would, at this point, one driver, and you're not going to get knocked out right now. I would want to see just a lot more as Eren Nilsen. It's good, it is good, but he's just working so hard in that car. He's got to be absolutely exhausted. The drivers that are able to throw down these monumental runs that make the highlight reel, that get Ian and I out of our seats, that get everybody cheering at home, they're almost not doing anything behind the wheel. They're not fighting it. They're not grabbing at e-brakes. They're not slamming, you know, the foot brake, anything. They're just on throttle, one or two corrections here or there. But for Eren, I mean, he's grabbing the handbrake. He is fighting his way through this track at this point. And he can be such a stylish driver. He can be so aggressive, but I'm not entirely sure why he just wasn't able to really show it, at least for the first part of this run. Second part, things definitely get cleaned up. Gets closer to the wall. You got it. I mean, you got a half a meter of bumper. Let's use all of it. You know, let's drag it. Let's paint that wall orange. But we'll see. Some Norwegian fans, though, still here supporting all the Norwegian drivers.
Yeah, there certainly are a few of them around the place, that's for sure. There we go, some more Norwegian flags held up in support of Eren Nilsen. What can he do? Can he improve on that 87? Can he jump himself up the order to make his day tomorrow about? He can, ever so slightly. An 89.5 for Eren Nilsen. And we keep the action moving. We move on to the next driver. Jakub Puszczonski from Poland, from Warsaw. Toyota GR86, sorry, B58, 900 horsepower. Puszczonski looking clean earlier on. 24th place for him at the moment with an 88 dead. What can he do? He would want to move himself up the order. We've seen him do good things in qualifying as he fires in the Red Bull Toyota GR86. The B58 singing underneath the bonnet, stands on the throttle, stands on the accelerator as he now starts to get it, work it into those zones, start to get it through the circuit. Back on the throttle once again, very close to the wall, flirting with danger was Jakub Puszczonski right there as he now looks out the side glass, looks down for outside zone 5, collects it. Such a technical driver, so clinical, so clean. The final outside zone coming up, a little dab of the foot brake and across the line.
It's kind of interesting watching him drive because it's almost like in his head he goes, I need more angle, and then you can see him just add more angle. He's like, I need more angle, and then adds more angle. Like all the way through this run, you can almost feel every calculation he's making as a driver and every input he's putting back in. He's like, this will pick me up 5 more points. Like it feels like he's that clinical as he gets around this track. And I know for him, an 88 is not what he's expecting out of himself. And through this run, you can see those inputs. So another driver, not completely comfortable through the first 3 zones and then comes alive to the 4th. So look at here. You can see every time he touches that left foot brake, he's like, more angle, and then gets through the rest of that. So will that increase? We'll be able to beat the 88? Not entirely sure, but what I am seeing, though, is a driver that's making adjustments as he gets through the track, trying to push for every single point that he possibly can, and fighting for improvements.
Yeah, certainly so. Fighting for those improvements, trying to fight for a better road through to the finals in top 32. That's what these guys are trying to do now. The order is nearly set. There's only one driver left to go sitting outside of top 32 that can rearrange our order. And look, we're going to find out. 90.5 on the board there for Jakub Proszkonski, and it is an improvement. He'll be happy with that. Moves himself up into 17th position. So 18 drivers with a 90.
Wow.
Incredible. Here we go. Juha Rittinen sits on the line from Finland, slams that car into gear, double punches the steering wheel as he always does. Tradition, a 93 on his first qualifying run. He's in 6th place at the moment. He would love to get in that qualifying showdown, and he fires that car in deep onto the wall, stands on the throttle nice and early, but big clutch kick from Rittinen as he now works the back end towards the wall. Rittinen really wants this one. He's hungry for it. Nice line. Look how early he gets to outside zone 4. Dabbles on the foot brake, dabbles on the accelerator, and he fires it through, looks for outside zone 5, touches the wall and upsets the line as Juha Rittinen goes for it, tries to find himself into that perfect zone and across the line.
Makes a really good correction after that hit, though.
Yeah.
That is really tough, especially because you don't know how much damage the car has taken at that point. You have to just hope that everything is fine. So Juha, out of the gate, gets that car lit up right away. First outside zone, floats it out, and then into the second. Look, that clutch kick, as you said, maybe a touch of understeer as well. Gets that car back out. I mean, just a lot of drivers fighting through that area. It's like there's super glue tacked down and everybody's trying to fight, but then we get into outside zone 4, and this is where Intinen really comes alive. Very stable throughout 4. Transitions out of 5, nice and smooth. I love this shot here. And you can really tell how much commitment he's got to it, and maybe just a bit too much. Bounces off the wall, but still able to collect 6 and 7, even though he has that pretty definitive contact into 5. We'll get the other angle of it here now.
Yeah, from the other angle, it didn't look as severe as it does.
But look, he throttles through it, adds angle, still makes it through. So,
it looked more severe on the first run than it does on the replay.
Yeah, I agree. But it's also, I mean, in slow-mo, so it kind of softens the edges of it.
Yeah, true. There we go, an 87 drops in, and he stays where he is, Juha Rittinen. And right now, we move it back to the line to the only man that can knock Benediktus Cherba out of top 32, and it is this young man from Finland. It is Jarkko Jula. Car shuts down on the first qualifying run. Can it hold together? What was the issue? That's the biggest question. Will it work now? Will it be 110%? He lights the tyres off the line, comes through the gears. Finished driver Jarkko Jula. 1,000 horsepower Toyota JZX 100, flicks into angle, stands on the throttle nice and early, tries to put the back end of that car where it needs to be. Very technical driver is this young Finnish as he fires it in to outside zone 4 nice and early. The longest car on the grid, flexes the back end off the wall. Jarkko Jula tries to set the scoreboard alight, tries to impress the judges, tries to get himself a spot in top 32 for the main show tomorrow. As Jarkko Jula goes for the final outside zone and across the line.
Is it gonna be enough? That is the question that is going through his head. That is the question that's going through so many Finnish fans right now. Is this going to be enough for Jarkko Jula, a driver that the judges were praising in practice, a driver that was absolutely crushing it in practice and has such a benefit of a huge rear end on that car? It is going to be really, really tough. Look at the lean and the left foot brake. You can tell how much that car weight jacks over to one side, how soft he's got it, and he's just locked in. Look at his head on a gimbal as it pivots around with the car. Oh man, I really, really hope so. And that's, it's nothing against any driver that he's going against. You want everybody to be in. We're all such big fans of these drivers. We get to know them, as people, and it's so tough to watch any of them get knocked out before they even make it into the show.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah.
It's a very good run, though, from Jarkko Jula. I'm just watching it back. I'm sitting here quietly. I'm thinking there's not a whole lot wrong with it.
It is good.
There was a mistake after outside zone 1, I'd say that. but the rest of it for me was pretty clean.
But we said it can't just be really good. It's got to be great.
Be exceptional.
Yeah, it has to be.
Well, here we go, score looks like it's going to drop in from Jarkko Jula. The Finnish fans clutch onto their flags, nervously waiting for the score to appear on the big screens around Ferropolis, around Drift Island. And they hold their breath, and it's going to be an 86 dead for Jarkko Jula. He takes Benedictus Cherba out, and we have replicated what happened last time in 2023, where with a cut-off zone was an 86. How about that?
That is wild. I mean, if nothing, we are very consistent.
We are very consistent. So are our drivers. Well, here we go, back on the line we go. It's going to be Marko Zachariel, who first time round got 93 on the ball. He sits in 8th place at the moment. What can he do right now? The Czech driver fires down. Flames are up from the back of the 2-litre Volkswagen-powered BMW 2 Series. Nice and consistent. Look at that. The line on throttle perfectly. Dials on the angle. Looks for outside zone 4. Now works himself into outside zone 4. The flames erupt from behind the wall as Marko Zachariel unfazed flicks that car to angle once again, finds it in, dials it on to the angle. Look at the line. Full commitment as he gets it across the line.
Yeah, what a smooth, consistent run all the way through. I don't know if he got a double clutch kick off there on initiation, but yeah, for Zachariel, you got to be happy with that. Sitting on a 93 already at this point now, it is bragging rights, it is points, it is potentially getting into the showdown a little bit later on this evening. So still a lot on the line, even for the drivers that have already qualified and qualified well. So it's you know, you've got to throw down at this point. You know you're in the show. As a driver, you got to figure out, okay, how hard do I want to push? What am I willing to risk to either pick up some more points or potentially, because you can now start almost figuring out who you could pair off against. So now, I mean, as a driver, maybe even as a spotter, do you start to line that up and go, okay.
You're trying to work out the battle tree.
Yeah. I'm going to go against this driver. If I do better, am I happy going against this driver? I don't know if anybody's really happy about going against any driver at this point. You can start to line that up and go, do I want to qualify higher, or am I cool with who I'm going against? So are they 4D chess at this point? I'm not entirely sure, but that's where my brain goes.
That's the technical side of you going on.
Yeah. I would start building at that bracket immediately, being like, okay, this is who you're going against. Are you cool with that, or do you want to try and move up one or two?
Well, it's not set just yet. There's a few more drivers to go, and a 93 on his first qualifying run. What can Zachariel do on the second? We know first place is 97. It's an 87.5. It's not an improvement. Judges not liking it as much as his first qualifying run, but nevertheless, still in the show. Stays where he is in 7th position. We go back on the line to Ite Seder for 91.5. This young man will be gunning for a higher qualifying score to try and get himself into that qualifying showdown. Laser focused as he stares down the track. Lights off the tyres off the start line, starts to work his way through the gears as he flicks to angle, looks for outside zone 1, nice handbrake initiation, gets himself down there on anti-lag now, on throttle, nice and early, picks up the back wheels and starts to spin them up as he gets through and looks for outside zone 4, perfectly on that white line, in there nice and early, full throttle, as Ite Seder dabbles on the foot brake, fires a car for outside zone 5, tail lights towards the wall as Ite Seder fires it through, looks for the final outside zone, towards the wall and across the line.
That is definitely a way to start to try and improve that score, that's for sure. Outside of that last outside zone, it looked really, really dialed for Ite Seder. Just, I mean, very consistent again. He's getting not just consistency through the run, but consistency between the runs as well, which is almost more difficult to do, especially with all the changing conditions and everything else that's going on. It really cements him as an incredible driver when you start to do that, when it's like, okay, I'm going to run that line again, I'm going to run as consistently, maybe make a bit of an adjustment here or increase my angle through this section or a little bit more commitment. So for me, that's one of the biggest parts of Ite Seder and the development of his career as a motorsports athlete, is the consistency between those runs and the small tweaks that he makes between each time. So
yeah, there we go, an 88.5, no improvement for Ite Seder. Stays where he is, almost mid-pack. We go back on the start line to Connor Falvey. He said Silvia S15 2JZ 900 horsepower and 89.5. He won't be impressed with that. He'll be want to climb way up the order, sitting in 19th at the moment. and almost 20 drivers with a 90-point score as he comes off the line, flicks that car to angle, starts to work his way down as Falvey puts the carbon Kevlar towards the wall on the throttle nice and early. That's beautiful from Falvey. Dials on more angle, flicks the car even more angle as he goes into outside zone 3. Now works his way through, looks for that early line into outside zone 4. And Falvey just tickling the white line of outside zone 4. Did he fall out of it a little early as Falvey goes for 5, squeezes the throttle once again, a touch of the foot brake to push the back end as close to the wall as he can and across the line.
Interesting how the drivers are still kind of struggling with these changing temps. It's maybe setting up what could look like, or what may look like in top 32.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, I was just thinking top 32 could be interesting tomorrow. If today and tomorrow, very similar weather conditions. If that's anything to go by the time we start top 32 and we finish the weekend tomorrow evening, things could be very, very different.
Well, and they're not going to get any more practice with these track conditions. Everything that they're going to practice on tomorrow is going to be relatively early in the morning. So it's still going to be fairly warm, although the temp tomorrow is going to come down, so maybe it'll balance out a little bit more. But either way, for me, Connor Falvey, it seems like another driver that's maybe not able to make that adjustment for what we're seeing on track right now. Still a solid run, and really any of the critiques that we provide or criticism that it could be taken as, it's just we're looking at drivers that are well into the 90s and still kind of mid-pack.
Yeah.
Like, just to set that as the example, right now, 18th spot is a 90. So that's where we're at with the driving right now. And it's just, we got to try and find these small little things that these drivers need to clean up. Because at the end of the day, everyone's going for 100. You show up to go for 100, and anything else is a disappointment.
That's the name of the game.
Yeah, that's what qualifying
perfect
is.
qualifying score.
Exactly. They dream of it, they practice for it, everything for it.
There we go, an 82.5, so no improvement for Connor Falvey. And yeah, these conditions seem to be catching out some of these higher level drivers, some of these guys that stay a little bit more consistent on the line. As we see Pavel Korpolinski on the line, ready to go for his second qualifying run. Mr. Consistent, we'd like to see him. Well, he's almost in the qualifying showdown. He's at fourth place at the moment with a 94 on the board in his first qualifying score. He's going in for that top spot right now to take his fellow Polishman off of the top of the step. What can he do as he flicks that car in? Pavel Korpolinski, 2JZ powered Nissan Silvia S14 on throttle nice and early. Look at the line from Korpolinski. This guy is so critical, so clean on his transitions, on his movements in the car. What can he do? Perfect line into outside zone 4, a little touch of the handbrake, but he gets it done perfectly, deep into that zone, all the way around. And look at the arc, look at the way he creates the line into outside zone 5. And Korpolinski's on an absolute flyer this weekend as he puts it towards the wall and across the line.
He's so consistent, you can set your watch to him. It's great. It's so great to see his driving, and that to me is more the development of the style that we need out of it. If he wants to be a champion, if he wants to be a top, I mean, he's already been top 5. But the difference between top 5 and champion is being able to harness the style and the angle as well. And it's starting to come together. The transition from 4 to 5 is one of the most stylish things I've seen out of him all season long. The transitions are snappier. He's on throttle throughout a lot of it. Look at great angle through 4, adding angle on at the end. Look at just a beautiful transition at speed. These are the things that start to add up when it comes to the style score, and that's the only thing that has held Pavel back in his career, is those small things. He is so clinical. You could let him design tracks, because you would just go out and drive a line and go, cool, we're just gonna mark this and that's your perfect line.
That's a perfect line.
Yeah, and the only part has been those two other things. The angle has really come to him now, and now as we start to see this transition get a bit snappier, a little bit more of that clench factor, if you will, man, he is so dangerous out there now.
And this is one of the tracks he's been most consistent at on the podium 2 times here, and the 92 drops in, and again, consistency is key. Korpolinski looking good this weekend. Could he find himself on the podium at the end of the weekend? Well, got a lot of contenders to go through as we go back to the start line to Laurie Hindman, the Finnish driver, the 2024 Drift Masters champion, sits on the line, Nissan 180SX, NASCAR V8 945 horsepower, Pro Charger strapped to the front of it, nevertheless, comes off the line back in his own car this weekend after heartbreak in Riga, and you hear that thing scream as he comes down, and Hindman will try to get himself back into where he was, top form, as he fires it towards the wall, and Hindman's on an absolute flyer right now. Oh, big angle on the transition, using to slow the car down, but he's shadow on outside zone 4, and he's going to come out of it a little early, and he does, as he now flicks towards outside zone 5. It's nice and clean, but Hindman making mistakes throughout the run as he goes to the final outside zone and across the line.
Yeah, just trying to disrupt this championship is where he's at now, trying to make up for lost time. having those car and those mechanical issues, seems like, knock on wood, that is all completely sorted now. That engine is just singing out there. Sounds absolutely beautiful. Great initiation here. And Laurie, his transitions, his commitment, his aggression is just, it's something you want to have as a driver. Every driver you talk to, and Laurie's one of those drivers like, man, I wish I could do like these things and all that stuff. It's just, you become envious of his ability. And yeah, just an incredible athlete. Very funny. I think that's something that maybe doesn't make it out to a lot of things behind the scenes. He's incredibly hilarious. Yeah, it's just a very silly human being, and then, you know, turns into this monster behind the wheel. But for Laurie, it's just good to see him when he's on form, when everything's working, the mechanicals are all good. It's just a great time for everybody. And look at these fans, super stoked to support another Finnish driver.
Yeah, look at this, arms up, waving, flag held high as Laurie Heinen waits for the score to drop in. Currently sitting 9th place with a 93 after the first qualifying score. An 86.5. Judges not happy to start this evening with some of these qualifying runs coming in, Jacob.
I mean, we saw something similar in Riga as well.
We did.
They just get grumpier as the night goes.
We go back on the line, we go with Oliver Randlew from Estonian. 50 turbo, 900 horsepower BMW 46. Comes off the line, so he's feeling confident. Cool, calm and collected. 24th position at the moment for the young Estonian, though. Want to get it done. Oh, and a wobble, big wobble on initiation, but kind of gets a hold of it. Then has to put in a big clutch kick to get that car up and singing. He's shallow on outside zone 3 as he 5 down, looks for 4. Now works his way into outside zone 5. This is scrappy from Oliver Randlew as he tries to get himself back into this one, fires the car towards 5 and 6, but he's on a weird line as he's going to come up very short on outside zone 7. Yeah, not good from Oliver Randlew.
Yeah, it seemed like
he puts his hand in the air as well.
It seemed like a wrestling match with the E46, and he was not winning it.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the E46 chassis, one of the best for drifting, period. Incredibly fast. There's so many amazing things about the way the suspension is designed in this. The downside is that when the car wants to bite, when it wants to grip, it's everything that you can do just to try and fight it back. But yeah, for Oliver, just not able to get a handle on this run. Another driver who's, as the night goes on, is struggling that little bit more. It almost looked like a bit of understeer there as well.
Shakes his head halfway through the outside zone.
You know.
He knows. He knew straight away. 100%. He was like,
When you're doing that much in the cockpit, you know it's not good.
Yeah, you know it's not smooth. He was in the outside zone and he's shaking his head as if to say, this is not where I wanted to be. This is not the run I had in my head.
Yeah, I mean, when he drives angry, he can be pretty good, but that anger didn't come out till halfway through the run. Yeah. So it took about midway through outside zone 4 before he really got under his own skin.
Yeah, look at this, a 74.5 for Oliver Randlew on the second qualifying run, and he won't be happy with that. He'll be trying to hone in those skills tomorrow, trying to prepare himself for top 32 battles, as the top 32 is now set. We just need to finish up the order. Go back to the start of Dwayne McKver, first place qualifier in 2023, the last time we were here in Germany, and he'll be focused on trying to regain that. He knows that Peter Vinc is sitting with a 97. What can he do right now? The Norwegian sledgehammer fires down, puts the back end towards the wall on the throttle, on the foot brake, gets himself dialed though into that second outside zone, finds the extreme limits of the circuit right on that white line as he got a beautiful line into outside zone 4. Now Kavir feeling comfortable, feeling settled as he gets through halfway point of the circuit, looks down for outside zone 5, once again tickles the back bumper, look at the wheel right to the edge of the circuit, once again Kavir on that dialed line and across the line.
Yeah, something to prove in Torana Kavir. I mean, he's swinging for the fences through a lot of this run and really wants to make it that showdown, wants to pick up those points, move up through the ladder as well. This championship is by no means settled. The top 3 is by no means settled. I know, right? It's so great.
That shot down the wall, kissing the wall on outside zone 1, like you don't see it from the front view. It's beautiful.
Yeah, he's just such a madman. And I don't know what it is. The tracks he grew up with, the people he drove with, his entire career. I mean, one of my favorite stories is the driver that kind of tried to back out of Drift Masters and still qualified his way into like winning the wild card for so many rounds. Like, he is just a true competitor and knows nothing but winning and won't settle for anything less. So, man, what a great run by Torana Kavir. He's just another driver that's just great to watch.
Yeah, he's super consistent as well, you know. Yeah, has his good days, has his bad days, but when he's on form and he's feeling comfortable, dangerous.
There's only two things that can beat Tony McKver.
It's Tony McKver.
and his engine at this point. But I think he's got that pretty locked in. So
yeah, I think he's dialed in. I think he's ready to go. Yeah,
the judges even agreed on that one.
They do agree. Yeah, even Tor would agree with that. Here we go. Score drops in. There's a 92.5, super consistent for McKver. It looks like a good contender for this weekend and stays in 10th position where he is. It just goes to show you the scores of how high they are. You go back on the line though with Kevin Passer.
Yeah.
I mean, Estonian driver, 86.5, way down in the order. Currently sitting in 30th place in qualifying, not where he normally sits, not what we're used to seeing. Currently sitting 5th in the championship. He'll want to do some damage this weekend. What can he do as the Estonian fires in BMW E46 with a 2 Series body kit and 50 turbo underneath the bonnet, fires through, stands on the throttle, 1,000 horsepower being unleashed from the back end of this BMW as he gets into outside zone 4, kissing the wall the whole way round as Kevin Passer looks for 5, and he looks absolutely dark, looks so cool, calm and collected inside the car, goes nice and wide, puts it right to the edge of the circuit, touches the wall almost across the line.
Laid it down, just laid it down, knew he was sitting very, very, I mean, you're in the show, which is great. You're not in a very advantageous spot because, you know, sitting in 30th, that means that you're going to battle the 3rd place driver. So that's not a great spot to be in, especially with the way things are ranking up right now. So yeah, that's, as of right now, that'd be a Connor Shanahan in top 32. Nobody wants to be taking on Connor Shanahan in top 32. So for Kevin Passer, got to get out there. You've really got to improve on that 86.5. Much better run, at least from the top view of this. The judges will very quickly correct me through my headset if I'm wrong on that one. Kevin Passer showing as he's only 26, but being very aged in his approach on this run. Still aggressive, doesn't overcommit, wants to improve, and just goes, I need to make a couple of small increases here and there just to make sure that I'm not battling the 3rd place driver. Love to make it up into, you know, obviously up to 1st, but realistically, if I'm 10th, that's a great spot to be in. So
yeah, I mean, look, if you pass the midway point in the top 16, you're kind of getting comfortable. You've kind of got an easier top 32 battle. Yeah. But hey, we've seen mid guys qualify 32nd and win the event.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly.
There we go, a 92.5. He does rock the scoreboard and jumps himself way up the order into 12th place. And Kevin Passer will be very, very happy with that as the order starts to get rearranged ever so slightly. And moving back on the start line to Jack Shanahan, Toyota GT86. Currently sitting in 2nd place with a 96.5. Nothing to lose right now, and that's dangerous. Because Jack Shanahan says, well, if I'm 2nd, and there's only maybe one other guy that can beat me, 2 other guys that can beat me, I'm going to go out, go Hail Mary, I'm going to throw it all out, I'm going to throw caution to the wind as he slams through the gears. Jack Shanahan goes for it, whoa! 98 degrees to the wall, gets it wrong, sparks off the wall, throws it all in, and he did. He did exactly what we thought. He Hail Maried it straight into the wall. He took the tail lights out of it, the back end's completely smooshed.
You called it, man.
I just know what Jack Shanahan's going to do when he's sitting that high up in the order.
Yeah, he's predictably unpredictable.
Yeah.
He wants to put on a show. He is a showman at heart. And that initiation on the run-up, man.
How did he save that so good?
I don't know, man. On the run-up, you could just feel it. You're like, oh, this is going to be something special. So, yeah, Jack Shanahan, 112 kilometers an hour into that initiation. Easily the fastest in the second half of this, 2nd fastest overall. The wild man. But, like, he knew in outside zone 1 it was going to be a problem, and then just backs the car. That's the best way to take an impact to the wall. So, and then still decides he wants to finish the run because, like, I paid for these tires, so let's use all of them.
Let's finish him off. Yeah, so there we go. We do make it official. Will be a 0, 2 wheels off track. It was an over rotation, so unfortunately it will be a 0 for Jack Shanahan's 2nd qualifying run. Nevertheless, it was spectacular. Nonetheless, we're back on the start line with James Dean, sits with a 93 at the moment.
Judges thought it was cool too.
Yeah, they thought it was cool.
I know. See,
yeah, they were smiling.
They're still fans of the
Jack
sport.
Shanahan will just laugh.
I know.
So James Dean currently sitting 7th at the moment. with a 93 on the board. He'll want to get himself into that qualifying showdown, try and gain a few more points. Only sitting third in the championship, what can he do? So comes off the line, that Ford Mustang, RTR Spec 5, DM fires through. Look at this, smoke all the way down. Tyres erupting as he stands on the accelerator. Dean seems to turn that car up to 100 right now as he puts it to the wall. Dean going for it. He's going for a big run right now. He's going to try and top qualify. Flexes the back end of that Mustang off the wall. Wanders a little bit in outside zone 4, but now collects it once again as he flicks it, touches the tail light on the wall. And outside zone 5, he's going to go for it once again. One last outside zone to go, and Dean across the line.
In the same way we knew what Jack Shanahan was going to do, you know James Dean's going to absolutely throw down on the second qualifying run. He is still in the hunt for the championship.
He's still in it. He's still mathematically with it.
Absolutely still in this. And if there's anybody that can pull out a crazy run or a crazy victory at the last moment, it is going to be the Irishman. It's going to be James the Machine Dean, who uses quite literally all of this track. Look at, just he's edging as much of this. Oh,
wow.
Perfect through that zone. So I'm really curious to see how this ends up getting scored, because James Dean just absolutely crushing through. Does have to hold back that car pretty heavily through outside zone 4, but even still makes it look so good. Still holds that tail light all the way to the edge. I mean, he's got a little bit of room to play with in the rear end of that car. Doesn't matter. It is a beast of a machine. If you ever get a chance to see how large these cars are, they're substantial. Oh, man. James Dean, though, flings it around like it's an MX-5, though. He drives everything like it's tiny.
He does, yeah.
It's crazy. But look at the precision. It's amazing to know that we get to live through his dominance of this sport.
Yeah.
Right? Just to be able to...
It's a pinch yourself moment for me most of the time. When I get to sit and call these and watch James from either Drift Masters or Formula Drift, I get to see him do what he does. It's a pinch yourself moment to know that you've been in his presence and watched him drive it. He's as good as he is.
Yeah.
Here we go. Score's going to drop in. What can James Dean do on his second qualifying run? Will he push himself higher up the order? Will he top qualifying? Wait for the score. I'm trying to look at you. Stop looking at the notes. Stop trying to copy the homework, Jacob. The score hasn't dropped in yet. When is it going to drop in? We're waiting for the score to drop in from our judges.
I think they're double checking their work.
I think they're looking back on some replays. Here we go. Score drops in at 93.5, so not as impressive as what we thought. Still really impressive.
Yeah.
The judges not liking it that much.
I mean, a couple spots, I think outside zone 4, having to hold it back, use the left foot brake there, pulled a few, but yeah, still, either way. Now we got another show right on board.
Yeah, well, we've only got 2 contenders left to go. First up will be Connor Shanahan, currently sitting second in the championship. 20 points separating him and Piotr Vincek. What will happen this weekend? It's going to be a story. It's going to be a movie, that's for sure, as he slams through the gears. Shanahan from Ireland in that Red Bull Toyota GT86 tries to go 90 degrees to the wall. He holds onto it, stands on the throttle nice and early and does what his brother tried to do. Now fires it back onto the wall once again as Shanahan opens up the throttle. He'll want a top qualifying. He's currently in third in qualifying. What can he do as he absolutely fires through outside zone 4? Full throttle transition from Shanahan, dabbles the foot brake. Will on the white line, tail lights on the wall from Shanahan. Wow! Are you serious?
Oh, man.
Connor Shanahan is a man possessed this weekend.
After seeing your brother go for it, you know he's gonna be like, okay,
I can do it.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Yeah, those two brothers are so incredibly competitive with each other. And look at Connor, man, absolutely throws in. You can see the smoke puff up at the light at outside zone 1, able to hold on to it through 2, making it look easy through outside zone 3, and then sets himself up so well for outside zone 4 and just dominates through the longest part of this track. So crazy to see. Look at this, the precision of his driving, just dragging. I mean, it's nuts. The transitions are so quick, they're so early, gets it out to the wall, absolutely plants it in every single spot he could, runs the edge of the track. What more could you ask for in a run? What more? Absolutely incredible that we get to hang out and witness this. This is now just a showmanship battle at this point. It's just it's almost like a game of truth or dare, and truth's off the table. So, man, what a solid run here from Connor Shanahan.
That's absolutely beautiful from Shanahan. Absolutely
you
beautiful.
Were just mesmerized.
I was mesmerized watching that run, watching all the different angles, trying to find out where did he make a mistake? Where were the judges going to dock him? And they don't dock him. It's a 97.5, and Shanahan takes top step in qualifying at the moment. There's only one man that can rock the boat. Can he do it? He's done it before. Will he do it? The fight for the championship is well and truly on. Connor Shanahan is down there with Becky. Becky, that championship fight is alive.
Well, guys, sometimes, you know, I came over to the door of Connor Shanahan's car and he had a smile on his face, and I thought, you know what, I think he knows that that was a good run. Connor just pipping Peter there, 97.5. The championship hopes are alive. So tell me where your head was at coming into this weekend.
Yeah, obviously we made a big mistake in Riga, getting knocked out in 32. It's been a rough couple of weeks, to be honest. I've just been trying to find myself and get back in the zone, and try to do that this weekend, enjoying back time with my friends, and I can't thank my incredible team. What a pleasure to drive a car like this. It's unbelievable. I can feel everything. It's coming very easy, and yeah, the fight is on. I quite like being back on a technical track. I'm sure Peter will give it back to me now, but some points in the showdown will be quite nice.
Can you give us a quick track update on the conditions out there? Because obviously the night has come in. That changes everything for a driver, and especially with the lights as well. Yeah,
track is hard. Actually, a funny point. I changed to black race gloves this weekend. First time doing a night event with them instead of white. And like during the run, I was kind of like, where are my hands? Am I in the right place? So yeah, it's pretty dark. I think more darker than we've been here in previous years, but quite nice when the rhythm is going and you can see all the flags waving and stuff. It's a unique place, that's for sure.
Brilliant, Connor. Well, congratulations. Let's see how this goes on. We'll see you in the qualifying showdown. Thank you. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. And Connor Shanahan, top qualifying at the moment, but forgot where his hands were.
Yeah.
Well, here we go.
Ooh,
interesting
strategy.
Look at this. Peter Vinc sits on the line wearing some orange goggles.
All right.
So is the light affecting the drivers? Look, there's only one man that can upset the apple cart right now. It's this man from Poland in this incredible 2JZ powered A90 Supra as Vinc fires in, goes for the outside line. Nice to push it nice and wide to the edge of the circuit. Goes for the transition back, looks for the early line into outside zone 4, puts a back bumper towards the wall as Vinc from Poland flicks that Supra back once again and touches the wall, and he upsets the line. Oh, and he just about makes it to outside zone 6 and across the line, and I don't know, Jacob.
Oh, I don't know either, Ian. That is wild. That's a little bit more aggression and style in it, but it did come bite. It did come back to bite, Piotr. It's so good. He looked like he started his initiation last week. It was so early. He got that car dialed, and this seems to be the way that he is driving. He wants to set things up as soon as he can. He wants the transitions to happen as soon as possible. Initiation right away. That way he has time. There's one, I think 2 or 3 left foot brakes through the entire part of outside zone 4. That's it. Those are the only corrections that he makes out there, where we see some drivers completely stomping on it. And then look at this, 90 degrees to the wall. But that little bit of an extra tap is what ends up bumping him just off of line. Man, what a wild run from Petro Redev. Usually very dialed and very calculated, and just that one little bit of a hit right there.
I want to know about the goggles.
I know.
I'm transfixed on the goggles.
Watch it now be a fashion style.
Every driver?
Yeah. Or just all the fans walking around in the pits tomorrow. We're going to see them all with those goggles on.
Straight to the hardware store.
Yeah, yellow lights, yellow goggles. Someone who's really good with light, tell me what that means. What's this do?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Wild. I don't know. Either way.
Well, we're going to see how the judges deem that mistake in outside zone 5. It did upset the car. You could see the steering. He did have to adjust the steering, and it was shallow then on outside zone 6. We're going to see what the score is going to drops in. The top 32 is almost set. This can only affect first and second place in qualifying at the moment. Who's going to be the man that stands top step in qualifying here at round 6 in Germany?
But this is points.
This is points.
20 points separate them as of right now, so this is points.
And there we go, a 91 drops Peter Vinc into second place, and he stays there. That means that Connor Shanahan will top qualifying here at round 6 of Drift Masters 2025. And the top 32, Jacob, well, it's set.
Locked in.
Here we go. This is who's in and this is who is out. McKver in 7th, Dean in 5th. Look at this. The top 4, don't forget, they're going to face off. It's going to be Korpolinski, Shanahan, Vinc, and Shanahan. Wow.
Yeah, this is nuts. I mean, look at how many drivers sitting there with a 93 as well, and 92.5. That is how close this battle is. This should just absolutely lock you in for what's going to happen in top 32. when you've got a field this tight of a grouping, it only means that those battles will be even better. So incredible from all these drivers. And as we start to roll down this, I mean, a couple of big names. I mean, Max Hydrich able to make it back in. Naoki Nakamura able to make it in. Myers is in. That's massive for him. But yeah, Dave Egan, another big story. And then Jarkko Jula at the last minute, the Hail Mary throw. But that does knock out Benedictus Cherba, and everybody in red are out of the show. Steve Bagsy, Bagioni, that's a tough one. Jason Benet. Yeah, Audrey, I mean, another tough, very hyped up driver. I mean, did a great job, but just not enough to make it into the show. Gary Dunn, I mean, he'll have a lot of great stories after this. George Christoforou. I mean, a lot of drivers you would expect, you know, up there, not able to put things together.
No, certainly so, and a tough evening for most of these drivers. And we're going to replay the top qualifying run. Here we go. This is how Conor Shanahan got it down. Look at this initiation on the handbrake, on the front. We're nice and early, straight through outside zone 1, on the throttle. Look at this. He was right to the edge of the circuit, kissing the wall every single opportunity. Pinpoint perfect for the Irishman. And you know what? I think it just goes to show you, he is on form. The car is working flawlessly. He's just in the groove. A lot of these drivers love this circuit here in Germany.
Yeah, it's high risk, it's high reward. You know exactly where you're going on track. It's not like the zones. The zones are fairly easy to see because you're staring at the concrete wall. And look at that, even 360, a big tire fire. Everything you could ask for in a run happened.
What more do you want from that? That's motorsport entertainment, brother.
Yeah, that was nuts as we take a take a look at Gemini, one of the many giant machines here.
Is that Gemini?
That is.
You've got a map.
I built a map. That's racehorse behind it.
Well, here we go. Let's take a look at what we're going to be faced with tomorrow in our top 32 heat tree. This is going to be it. Shanahan, Jarkko. Oh my God. McKeever, Clint Van Arsdale, Rittnen, Nakamura, James Dean, Max Hydrich, Keski, Corpi, Diogo Correa, Jack Shanahan versus Spossop.
Man, these are so good.
Ite Sedo versus Jakub Puszkonski.
Tony Kavia, Kevin Piscolti. That's wild.
There's some heavy hitting battles, and it's going to be a packed out day here in Poland. But today, a packed out day here in Germany. I'm already thinking about Poland. Can't get it out of my head. All roads lead to the Pegay Narodow Way in Poland in Warsaw in just a few weeks' time for the big Red Bull Drift Masters final. But we've still got tomorrow to get through.
I know.
And we've still got some more action today because we're not done just yet. We have our qualifying showdown. That's where our top 4 qualifiers go head-to-head in battles, and this is how it's gonna look. But our points after qualifying first, though. Let's have a look how the championship stands. Oh, here we go. So 8 points. Every point's going to count in this championship. So now Shanahan's starting to break the lead down. Just 19 points between them.
Exactly. This is massive. You got to remember too that Jack and James are both in that same fight, so this just helps keep them within striking distance of Piotr Vincek, who's now, I mean, he's still well within range.
He certainly is.
Yeah.
Look, Marco Zaccaril rounds out the points, 8th place qualifier. Kavia's still in it. You know, Kavia's still in the fight, so Kavia, you know, still could finish the championship on a high.
Yeah.
6th place at the moment in the championship, could still do some damage. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? And here we go. This is how the qualifying showdown is going to go down. Top 4 qualifiers face off in battles. Extra championship points, up to 4 additional points for each contender. So first place to last place, those guys are going to battle it out.
Yeah.
We're going to have 3 battles. Let's have a look at the heat tree. This is how it's going to play out this evening. As we see our heat tree pop up on the screen for our qualifying showdown around 6 of Drift Masters in Germany. It's going to be Conor Shanahan to take on Pavel Korpolinski, Piotr Vincek to take on Jack Shanahan. Well, we have been told over our headsets already that Piotr Vincek has opted out of the qualifying showdown. Historically, we know that already due to the situation that happened in Spain. He said that I do not want to partake in the qualifying showdown. He doesn't have to do that. He wants to save the cars, you know, less work for the team. They already have work to do overnight, so he will be bowing out of the qualifying showdown. So Jack Shanahan will get a bye run straight into the final of the qualifying showdown. Now, will it be Conor or Pavel Korpolinski? He doesn't have to do the bye run either, I'm being told now.
Wow.
Oh, he does, sorry.
Okay. All right.
Big confusion.
Lots
going on in where we are.
Yeah.
So he does have to complete his bye run. Sorry.
Well, this, I mean, I completely understand Piotr's decision on this, but it's, you just hope that these extra couple of points from these battles don't come back to bite him at the end of the year.
Well, this is it.
There will be people going, hey, if you would have done this, if you would have done that, that's how it could have been. Or it may not matter at all. It may not matter. You never know at this point.
We don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. I am very excited to find out what's going to happen tomorrow because of the way the track evolved this evening.
Yeah.
That is going to be something that I think is going to be a story tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, top 32 starts midday.
Yep.
And then obviously as the battles go on, tops after our break and then into top 16, the track will develop and it will change and it'll look a lot more like what we're seeing right now. And that is going to be very, very interesting as we get some beautiful shots of all the people here. A lot of people electing to take a look at the finish line, really want to see how these battles end. So they got the big screens that they can still take a look at, see how they begin, but kind of interesting where everybody decides that they want to lay out. I mean, there was some shade there earlier on, so that might be why a bunch of people picked that area. It was quite warm today, if you haven't heard.
Yeah, it was, quite warm today.
Yeah, quite warm.
So, look, just thinking about it, just having a look. Looking at the odds of what's going on, if Conor Shanahan wins the qualifying showdown, gains 4 points.
Right.
Takes it down to 16 points between him and Peter tomorrow.
Yeah.
Before top 32.
Yeah, that is.
And anything's possible in top 32. We've
Yeah,
seen
right.
Conor Shanahan go out in top 32.
Seen
James Dean go out in top 32.
Yeah.
Could we see Peter go out tomorrow in top 32?
You never know. You never know. And this place is very unforgiving.
It certainly is.
And without having the timeouts and everything else, one bit of contact, one misplaced
DB to tire.
like one DB to tire. But even Piotr, I mean, putting it into the wall there. That happened. Jack Shanahan put it in the wall. Lots of drivers in practice have put it in the wall. And that's the other part. We've seen drivers sustain damage in practice, and that haunts them then. This is drifting. Literally anything can happen.
Yeah,
So,
roll the dice.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild as we take a look here at Conor Shanahan getting locked in for his battle against Pavel Kopelinski. This will be a tight one. There's a lot on the line for him right now. To shorten that points gap is absolutely massive. He wants this championship. He absolutely wants to be there and in the ranks of those that have won multiple Drift Masters championships. One thing to win one, it's another thing to have a few under your belt.
It certainly is, yeah. Look, to be a 2-3 times Drift Masters champion is more than bragging rights. It's huge. It just goes to show you are the best of the best against the best of the best.
There's always that argument, oh, you had a really good season. Everything just aligned for you. When you get to that whole thing goes out the window.
Then you start to say to people, I'm consistent. I'm good at qualifying. I'm good at battles. The team is dialed. The car is dialed. Everything, the whole package is working perfectly.
Well, and it's different tracks a lot of the time. You're gonna have different judges. You're gonna have different chassis. All the variables change, and you're like, no, I did it again.
Yeah.
So
here we go. These guys are going to head on down now to warm up the tyres on the back of their cars. And I tell you what, Peter Vinc will be saying to Pavel Kopelinski, take him out. Well, here we go. Time for talk is over. This is a glimpse of what's going to happen tomorrow. This is our qualifying showdown. Qualifying showdown will be Pavel Kopelinski to take on Conor Shanahan.
So we're looking at a driver that is incredibly precise in Kopelinski, like scary precise, against a driver who has that ability, but tends to edge towards the wild man. So this is a very interesting matchup between these two drivers.
And also to take into note that Conor Shanahan has opted to lead first. Don't forget here at Drift Masters, you can switch it up. You can lead first or chase first. You have to tell our marshals before you head to the line. Conor Shanahan opting to lead first.
Interesting.
So what does he know that Pavel Kopelinski doesn't know? Well, I tell you what he knows is I was one of the last people out on track, so I know the track conditions.
Yeah. It wasn't that long ago that I was out there on my qualifying run.
Yep.
That I topped qualifying. I don't want to change anything else. Just let me go out there, and close my eyes and just do it again.
Yeah. Just rinse and repeat. Just do the whole thing once again. Well, here we go. We're under the lights. It's full darkness in Germany, in Ferropolis, for round 6 of Drift Masters. Qualifying is set. The grid for tomorrow is done, but this is the qualifying showdown. 4 points away for somebody, but who's it going to be? As Shanahan fires in, Kopelinski in tow, as he looks for the back bumper of that GT86, and look at that. For Kopelinski, slows down the car massively, waiting for Shanahan to get back on throttle. Shanahan now up and gone, fires that GT86 right where it needs to be. Kopelinski, though, can't be shaken as the Polishman goes for the door. of that Red Bull GT86. They fire down towards outside zone 5, and Korpolinski willing to risk it all for the points as he looks for the door. The GT86 once again, a door-to-door across the line.
I expected nothing less on this battle. Like Connor Shanahan, I mean, tames himself back a little bit, knowing he doesn't have to pull off that, that crazy initiation that he pulled on the other one right out to the wall, and provides such an awesome opportunity for Korpolinski to be able to just get into the pocket, settle himself there. And really, for me, Korpolinski's chase is really cool because he punches through the smoke, and there is a lot of it on that transition. Finds where he is, and then sets the car, and you can see it perfectly from that angle. Over the shoulder of Connor Shanahan as Korpolinski starts hunting him down through outside zone 4. Look, gets in there, realizes where he is, and then does such a great job of mirroring as well as getting that proximity.
Wow.
What a transition for Korpolinski. His chase game has gotten so good.
Way better.
So good. He's always been known as one of the perfect lead drivers, and now that the rest of his program and his abilities have come to fruition, oh man, he is a championship contender any day of the week.
God, that transition, he was willing to risk it all.
Why not, right? Go for those points.
It's a qualifying showdown.
Exactly. You got all night to fix the car.
not us.
No.
You're going to help?
I think I offered to fix someone's car earlier, but
okay.
We'll see if they hold me up on it.
Are they still in the chug?
Yeah, no, I can't remember. We'll forget about it.
Well, there we go. Cooling the cars down, on the start line before these guys head back out and wait for the drivers to give them the thumbs up to say, yeah, all the temperatures are cooled down, because it is still incredibly hot here in Germany. It's still 23 degrees, we're being told, outside right now. It's hot, it's sticky, it's uncomfortable for the drivers. And they're in those cars ready to do battle. It will be Shanahan now to chase down Paweł Korpolinski from Poland, who will be hoping to help his fellow Polishman out by taking down the top qualifier. They get the thumbs up all round. We wait for that start line to go green. Korpolinski to lead, Shanahan to give chase, and off the line through the gears they come as Shanahan chases down, looks for the back bumper of that S14. 2JZ singing out on circuit. Look at this, Shanahan now in tow, nice and close as Korpolinski goes nice and wide, puts the back bumper towards the door, towards the wall as Shanahan goes for the door on both guys. A little wobble, a little shimmy into the outside zone 4, but Shanahan can't be shaken as he repays the favour, risks it all as he goes for the transition. Shanahan looking and stuck to the door of Paweł Korpolinski across the line.
Oh, this is tough. This is so tough. I mean, here's a finals battle. Right off the bat, we get this in qualifying showdown. These cars are set up in qualifying fashions. This isn't even, their final form.
No.
They've got more that they can pull out in these when it comes to these battles, but both drivers putting it all on the line. This looks so solid from both of them. And now we've got this on board of Connor Shanahan as he places that car into the side of Paweł Korpolinski. Look at him, completely dialed in. It's interesting. It looks like Connor is staring almost at the front wheels of Paweł, waiting to see when he transitions out that car.
Wait for the movement, yeah.
Yeah, so that seems to be, at least from that angle, where he is staring. If you ever wanted to know how to transition like an Irishman, that's step 1. I mean, step 2 is just have all the nerve in the world, because, oh my gosh, his transitions are wild. Look at them. Waits for just a little bit of movement from Paweł, and then pulls back just a touch, and then back on throttle, and then slides right back into the pocket. And then, as always, finishes the run completely on the door of Korpolinski. I mean, it's kind of his finishing move, which is just marking up the door of any of his competitors. Man, what a great run from both these drivers. And for Paweł, I mean, solid. That might be his best lead run, his best qualifying run he's done all day too. So both drivers completely on form, absolutely crushing it. I have no idea which way this is going to go.
There we go, both guys out of the car, ready to get the decision from our judges. Slide on left for Shanahan, right for Korpolinski. Who's going to take it through to the final? It's one vote for Shanahan. It's going to be Connor Shanahan. Connor Shanahan gets the win, advances through to the final of the qualifying showdown, and it will be Connor Shanahan to take on Jack Shanahan for the final of the qualifying showdown. And you shake your head like you know what's about to happen.
Oh, carnage. That's what's going to see those pits over there. There's going to be a lot of action in there a little bit later on.
Those lights are going to be on all night.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were going to be either way, but yeah, wild. So hopefully that we can get Connor flipped around as Jack. But he's ready to go. He's already locked in.
Well, he's going to do a buy run first.
Right.
So Jack Shanahan has to do the buy run. A little confusion in my headset of did or didn't, and he does have to do the qualifying showdown buy run. Vinc obviously opting to not compete in our qualifying showdown after the incident that happened in Spain at round 2, understandably.
Yeah, I get it. Don't want to write off another car, and it's maybe not worth it. I mean, that battle may have cost him the championship. So
Yeah, certainly so. There we go. You can see start line Marshall Martin breaking the beam to get a clear green light. Shanahan's going to fulfill a full pass of the circuit, and that team worked incredibly quick to repair the damage on the back of that car after he rubbed the wall.
Yeah.
That's all he has to do. Initiate, fulfill the first outside zone, prove that the car works, and then he'll go back to the line, ready to do the battle with his brother.
the question is, does he run it as is? Do we swap tires around at this point, or do you think not enough? This isn't a high wear track.
No.
Yeah, this is not one where you're barely making it through 2 laps on a set of tires. So.
I'd say he's pretty confident in doing the 2 runs on the same pair.
Okay.
So there we go. We need to make it official. It's going to slide right for Jack Shanahan. And there we go. Vincek knocked out the competition and will only gain 1 point.
All right. Well, one more point in his favor in this championship lead. Every point matters.
Well, Becky's down there with Pavel Kopelinski. He's been having a good night, Becky. He's looking strong. He's looking consistent. He's been on the podium here twice before in Germany.
Absolutely, guys. Pavel, it's great to catch up with you. That battle there, I was looking at you, you had a big smile on your face when you got out of the car. How was that for you?
Yeah, the battle was great. I think that I laid a pretty good lead, but Connor's chase was better, so he got the win. Well deserved, so good luck for him in the second battle. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing for me to be in the qualifying showdown finally. It's my first time that I got a top 4 spot in qualifying, so I'm super happy with the result already. Yeah, and I'm really happy to be back in Ferropolis. Ferropolis is definitely one of my absolute favorite tracks, so I always feel at home here.
I was about to ask you, I was like, you like this track. I mean, 2023, you were in second place with Jack there. Like, this is a place that you really do excel at.
Yeah, that track really suits my driving style, and is definitely in my preferences, I would say.
Brilliant, Pavel. Well, congratulations for getting into the qualifying showdown, your first one of the season, and we'll see you tomorrow in our top 32.
Thank you very much.
Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Becky. Yes, Kopelinski loves this track.
Yeah.
Absolutely loves this track, and it goes to show.
Yeah, 100%.
Good to see him in the qualifying showdown as well, finally, after all season. But here we go. The final battle is set. It's going to be Shanahan versus Shanahan. And if you are a long-time watcher of drifting,
Yes.
this would be a battle that you've seen multiple times before, and the outcome has gone either way. This isn't for points. Forget the points. This is for the sibling rivalry.
Yeah.
This is for the rest of the evening in the paddock. Those 2 guys discussing, you may have top qualifying, but I beat you. So watch out tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's what it's coming down to.
They are incredibly competitive with each other. They're both very supportive, but they're also the first person to tell the other one that they made a mistake. So this is a very unique racing family in that regard.
It certainly is.
They compete at absolutely everything.
Well, Kopelinski likes this track. Won the event 2022.
Right.
Been on the podium before. 3rd place.
If you're correct.
This guy, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. All of these.
Yeah.
All of these top 5 contenders.
Yeah, it's wild. And this is just our preview as we see Jack Shanahan backing in there, getting ready to go. So he's gonna swap out those tires.
Swap out some tires.
All right. He's got some scrubs on there now, so we'll see. And I mean, this team works very quickly.
Oh, very quickly. Yeah, you're going to see this quick check underneath the bonnet from Liam Keane. You can see Jack and Connor's father down there this weekend with the team, just going through everything. Jack looking cool, calm and collected in the car. He's looking comfortable. He looks like he's in the zone.
Yeah, if there's anybody you want to battle, it's going to be your brother. Because that's the driver he's driven against the most, in the history. In his history, he drives with them. They drive together all the time. I mean, that's the person you can trust the most.
Tell you what I want to look at, because we only looked at it briefly. Let's look at the heat tree for tomorrow again. I want to look at where everyone's sitting. Right. What I want to do is break this down into 4. So you guys at home probably look at this as 2 16s either side. We break it down into quarters. Look at the quarter that Peter has. Look at the contenders that he has to face off. So the first battle, Fion Roach.
Yeah.
Okay. But also in that quarter, Jakub Brzezinski.
Yeah.
Fellow Polishman, incredible driver. Ite Sada, incredible driver. So whoever wins out of that, he's going to face in, if he beats Fion, he's going to have to face in the top 16. Then it could be Kvia or Pascolti. Or it could be Heinonen and Meyer.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now, that quarter for Peter Vincek is a tough road to the final tomorrow. Now look at the other quarters.
Yeah, I picked up exactly what you're going for
I'm
here.
not counting out any driver. I'm not saying,
I know.
You know, anyone's got an easy battle, because none of these battles are easy. You can talk to any driver. I'm going to say as well that James Dean has a tough quarter.
Yeah.
The two opposite corners are tough in top 32.
And our top 4 are in 4 different segments of top
the
30.
battle tree.
Exactly. So that means
they can't meet until the final,
which is, oh my gosh, it builds this so much more. So they, just to stay in this, they're not going to be able to knock out one of their, championship competitors early.
No.
Someone else will have to do it in order for them to move ahead.
And if Connor wouldn't have qualified first,
right,
it would have changed the order, and he would have been stuck in a hard quarter of the top 32 battle tree to make it to the final, to keep a hold of the championship.
Yeah, none of this is easy. None of these battles are going to be easy for anybody.
We look at the battle tree in different ways. We split it up into 4 quarters.
Right, because that's what's going to end up setting your top 4.
Because that's the route to the top 4.
Yeah.
It's a tough day tomorrow. I'm telling you, if you're not tuned in exclusively on Red Bull TV tomorrow at midday to watch Top 32 here in Germany, the penultimate round before we head to the Pagay in Aradovway in a few weeks' time for the Red Bull Drift Masters finale, where the champion will be crowned, you're missing out.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be action-packed, and my voice is already going. I'm telling you now, by top 4, we would have shouted the roof off this container and we'll have no voice, but it'll be worth it, because the action here in Ferropolis tomorrow will be unbelievable.
It's the championship hunt is all year, but this battle alone.
But the crunch is on right now.
Yeah, this is what sets up how much pressure you have to face when it comes to Poland.
Because if you finish well here in Germany, you may only have to qualify high in Poland to gain enough points to steal the whole win.
Exactly. And
just think about that.
Let's say
it's been done before.
Let's say hypothetically all 4 of our top 4 make it into the top 4.
Then the championship fight in Poland is on.
Yeah. Every battle from here on out.
Every qualifying run, every battle, everything counts in Poland.
Yeah.
Even the car. That car misses a beat, weekend's over.
Yeah. Wow. Now, this might be one of the most exciting Drift Master seasons yet, and it's wild.
I'm going to say we've had a few championship leader changes throughout the season already. We've had a double win by one driver, and all the other podiums have been different.
Yeah, I mean, we had a double win of a driver that also didn't even make it into top 32
in Spain.
Exactly, because of the incident. So it's tough. We've seen our two championships leaders already battle it out in Ireland, right? It's just nuts. It's just nuts. And the more you try and break it down, I love breaking these down, trying to make these predictions, look through it. At this, you just can't now. There is nothing left to do but to be a spectator and get to bathe in how epic this season has just become.
It certainly is.
Yeah.
And I tell you, tomorrow is going to be a tale. It's going to be a story, because it's going to tell the tale of the tape when we go into Poland. That is how it's going to be. The championship won't be decided tomorrow here in Germany. The championship will be decided in Poland at the Pagay in Aradovway.
Yeah, and all we can do at this point is try and write the precursor to that, the preamble, if you will. It's just the build-up for what is going to happen there. And I mean, if any of our top 4 go out in top 32, it shakes everything up, and we might even see somebody that we're not even talking about right now win this event and then become the next competitor in there. That's we haven't even gotten that far.
Someone threw something at me yesterday and said that Naoki Nakamura could win the championship
mathematically.
Still,
yes.
Mathematically.
Yes,
and he sits in 21st position in the championship.
Yeah.
Just think about that for a moment.
If they all go out in top 32, Nakamura wins
it,
and then wins in Poland, he could win the championship.
I'm just saying.
I know.
Just saying. Anything is possible.
Yep.
Anyone in the top 10, anyone in the top 20.
Crazy.
So if that doesn't make you want to go online right now to Drift Masters and book your tickets.
Right? Do you have yours?
I mean, I've got front row seats.
Right. Well,
I've got the best seat in the house.
I was going to say, I don't think we're front row. I think we're last row overlooking.
I might get my seat moved to the front.
Could you imagine?
Just so I can
front
be
row,
right there.
Yeah, you and I doing all
I
the
want to feel the emotion.
I like that. It'd be so loud. The car would go by, the mic would just completely blast out.
People wouldn't care. Yeah. Well, here we go. The cars are warming up down the back end of the circuit. It's going to be Shanahan versus Shanahan for the final of our qualifying showdown here in Germany at round 6 before we end the night and we move it on till tomorrow where we kick off our top 32. Jack Shanahan versus Connor Shanahan. If nothing, this is going to be electric, fun and exciting. These two guys will push 110% against each other as Connor Shanahan pulls up to the line to lead them out. He's sticking with what he knows. He wants to lead first. He wants Jack to chase him down.
So much tension.
Going to sit on the line, ready to rock and roll. Our start line marshal shines the torch around, checks out the cars, makes sure they're all good to go, shakes the hands of both the drivers. And once we get the all clear, he will get into position and start that start line sequence. It looks like we are ready to go. Clock off. And look at this from Jack Shanahan nodding in the zone, ready to go.
Yeah.
Laser focused as always.
Just so ready for this. This is a battle for a battle we've seen many times, a battle for the ages. More than just points, more than just championship. This is bragging rights at the kitchen table.
Oh, it certainly is. This is for sibling rivalry. Well, here we go. The lights start to illuminate. We get a green light. It's going to be Connor Shanahan to lead out Jack Shanahan for the final of our qualifying showdown. Look at this. Jack Shanahan straight onto the back bumper of Connor as they fire in. A little stall up from Connor and it holds off Jack. Now Jack starts to apply the pressure as Connor goes for that wide line. A good transition, but Jack Shanahan's with him. He can't be shaken as he almost makes contact in outside zone 4. They go wheel to wheel and they go for the transition. It didn't even make sense. Jack really pulling the whole front end of the car as he buries the wheel into the door across the line.
Equal machinery, equal upbringing, equal train. Everything is equal between these two, and that will always make for one of the best battles we're ever going to see. This is wild. Jack Shanahan in the chase tried to have more angle on initiation than the lead car did. He is just trying to outshine his brother even from the chase. Look at this. Both of them correcting up, going into outside zone 1. A very, very small gap pulls there, but then it doesn't take long before Jack Shanahan completely locked in. Look at this. He is just trying to repaint that car all the way through, trying to scrub the logos off at every single turn. And Connor Shanahan, not phased, expecting nothing less than his brother to be knocking on the door at every single turn. This is exactly how I was hoping this would kick off, Ian. Man, what a great way. If this is any precursor to tomorrow, we are so in for an epic day. We're only halfway through.
This is the halfway point of the weekend. It feels like we've been in for a week already, but it's only the halfway point. Tomorrow we go under the lights for top 32, top 16. We bring all the guys out for the parade on the track in front of everyone here. We have sold out every seat in Ferropolis. The place is going to be packed out. The temperature is going to be through the roof on the track and around the track. This is going to be somewhere you do not want to miss tomorrow. As I say, if you're not going to tune in on Red Bull TV, you're missing out. The penultimate round of the championship will be kicking off midday tomorrow here in Germany as both the drivers and the cars get cooled down. We wait to get them back to the line for Connor Shanahan to chase down his brother Jack. Jack put down an incredible chase run, but what can Connor do? We know he's precise, we know he's clean, but we know that Jack's got that bravery, that flair, that risk. He'll throw it all at the kitchen sink at it to try and outdrive his brother Connor. They sit on the line, they get the thumbs up from our start line marshal Martin. This is for our final run of our qualifying showdown. They spin the wheels off the line, they get through the gears, and here we go for the final run of the evening as they fire through. Look at this from Connor straight onto the door of Jack. He's closer than Jack was before as they fire into the outside zone. Look at the line from Jack Shanahan though, nice and deep into those zones, but Shanahan, Connor's with him onto the door as he's glued the front wheel to the passenger door and the driver door of that GT86 into outside zone 5 goes Jack Shanahan. But look at this from Connor. Connor can't be shaken across the line.
It's exactly it. It's just a mirror image of what just happening. I mean, one driver picks up a little bit more proximity than the other. The other driver does a slightly better job in the lead. It is tit for tat all the way through this entire battle. Two brothers on two epic runs. And I'm already excited to see this again. Look at this. Right off the line, Jack Shanahan gets that car whipped out. Both of them with so much speed coming off the line and float everything out to the outside zone 1. Then through 2. Connor is closer in the chase through outside zone 2. Look at how precise these e-brakes are. It It is such a definitive pull. He knows exactly what he needs to do. And these transitions are mind-numbing. It makes no sense. It's like the front end of the car just disappears and teleports on the other side of his brother's identical vehicle. Makes zero sense the way that these two drive together. Oh man, I really would sit here and watch them drive all night. I would buy a ticket. I would have a year-long subscription, whatever I got to do just to watch them drive every single day.
It's just unbelievable.
It's insane.
They are mirror image every single transition, either lead or chase. That's what I love about it.
They know what each other's going to do. That's the thing. It is
the
pure
transitions
instinct.
they make no sense. Every transition is risk or reward. It's either put your brother into the wall or make it happen.
They do hundreds and hundreds of laps. They've got these little party cars that like to go out, little track nearby them, and they go out and bang doors for hours and hours and hours. So they know there is nobody that knows how to drive against each other like they do.
Well, who's going to be the winner of our qualifying showdown? That's what we need to know. We know that Conor Shanahan has topped qualifying here at round 6 of Drift Masters, holding on to that championship. Can he be the winner of the qualifying showdown against his brother Jack? The decision is in from our judges. We wait for it to drop onto our screen. Who is it going to be? Will it be a clean sweep for Conor? Will Jack rock the boat? Will he have the bragging rights tonight? We wait for it to drop in. We're eager for it to drop in. Here we go. Slide them left for Jack, right for Conor. Who's going to be the qualifying showdown winner? Conor Shanahan gets the clean sweep tonight. First place in qualifying and the qualifying showdown winner. That man is keeping the championship alive. And Jack Shanahan says, well, it was a good laugh. We had good fun and we're still in it for tomorrow. But Conor Shanahan is the man to beat this weekend. He has a target on his back.
Absolutely locked in. Absolutely locked in. Needed those points, wanted those points. And I mean, Jack put up such an incredible battle, but wow, what an amazing run. Becky, how's Conor feeling down there?
Yep, absolutely elated. You know, I was just watching the two brothers talk there, and I wanted to know, as a fly on the wall, what that conversation was like. I mean, clean sweep, dude. The first place, and you won the qualifying showdown.
Yeah, feeling is better than ever. But yeah, me and Jack were just saying, if it's one more time, no way. Man, these cars have had a long day, but it's a cool feeling for me because I owe all my success to this guy. The fact that he gives me a car this good is unbelievable, and yeah, there's so much more left in the tank. I just felt like we were just having fun in 2 practice cars, and what a feeling. My team doing an incredible job, all the Drift Masters staff, Red Bull TV. It's been a hot one today, one more day and we get out of here, but let's make tomorrow fireworks.
You know, you've been battling Jack over the years. Like, it must be so cool to watch you both develop as drivers and still keep meeting in these final battles, you know? Like, what is it like?
Yeah, it's very special. It's special for my whole family, my team. You know, we've given both of our lives to each other, to be honest, and including my parents and everybody around. The fact that we...
Well, here we go. You can see a replay. Unfortunately, we lost Becky and Conor down there with their interview. And we'll catch up with Becky and Conor tomorrow. And no doubt our queen of the paddock, our queen, Becky Evans, will be out and about tomorrow again, all the gossip. And this is an inboard that we were just told about. Look at this, thumbs up from Jack Shanahan to Conor on outside zone 4 saying, yeah, buddy, that's what it's all about. Incredible scenes. It just goes to show the confidence that these two guys have when driving together. Well, that is it. Day 1 of Drift Masters here in Germany is over, and that's how the points look. 12 points bagged for Conor Shanahan. He narrows the gap to Peter Vinc. It's going to be an incredible day tomorrow, Jacob. I cannot wait.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Ian. It's exactly what we hope for at this event. The temperature comes down, the track action heats up, the points race is even hotter. This is what we needed, and man, I want to go to bed early just so I can be, so tomorrow comes sooner.
Yeah, I know. All right, I want to go to bed and wake up and get tomorrow kicked off because I'm excited to see what's going to happen. And here's the overall standings of the championship as they stand at the moment after qualifying here at round 6. Vinc still leads with 306 points, but look at this from Shanahan, 290 points. He's breathing down his neck, Jacob. It's getting close.
16 points has probably never seemed closer and never more far
away.
Yeah. So tough there. But yeah, James Deaton, Jack Shanahan still in there. Even Kevin Passeur. I mean, the possibilities are there. It can all happen. Can all go down. And you can't count out anybody.
You can't count out anybody. you can't count anybody out of it. You cannot count anybody out of it. As we've said, it's all to play for tomorrow. Becky, we come back tomorrow. It's going to be hot and heavy.
2:45,
You'll see us there. It's going to be incredible.
Absolutely, guys. We've had an incredible evening of our qualifying here at Ferropolis, the city of Iron. Make sure you do not miss all of that action tomorrow as we head into our top 32 battles. It is the penultimate round of the season, so, you know, people are really going to want to make their intentions clear, especially for Connor, especially for Peter. So make sure you join us at 2:45 tomorrow, live on Red Bull TV. We'll see you there.